Stars Speedrun, Z3R01337 and Seiglance. Take it away.
That wasn't the way to do it.
I know. I could have soft reset.
Oh no.
How about you guys get to see the forbidden screen?
And now the controllers.
Wait, is it? What did you do?
I didn't do anything. What do you
You're
mean?
the same data.
Oh.
All right, there we go.
You've done it.
Yes.
All right.
Sorry about that. We're trying to restart the game, but I don't know how to use the stuff we're using. So, but here it is. Here's the game. While the game is firing up, my name is RJsmangit. I'm going to be starting off the run, and I'm here with my good pal 1337 and Seiglance. Why don't you guys introduce yourselves?
Hey guys, I'm 01337, I believe.
7, yeah.
That's true.
Happy to be here.
And I am Seiglance. Hope everyone's doing well this morning.
True. We're going to get started here, so you might notice right away that we're not going to start like from a normal spot. So for one of the incentives we have, possibly, we will... wrong memory card, right? Yeah.
No, you need to put in the name first.
Oh, don't we do this?
No.
Oh, we're right. Oh, man.
We are so qualified for this run, clearly.
They're like, you know what, RJ? You need to start. And I'm like, okay, guys, it sounds like a wonderful idea. But we do need the first naming incentive.
Yeah.
Or
what
the
is
hero.
the hero name? that
Hero
we
name.
have for today?
Let me get right on that. I got like 15 tabs right now. I gotta make sure we find the right one for this right moment. Alrighty, so
We can
the
hear the
name for our hero, do a very quick refresh. I have been told that the runners cannot hear me.
True. Oh, now I can. Yeah, I heard that. He's here.
What's up, boys? Alrighty, so the hero's name is going to be Murayama.
Miriam.
Let's go.
Murayama.
Where's the M? I see it.
I think we're doing lowercase, right, for the other letters?
You want to?
I think that's the incentive.
You
It's not
got
all
it.
caps, right?
I was just gaming. I'm sorry.
It is lowercase for
Okay.
everything after the M.
Thank
Good.
you.
That's right.
Yes.
Everybody check me. I'm having a good time this morning, so we're gonna double check something. All right. Looks good.
Looks good.
Yes.
Is this okay? Yes.
Yes.
And then we want to load this data. This is the part that's different, not anything I said before this moment. So for one of our incentives, the possible side quest of doing the Tier McDull side quest, we have to actually load a save from Suikoden, the first game. So our start time is also a little different.
So we're going to start here when we hit yes. RJ, can you count us down?
Sure, we'll do a 3 count and on go. So let's do it. 3, 2, 1, go. All right. Very excited to do the run, but you know, as most RPGs start out, we get a little cut scene here of our pal Joey. Nice quiet evening. The soldiers are all getting ready to go home tomorrow. What could possibly go wrong?
What could go wrong?
Probably nothing. But here we go. We get introduced to our main protagonist, Murayama. Joey comes back, talking about going to their hometown in Kyoto. Talking about our family a little bit. And then he's going to ask us if we want to go outside or go to bed or not. It is a nice night and all, but I think we should just get right to bed so we can get out of here first thing in the morning.
It is 4 a.m. We should probably get some sleep.
It is 4 a.m., yep. I mean, the other soldiers are already asleep. You can tell by the Z's.
What's the other one doing?
He's not sleeping.
Yeah, he's having some trouble.
That doesn't sound good. That doesn't
No, it
sound
doesn't.
like birds or like crickets chirping nighttime.
No. And they're in their uniforms now.
Surprise attack. Uh-oh. Well, we better do something about that. But
He's at 17 speed.
first, we're going to do a little menu to change the text speed to fast.
Yeah.
That's so we could get out of here quicker. So now the nice evening has turned to fire. Raud's here. He's like, you gotta escape to the east. And we're like, okay, we'll go north instead.
So a little bit of movement tech in this game. You generally go like one tile up or like side at a time, but if you bounce off walls, you can get a diagonal movement. So throughout the run, as we're bonking into the walls and getting stuck, that's because we're trying to be optimal and failing. So don't laugh at us.
No, you should laugh at us.
Yeah, actually, you should. He's right. Shame us. But here we go. We were already disobedient. We didn't listen to Raud. Now this scary-looking guy, Luca Blight's here. We find out that the surprise attack is actually like, you know, the fix is in kind of situation.
Well, here you see our first instance of buddy attack at City Knight. There's a lot of playable characters in this game, and some of them have combos they can do together. This one's pretty good. It's 1x multiplier on all enemies, so it's great for clearing out big groups. And we're going to start off pretty nicely. Joey didn't kill that Commander. Dang it, Joey.
Yeah, so one thing, Joey's already faster. Joey's starting speed could be a little random.
Starting stats in this game are essentially everybody starts at level 1, and once you get a character, it levels them up to whatever level they need to start at, and it's all randomly generated at that point. There is actually a little RNG manip you can do at the start of the run to guarantee your level 2 stats to certain points, but it's really precise, and it's only one level's worth of stats, so...
Yeah.
I was the only one crazy enough to ever do that, and even I got tired of it.
So we dispatch the soldiers they try to use to get rid of us pretty easily. I mean, for being the soldiers here to get rid of everybody, we're just like, okay, guys, what are we really doing here? But knowing that we can't go back the other way, Mirayama and Joey decide to make a mark on one of the stones to come meet here if they ever were separated, and then they kind of jump off a cliff into the river to try and escape. And we get a nice little cutscene here. So I know there was a little bit of like time in between setting up and stuff, so if there is anything we want to talk about, we have about like 2.5 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. So I would just like to let everyone know we do have some incentives left to be met for this run. We did just name the hero, but we also have the options to name the castle. Currently on the lead by $1 is Eiyuden, leading over Kasul by $1 at 76 and 75 respectively. If you have anything else that you would be interested in submitting, we have that option. We also have the army name for Ormi. I am not entirely sure how that's meant to be pronounced, but it's A-U-R-M-I-E. Fancy in the lead with 75. $40 is Orion. $10 with Leggy, and $8 for Smarmy. We also have 3 active incentives that you can donate for. The Clive side quest, which is currently sitting at $289 out of 1,000 needed, so does need a little bit of love to get that one met, but we can do it, chat. We have 316 out of $500 currently for the glitch exhibition, which I believe will be done at the end of the run. And then there's also the McDole side quest, which is currently sitting at 200 out of 1,000. So we do have quite a bit of time for this run, but those incentives are going to creep up over time. So definitely get your donations in for those incentives.
Yeah, definitely. They're very cool incentives. They're not things we can even normally show off in runs. So quite a unique opportunity to not only be running this category, but show off some interesting stuff that comes along with it.
Also,
sorry.
no, go
ahead. I was just going to say, I did a little bit of quick math, and I was like, if we can get there with our incentives, it will push us over that $50,000 total for the marathon so far. So, I mean, we could do this, chat. We can be the ones to hit that 50,000 mark.
I was just going to add that if we do meet the Clive and McDole incentives, we will try to use some medium or slow tech speed for some of it, so you guys can actually see what's going on.
Yeah.
Unlike with the rest of this run.
Just speed up. Hey, look, it's Clive. I can't read anything this guy's saying. I'm sure it's interesting, though.
All right, so here we have the hardest movement part of the run. Boxes.
Yeah, once we get past these boxes, it's smooth sailing for the next 7.5 hours.
This is by far the most challenging part, for sure. So we got to push these boxes. It's part of our chores that Pole gives us. Because, you know, when you capture people, you give them chores. And there's some super secret tech here where if you line up between 2 boxes perfectly, you can push 2 at the same time, and that's faster.
That's speed tech.
Yeah.
At its finest. At its most pure.
Let's see if RJ can get it. Oh, that was still good, though. He didn't run past it. Let's go. Pretty solid boxes.
Yeah, it's all right.
Oh, you're doing good.
And just make sure you grab the rope on your way out. Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. Pole's impressed. That one box moved a little bit on its own into the corner. We won't talk about the mercenary fort ghost that's here. There is no mercenary ghost.
Ghosts aren't real. We'll learn that later.
Ooh, I am your ghostly host.
So I'm gonna make a quick shout out to Zidup. I'm sure I butchered his name. It's really hard, but he is a Chinese runner. I'll say he worked on a task for this game, and something I learned from watching his run is if you do an equipment menu at the start of the game and remove your boots from your characters, you can actually skip talking to Barbara here, who gives you boots. We don't do that though because we like our boots. They give us armor, and that helps us survive. And honestly, with the speed you have to do that menu at for it to be faster, we're just not going to be able to pull it off.
Yeah, in this run, we need all of the boots we can get.
True.
Sometimes 3 at once on one person.
That is how it works.
It's common knowledge that you can wear free boots.
Don't ask about the third boot, chat. But here we go. So we're doing our chores here. We had to get boots, or we had to get some, boots and flint. And then one of the chores was to get some flour. We went to the person who was supposed to give us flour, and he was like, I don't have any. We went back to Pole, and Pole's like, you know what? Why don't you take some friendos and walk over to this nearby town and get some flour? Nope, didn't get down. So we're here in Ryubei Village. Gonna take a quick stop at the item shop to get some flour out of this lady's dresser.
That is where you stand, keep flour normally, right?
The freshest flour is kept next to the socks. So easy peasy, she's like, sure, have some flour. You don't even have to pay for it. And off we go.
I want to point out the movement one more time. You see RJ bouncing off the walls here, just like we are in real life. Well, this is optimal performance.
Here we go, we're back.
Also, no battles. That's a first for you.
Oh, yeah.
I know, I consistently, the game starts you halfway to the town, and I still manage to get battles, even though there's like a grace period walking on the screen sometimes. Or like, not sometimes, there is.
No, I think sometimes it's more accurate in your case.
Yeah, I guess. I'm speaking from personal experience, not actual game code. The game code doesn't exist for me.
Yeah, 17% escape rate, supposedly. Not one of us believes that number, even though we have evidence that it's true.
Here we go. We got our last chore that we need to do here. We're going to wipe up some oil spots. There is a little bit of tech here. If we could keep nailing it, if you talk to the very top right corner, Ryu doesn't have to do any additional movement. Or Miriyama, I'm sorry. So we're going to try and do that. That one's a little tougher. I seem to do that one a lot. I'm honestly surprised I got the first 2.
You're doing great.
Hey, you're
Thanks,
doing great,
thanks.
bud.
I've been training for this moment my whole life. A little bit of tech with that one. Instead of trying to like walk around, you could just walk up into it. Ryu will just step right through that oil puddle, get some more all over the place, but we're not talking about that one. And then possibly the easiest one to get the right lineup for. I managed to run past it still, but you know, we were still on it, and it's all good. Hey, boxes. Of course, yeah. Every time we do our chores, Pole's like, wow, you did exactly what I told you. And we're like, yep.
It's so
Then we get to
impressed
eat
with
our
us.
stretchy bread. I think that's a sign of good proofing if the bread is a little stretchy.
I'm not an expert. I only know about bulgogi.
I honestly made that up, I think.
Oh, so we got Joey back here. He breaks us out of prison. He didn't get a gross there, sadly. He rejoins level 3 if he wasn't level 3 already, so his stat growth there is random. His wasn't the best, but it's not too important. We'll be keeping an eye on the speed for like the early game. We want him faster than Ryu for the most part, or Moriyama. And there is one part later where we need him to hit 100 magic. The odds of him not getting it are astronomical, but some of our runners here have gotten that before, so.
Surprisingly, it's not me, it's this guy. That's the one thing that has yet to happen to me. But, you know, our attempt to flee is immediately thwarted by Flick and Victor, who, if you're familiar with the series, are familiar faces right off the bat.
I
Now
have
we're
a
both
$56 donation from Flick that just says, I'm Flick, Flick of the Blue Lightning, and don't you forget it.
Ooh, let's go.
We definitely won't, because that cutscene where they stop us, if you actually pick the first option, Ryu will try to bust through, and Flick will promptly hit him with his sword. So he does hit you with the don't forget who I am moment real quick. Here we go. We had a little discussion with Flick and Victor after we were captured, and they asked us like straight up if we were going to try and escape, and Joey's like, yes. And they just let us go back into the cell anyway with the unsupervised situations. And lo and behold, here we go, lighting stuff on fire to try and escape.
They even just give us the ultimate lockpick, a spoon.
Yeah. They let you have the oily rag and the flint still.
Joey's last name is MacGyver.
Here's the rope that we picked up from the storage earlier, coming handy. And we're free.
We're Boy Scouts.
Doesn't he literally have a canon last name?
Yes.
Joey, yeah, it's Atreides, which sounds very familiar to a certain movie series that's kind of coming back right now. Wrong way. If I get the encounter because of that, I'm going to be sad. One extra step in the wrong direction. Let's go.
Do it.
Let's not mess that run up.
So if you're like one tile higher there, you'll trigger the cutscene earlier, and you'll slowly walk over to that spot instead of running.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of moments like that where you will run and approach a cutscene where it is more optimal to try and line yourself up with it, so you take less walking steps. So we'll try to do that as much as possible in all of the spots that I remember to, or that we remember to. So far, I'm like 1 for however many we've done so far.
We're here, we need some new characters. This is the Circus Trio, Rina, Eileen, and Bolgan, and they're doing their performance here in Ruby. And Eileen's whole shtick is she likes to throw knives at fruit.
On people's heads.
Yes.
It's a pretty big fruit.
Surely she'll hit it.
Yeah, of course.
Ouch.
Literally says ouch before she, because she could just not throw the knife, but she's like, you know, you moved. I told you not to, and then she makes us pay for it.
You caused this.
But it is actually faster to just take the knife to the chin. If not, you have to sit there for 3 fruits.
Yeah, as they get progressively smaller.
Yeah, and people cheer, and it's quite the scene. But we're in the need for speed, so we're gonna just ignore that.
So when you do get hit with a knife, you actually do lose half of your HP on Ryu, or Moriyama. Funny little thing that can happen with that is if you're at 1 HP beforehand, you'll actually be at 0 HP after that cutscene, which is, I think, the only instance in the game where you can have an out-of-battle HP 0 character.
Does it do anything?
No, I think the just next battle puts you back at 1 HP.
Okay. It's interesting. I probably knew that, but it's not something I think about. Here's a world map encounter. Not uncommon for this long of a walk, although you can make it without getting one.
So you might have noticed there that we had 4 options. There's fight, auto, just auto fights run, which is, you know, gamble to hopefully escape. And there's bribe, which basically pays money to get out of the battle. Formula for bribing is pretty straightforward. It's whatever the enemy, each enemy drops times 3 for the cost. So early game, for the cheaper enemies, we'll try to bribe, just for some consistency. Later on, we might do some of the more dangerous ones, or if we're in danger of dying, we'll hopefully have enough money to get out.
Yeah. It's like we need money throughout the run, so it's a little bit of like a double-edged sword. Like we could get out of a sticky situation, but it could come back to bite us later for a certain man and his dice, and then a certain other man and his other dice. But hopefully that won't come into play, but you never know. But here we are. We're trying to actually get back to Kiaro. These soldiers aren't going to let us go, but Rina had a conversation off screen with one of the soldiers, and now they're letting us go. How nice.
A little quid pro quo. She did his taxes for him.
Yes.
And, okay, that's reasonable.
One of the best accountants in Dunan.
Would like to remind y'all to not tempt fate when it comes to Taiho, because the last person who did that at Limit Break, things went horribly wrong. And then just to add insult to injury, people donated to name things after Taiho.
I remember, it was amazing.
And then they continued to for the rest of the event.
Taiho Army, Taiho Castle.
Well, if you think Taiho is bad in just the regular run, this 108 star run is special because we get to play that dice game 3 times.
And the later 2 are harder than the first one because you have to win more. So if you guys like watching us suffer, you know, this is the run for you.
Here's another
Time for a quick donation here.
Yeah, sure.
All right, we got a $15 donation from Nth Anomaly. It just says, supporting Murayama Sensei and all the runners from afar. Here's $5 for each of the runners' choices. It's spelt that way. So really quick, what are our runners' choices for now?
I think as long as it doesn't sound too bad to, you know, go for our own incentives, we want to get the Clive side quest met. Because the earlier we can do it, the more of it we can kind of fill into the run instead of doing it retroactively. Assuming that's good of you guys, of course.
Of course.
Yeah, live.
Alright, So here we got our first boss, Mr. Mist Monster. He has 800 HP, and we're very early game with base level, so our damage is a bit lacking. But we have the power of magic and some other stuff, so we should be okay. This is why we set up our equipment on Rena this way. We put 3 pairs of boots on her so she can't die in this fight. I haven't really mentioned the EXP route yet, but it's all very precise, at least in the early game. We can't take any extra battles. Characters dying in a battle will basically ruin the whole EXP round, so very important that these fights go smoothly. If you're going for a really good time, you can do a strat here that's a little bit less consistent, where you go for a Circus attack and a Ryu attack, and it'll depend heavily on the damage roll with Circus attack. Or if you have a good Vulcan speed, then you can have him use Fire Breath, which is a bit slower but consistent. But in the case of Marathon, there's another strat we can do where we just use an extra Flaming Arrow scroll. It's slow in terms of animation, and then we don't have access to it later, but it is 100% consistent, so very nice for this kind of setting.
Chunky Bolgan hit.
Double 16s.
Doesn't matter as much for the safe strat we're doing, but change? Worst turn?
Oh,
Let's go!
let's go!
Worst turn! Oh, wait, let's do this. Don't worry, I got it. Here we go. We get to see another buddy attack.
If we get a high roll here, we can serve the Flaming Arrow, so we are still kind of hoping for good damage.
because Bolgan did hit.
Okay, yeah. That's near bottom.
You see that number and you're doing a regular attempt, you are immediately resetting.
Maybe Ryu can crit, you never know.
A good crit. I guess it's worth playing it out. I've seen it happen a couple of times. But this should easily do enough damage to win, and we're past the game's first boss. Actually, a really tight fight doing it the regular strat. You'll usually only win by probably single-digit damages over what you need to do most times.
I don't remember if it was my PB for this or any percent, but for one of them, someone counted the damage because I was saying that the fight was really close, and it was exactly 800 out of 800.
Yeah, Seiglance has counted a couple for mine, and it has come up. So it is very tight at all times. So here we go. Here's our 70% run chance at its showing itself to us.
As always, right after Miss Monster for RJ instead of before.
I know. It'll literally always after. I get the first fight after Miss Monster, and I fail it every time. It's quite impressive.
Alright, so here we're finally getting back to Cairo, our hometown. We finally return home.
All right.
We want to go find our sister Nanami, see how she's doing, and maybe, you know, see what's going on.
I saw the rabbits come back, and I'm like, they're here to finish the job. And now that we're in Chiaro, since we're doing the 108-star route, we'll actually see our first instance of the first character we need to recruit here in just a sec. I'm saying this out loud to myself because when I was practicing, I did not recruit the character, and this is the only chance you have to recruit them before very late in the game, and it's too late.
Well, you can still get them, but it becomes completely RNG based, and well, might go very poorly.
That's right. I always try to forget you can get our good pal Muku Muku, the first recruit of the run, by just wandering the map. I forget that works for him.
I much prefer the talking to trees method of recruiting squirrels.
You talk to the tree 3 times where he was like, I know you're here. And then he takes a loop around and our caped squirrel friend comes with us. Big Muku Muku fan. For no other reason other than that I just like him. But here we go. Here's Nanami. Get a lot of what's really charming about this game is how much personality they give to the characters through their movements and like these very detailed sprites that you don't really see too much in a lot of games. You see she's quite eccentric, but she's also very loving.
Eccentric is not the word I think I'd use to describe her.
Oh yeah?
Although I don't have the right word either.
That's fair. You have a lot of time to think about that.
It's 4 a.m. My English is worse than usual. It's somewhere between fun and violent.
Quite violent,
Yeah,
as you
quite
see.
violent.
Presses our indentation into the wall behind us.
I was say, Mr. Murayama took it like a champ, though.
I did. Some slapstick comedy for you. Here we go. I guess technically she's joined as a recruit.
Something you do there, you can get a vase, one of the free vases from that spot right there. They actually sell for a decent bit, but then you have to pick them up and appraise them. There's a cutscene, and we're not quite that desperate for money yet.
But here we go. Unfortunately, people are aware that Joey and Murayama are back. And they've come looking for us. But don't worry, we still have more fire arrows.
This fight would be actually incredibly difficult without him. But thanks to flaming arrows, we just one-shot.
And luckily, so in the any percent route, like Zero was saying, the route is pretty tight on EXP. Luckily, having Muku Muku doesn't affect the route at all, so we can just play it like we normally would. Don't have to do anything with the rest of the run if experience was messed up. But so we just annihilated some soldiers, but they're like, you know, we should send some more. I hope they don't have any more fire arrows, even though we do. I didn't actually take a look at Ryu's
22.
magic. 22.
I got you.
We knew it. We knew it. We were saying it. I was like, Zero pays attention.
We're going to disprove that later for sure.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes when you're playing. But so here we go, Joey. This is Joey's scene getting cut up. His family just like, you know what? You're a traitor. So that's what's going on here. They started the narrative since Ryu and Murayama and Joey. It'll take me a little bit to get there, but I'll get there calling him Murayama. They since they know they escaped, they kind of started the rumor that those two are the traitors that basically initiated the surprise attack on that unit they were a part of. And everybody kind of just believes it. They eat it up, and now we're in jail.
The squirrel is a spy.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. Nothing says menacing like little booties on a squirrel.
Real quick, I could mention how the EXP system works in this game. It's pretty cool because it's unique to, I think, the Suikoden series for the most part. Most traditional JRPGs, as you advance in levels, you just need more and more EXP to level up, and enemies will give you more and more EXP. The Suikoden series is different in that the EXP scales on the difference in levels between you and the enemies. So let's say you're level 2 and the enemy's level 10, you will gain a lot of EXP from that battle. If you're level 10 and the enemy's level 10, it will be a pretty small amount. And for each level, it's 1,000 EXP. It's a really cool system because there are a lot of playable characters in Suikoden games, and so when you get new ones or you leave them alone for a while and you bring them along with you, they catch up in EXP really quickly. But we can also take advantage of that system in various ways. Another thing I should mention is that the EXP is divided based off the amount of people you have alive in your party, so we can get a big level up often by just having one person alive and picking up all the EXP from a higher level fight. We'll be seeing that later in the run. And that's why the XP route is so important, it's because we got to maintain a low enough level where we have the right level to maximize that EXP growth.
So you see, not only did they catch us, but just so the secret stays safe with them, they're going to have Murayama and Joey executed. But, as you just heard, some shenanigans went down, and lo and behold, here's Flick and Victor back to save the day. And then Route being Route is just going to kind of peace out. Luckily, Victor's very slow, so Route's able to get away.
Alright, so this part is really important. Joey's like, we should go rescue Nanami. And we're like, nah, she's fine.
She could use a little jail time.
Yep.
She can handle herself. She'll be okay. This is really important because, once again, the EXP route, but it also adds quite a few cutscenes that we don't want to watch. If we do get her, we can kind of fix things by just making extra trips and kicking her out of our party, but definitely want to say no there.
So now we're going to run all the way back to the Mercenary Fort, but this time we have Flick and Victor, which will make every encounter in here a let go now, which is a free runaway. Since Flick and Victor are at level 20, these enemies, we don't actually... the only thing we're really concerned about is how many encounters we get. Not that we can control that, but it's the only thing of note, because we can't actually fail any runs while we have Flick and Victor in our party.
I should mention that one of the perks of loading data from Suikoden 1 is that all your character's levels and weapon levels and some other things can transfer over. So, like for example, Flick and Victor's starting levels are 20, but if you were to say where they're higher level, they'll be higher. I purposely crafted the save so it wouldn't make any change to the route. But there is one exception. The highest level character they have in the first game joins 5 levels higher in this game. Well, what we did circumvent that is there's a point where we can choose which character we get, and then we don't get the other one. And the character we don't get is the one that's going to be higher level. So this is essentially, outside of having access to McDole side quests, completely similar to what a normal run would look like with no loaded data.
Yeah, because since Flick and Victor are in our party... Well, I guess we don't really use... We will use Flick a good amount for stuff, but I don't think we really need Victor for anything.
Oh, we just need him to die faster against Luca, pretty much.
Yeah, his job is to simply not exist at times during the run for us.
I mean, he does put in some work on Sword Dragon, Sword Abomination, I guess.
Yeah, he helps. He helps at some damage.
Sometimes, if he hits.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't miss.
True.
So 50-50, really.
Yeah. So we're walking back to the Mercenary Fort. Once we get there, Flick and Victor are like, well, if these guys are going to come for us next, why don't you go round up some soldiers, which is exactly what we aren't going to do, but we're going to pretend like we will.
So this part of the game kind of works on a point system where you need 17 points to progress the story. Getting characters, each character is 5 points. I think entering an area gets you 1 point for the not first time. And talking to an innkeeper gets you 1 point. So we're just going to do the obvious thing of talking to an innkeeper 17 times.
We don't need any extra help. No new friends right now.
That can wait.
Because anybody you recruit now has, like, if you have enough people, has a random chance to join us after we progress the story enough for the next bit of that story. So we want to have none of those people with us. So we really don't want to be recruiting anybody right now because it'll just make the strategies that we're going to use later a little more complicated. Or just slower, I guess.
Yeah, there isn't even anyone that's actually quick to get at this point for us. We don't have Nanami, so Zamza there is out, for example. Rikimaru costs 3,000. That's a lot of money in the early game. Bonaparte is like a super boss at this point. Kinnison and Shiro have a 5-minute timer from picking up the nest, so that all just takes too long. GK, if you have anything you'd like to add, this is a great time.
Oh, yes, we've been getting a bunch of donations coming in. So I got $5 from RP Priya that just says, did you just cheer and say worst turn on the first boss? Maybe I misheard you. Anyway, hi from the audience. Glad you found another game to run and it got into Limit Break. We have $27 from Suiko Fan, that just says, Suikoden is my favorite RPG series. My favorite characters are Sierra and Jess. They'll make a great pair.
Oh,
We have $20 from 30 cents. Just says, hey Zero, RJ, and Sieg, you'll all kill it on Suikoden 2. Best of luck to you three.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm saying thank you to the Jess comment, but oh wait, no, hold on. We gotta, see, that comment has me so thrown off. I don't even know how to do the run anymore. That felt targeted, honestly.
Got any time for any more?
Yeah, sure.
Cool. Got $5 from Airplane with no comment, but thank you very much. We got $5 from Anonymous Dad that just says, hello, RJ, Zero, and Sieg. Good luck. This donation is in honor of the game's featured true rune, the Rune of the Beginning. Because this joke is so lame, it will be the ruin of the beginning of your playthrough. I would also like to encourage everyone to donate to the McDole side quest incentive. It's guaranteed to bring you to tears.
Jeez, I wonder who that anonymous dad could be.
And I'd like to remind you all that we do still have the McDole side quest incentive at $200 out of 1,000, and you can also donate during this run to enter in for a chance to win a tier perler donated by Mizuki Bar. That is going to be running all the way until Xenoblade Chronicles 3, future redeem later. We also have a few other prizes for this block, including the Impact of Iwata book for $5 minimum, the Lame Mage Tactical RPG book set for $30 minimum, and East 1 and 2 Chronicles key for the previous run. That'll be a $5 donation. So I recommend it. It's a very cool pair of games. Just like the Suikoden first two are also a very cool pair of games.
I like how you explicitly said the first two.
They're the two that I have seen the most of on this channel. They're also the only two I've played.
I mean, what? You guys don't want a 12 hours so we can rerun at Limit Break? Where you can just die in the final dungeons?
This was meant as no shade. You're the ones throwing the shade.
That is the only game in the series I haven't run because I was making like a practice run through. Got 11 hours in and just died in the final dungeon. I'm just like, you know what? I'm not going to run this one.
It's the last one.
It's true. The Mad Lad right there. He did it. So somebody did do it. So a little bit of an update, I guess. So we went to Toto. We met Pilica. Her and her family were the ones that rescued Joey after he jumped down from the cliff earlier. And she asked us to go buy a gift for her dad. This was an amulet that she saw on Muse. It turns out it was kind of expensive, so we didn't want to help Joey pay for it, so he sold off his ring. And that gets us 1,500 potch, and we actually get to keep that money, so thanks, Joey. And now we're going to go back to Toto and hopefully deliver a nice present to Pilica to give to her dad, and everything will be nice and nothing bad will happen.
No, everything's fine.
They're a great family. Surely nothing will happen to them. This music isn't foreboding. Don't listen. Those houses always look like that. Well, it
Doesn't
looks
look
like we
great.
may have lied. This doesn't look good. But while we were gone for, a couple minutes of in-game, I'm guessing was a couple of days at least. Real time, we were gone for a couple minutes. In-game, it's been a couple of days. It looks like the Highland Army had made its way to this town. And the child Pilica, she is the only survivor.
She hid real good.
Hmm?
She hid real good.
Oh, yeah, she hid real good. Super good. There we go. We get to introduce to another familiar face. This game likes to hit you with some nostalgia right away with some of the characters they bring in. Apple being a character from the first game, as well as Flick and Victor.
She also appears in the third game. Spoilers.
He does.
She's a strategist. Strategists are a pretty recurring character in Suikoden games. This is going to be a large-scale war at some point, and we're going to need strategy to win. So it's her job to help us win. I have the utmost confidence in her abilities.
She will do a good job. She'll do what Apple does.
Lose.
I was gonna say play to her strengths, but
That's fair. That's what she does.
That's true. Honestly, she is a pretty decent strategist. She's just outshined by other ones, but
yeah.
she is competent.
Not everyone can be a Silverberg, but most people in the game that do strategy can be a Silverberg. Here we go. We come back. Apple tells Flick and Victor what's going on. Meanwhile, we're kind of just hanging out with Pilica.
If I'm not mistaken, then we actually do get some extra dialogue between Flick, Victor, and Apple because we loaded Suikoden 1 data, but since we're turboing, I did not read it at all.
So while we're down here, we're going to make a quick detour to sharpen Ryu's weapon for 2 reasons. It's going to help us possibly with the level up fight we may need to do in the next section we're going to, and it'll help us with the duel that we're going to do when we come back.
So pretty soon from now, we're going to have to prove our strength to Flick, and that's going to be in the form of a duel. It's actually the hardest duel in the run.
For real.
We're going to have to make a safety save before it. We're going to gear up specifically as, well, I don't want to say as much as we can, but as much as the XP route allows us to comfortably do, and it is not a guaranteed win still. But, you know, if we have to, we'll just save and reload, and we'll try again. Part of the reason it's so difficult is because of how the damage formula works. So, basically the short version of the damage formula is attack minus defense plus a random number between 1 and 9. And at the early game, when we're still low level and stats are low, that random damage roll makes a big difference. Later on, it's going to be insignificant, but at this point, that can swing our damage from, say, like 16 to 34. And we need to do 50.
Don't mind that guy sleeping there. We'll figure that out later.
Just take
Just
it
going to pop a quick save here, because sometimes this level up battle we were going to do in the forest could go awry, or you could just, have a good 70% escape chance and an encounter could just blast you. So we're going to play it on the safe side.
Death is pretty unlikely, but it can happen if you're just unlucky enough. The harder part is usually just finding the right battle, and if it's spiders, not having anyone die.
Why do I feel like you're looking at me?
Where do you want me to look?
Here we go. First battle, first failed escape.
These are pretty bad too because they have really slow animations and they like to go one by one.
And they can do quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, they hurt. If you fail 2, you'll probably want to bribe the 3rd. And they're not a cheap bribe. It's like 1,260 or so, which for where we are at the game, that's like a quarter of our money.
Well, we'll pick up that bird nest for a recruit that we'll come back for way later. Not
Nope.
enough. So did we say what fights we're looking for?
We did not. So we are looking for 5 spiders or 3 slugs. Those are the only fights that kind of work with our EXP route. Yeah, you can hold on to it, I guess.
Oh no, they're back. Okay, good. This time they weren't as mad at us.
That is the worst battle in here, just because of animation time on every failed escape. One of the more annoying things is that there's also groups of 2 slugs and 3 spiders, and the game loves to give you those to mock you. Especially the 3 spiders, because it has a slower animation. Alright, nice.
So if we're paying attention, so normally Joey actually has the second set of fire arrows, and we could possibly keep 1 or 2 from this. We won't have any. But if we're paying attention while Ryu has the fire arrows, which Zero did for us, other speeds don't matter. I was trying to look, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, so we could, if we're paying attention to Ryu's magic stat after the fight we do with Nanami, as long as he has 22 magic, he could actually use the fire arrows to kill those snails, so we don't have to menu them back. So if you're paying attention, you could save yourself a little bit of extra time.
Yeah. And then you get 5 spiders, you'll probably just still want to menu it back to Joey.
Yeah, to save it for after the impending war battles.
So here we're going to get a new character at Sai. We also get another reference to the first game in Fire Spears. They were the secret weapon that we used to beat Teo McDowell's army. And Sai is a weaponsmith or so, and he can restore the ones that Flick and Victor held on to. Since we already got the level up fight, we can actually add him into our party, and that'll help us with our escape rate, which is rather nice. We could also steal his armor and make our duel a bit safer, which we are going to do. Give him 1 more accessory. The game's best equip is funky sometimes. Even though you have an extra slot, it just won't give you stuff.
That's good, right?
Yeah, that's good.
I guess I could have given him the leather hat, too.
It's fine. What difference can 1 point of defense make? I'm sorry, I just cursed this so hard.
I'm just playing the game. I just work here.
Do you?
You might be able to say that again. Not really. No. I don't know what I'm talking about. But here we go. We're running back through the forest. Hopefully, Sai will help us with any escapes we may need, or hopefully we don't get any. That would be cool. Look at us go.
Nice.
Wow.
Oh, man.
We already had you. You're talking.
No.
Thanks, Sai. You know what? I said such nice things about you, and you didn't deserve it.
That's right. Ryu didn't get hit, remember Moriyama. That's the most important thing right now because we're going to need full HP for the upcoming duel. Since he's healthy, we don't have to heal, which is nice. Not bad.
Yeah, it honestly wasn't too bad. One encounter on or 2 encounters on the way back. Really not too bad.
We got the right battle fairly quickly. The only bad part was the woodpeckers. And even that wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Yeah. See, if you can't tell, even though bad things happen, they're not as bad as they could be. So we're like, yeah, pretty good. Having a great time. But we get introduced to some more of Luca Blight's brutality here, as we actually get to witness one of the villages being burned or razed. See, this lady's begging, and he says, you know what, if you want to beg, why don't you act like a pig? You know, she does it.
He enjoys the performance.
Must be pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Let's see how much he likes it. He didn't like it.
Yeah, I don't think you liked it.
That's pretty toxic.
I mean, I liked it. If I was there, it would have went differently.
Who would you be in this scenario?
I don't know. There isn't a good answer, is there?
No, I don't think so, no.
Anyway, Ryu, Joey, and Sai are just watching this whole thing. Joey feels like he wants to intervene, and Sai's like, no. And then we agree with Sai because it's faster.
Yeah, if you try to do something, then Sai will just attack you from behind, knock you out. And it just takes a little bit longer.
So at this point, all of the villages in this area have been burned to the ground, except for Radat is technically down there, but pretty far away. Hopefully they don't come for the fort. Surely they won't come for the fort.
I'm sure they will, but they will never take our fort. It's Great Lion flag.
True. Well, yeah, we'll talk about that more in a sec, too. But yeah, here we go. We're going to run out of our way down here to make a save. We're about to do this duel with Flick we've been alluding to. And there is a pattern where you could just die, and it is out of your control. So best to be a little safe with it.
So, dual system in Suikoden is pretty straightforward. It's more or less rock, paper, scissors. It's an attack, a wild attack, and a defend command. Attack beats defend. Wild attack beats attack, and defend beats wild attack. We generally don't want to see attack, because that's the only one you can't avoid damage from. Did I say wild attack or attack? We don't want flick to attack. If he defends, that's a little bit slower. If he wild attacks, that's great, because we defend and get a double damage counter. Wild attack and defends on wild attacks do 2x damage, and attacks do 1x.
So here we go, an attack. Not great damage.
Yeah, pretty low rolls for both of us. That's another attack. If we don't do enough here, we're in a lot of danger. Wow, we are 2 off.
Okay, we're okay. We're okay. He decided he was going to defend. If he would have attacked there, we would have died.
Yeah, we can't take free hits. We just don't have the stats for it, even if we put on more armor. He actually did pretty low damage with his 2 attacks. Usually does more. Oh, army name incentive. Where are we at right now? Because it is time.
All right. Let me just do a very quick refresh. So we're cutting that off?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So the army will be Army. Aurmie.
Army.
And as a real quick check-in, how long do we have until the castle?
It's like another hour and a half or so.
Correct. That's
Okay,
correct.
roger that.
I think so.
That's correct, right?
And yeah.
Okay.
Yes, that is
Okay.
correct.
Cool.
The tab I'm remote streaming through is coming in at not the best resolution, so it's taking a moment. But we are good. So really quick, that also begs the question. What is about how long do we have on the Clive and McDole side quests?
We can do those essentially at the end of the run, so 7-hour mark or so, a little bit further than that probably, depending on how the run goes. But if we can get them met earlier, we can incorporate them into a route a little bit nicer, at least in the instance of Clive. So.
Absolutely. We have a $5 anonymous dad donation again that just says, donate to the Clive side quest, or Elza.
Thank you, Anonymous Dad.
Thank you, Anonymous Dad, whoever you are.
True mystery.
Here we go. We're actually getting ready to We're getting ready to make a stand against the Highland Army. We're ready anytime for it. I was actually born ready.
So those of you that have played the NA version of the game might notice a little difference here compared to your normal playthroughs. We actually have music. This is normally bugged in like normal releases, but we are playing with the music patch, which just fixes this, along with a few other tracks. So enjoy.
Honestly, I just heard this song specifically for the first time this week because of this patch. So I had never heard it before this point. It's pretty funny. It throws me off a little bit, I won't lie. But it is nice to hear something other than flaming arrows.
We can choose the Fire Spear here if we had damage on, like, say, 2 in the column and try to get rid of some soldiers. If you hit 2, it's kind of worth it, but no luck.
2 weights there, that's pretty nice.
The bow's a little unfortunate. Bow attack animations are a little bit longer than just normal melee attacks.
Yeah, take that, Seed. That's what you get for messing with Sai.
Doesn't go badly so far.
Yeah, 2 weights is pretty good.
Generally, we want units to die because if they're dead, they don't move. But if they do survive, we don't want them to take damage because that does add animation. Another win condition for this fight is for Solon G's unit to go down, but the odds of getting that to happen are extremely low, and it's not really worth going for.
Yeah, because the fight is going to end after this turn.
Yeah.
So you have 2 tries to do it, 2 turns to get it done.
The war battles in this game, for better or for worse, are pretty scripted. There's very little, and there's very few battles where you actually have to do something to win, other than like maybe get to a certain spot or wait a certain amount of turns. And the ones where you do have to do something, well, those are a whole other can of worms.
We did it! We stopped them from coming. Just kidding, they're already here again. With more soldiers. I'm sure we'll be fine, though. We could do this.
We got this.
I think you got it.
Okay, yeah. See, that's the best bit of confidence I've had so far. But there is actually an interesting tech to this fight. Hopefully we get to show it off. It all kind of depends what Flick does. Hopefully he doesn't go beneath us.
Yeah.
Oh,
There he
there he
goes.
goes.
I guess I said that out loud, huh? I'm just gonna wait.
You asked for it.
So there is a possibility that Flick could still move. We have 3 turns to get. We want to move down 2 spaces. We have 3 turns to get it done. So it's possible he can move, but a lot of the times he likes to flick it up and be in the way. Hey, look at that guy!
Yeah. So we want to do is turn 1. Part of the reason is, not that. Yeah, part of the reason is if we move down, then Flick can't block that spot. The soldiers can enter from 2 directions here, top right, but that always takes forever because, as you can see, everyone's guarding the top right or the bottom, where you will get ambushed. Spoiler alert. In like 2 seconds, probably. But there is a trick found by the Chinese tasker I mentioned earlier. I'm sorry, I'm just not even going to try anymore. Where if you move Moriyama down 2 spots from your starting point, the soldier will actually spawn inside the fort and the battle ends instantly. That's really handy because sometimes it takes a while to walk in.
Yeah, you could get lucky and have like the first person walk in and it's not that bad, or it could be the last person, or it can even if Flick doesn't move and sits there, it could be like an extra turn.
Yeah, you can have the whole army move. Sometimes the guy will just decide to chill also. War battles are fun.
And I don't know, Ryu probably has an extremely low chance of actually dying, but just, you know,
They do. Yeah.
for me playing the game, I'm gonna just heal him up, keep it safe.
So there are like I don't want to call it relationship mechanics because it's not that kind of relationship. But essentially, characters can protect each other in this game and can also like get berserk. Wow, did he get any of them?
That's right, we got a counter.
Anyway, characters can protect each other or get berserk if one of them goes down. And Joey will protect Moriyama if he gets low enough. But we could still get unlucky and have him like attack, get countered, and then go down. If that happens, our XP route is just over. And it will be incredibly hard to recover from that point. I'm honestly not sure what we would do.
Yeah. So fingers crossed.
Yeah. So healing is a safe play there.
Yeah, it's not good. We'll be fine, especially after the level up. They get a little sturdier.
The HP does carry over from your Flick duel earlier, so if we had a cleaner Flick duel or he did some wild attacks or just didn't hit us like one more time, then we could have skipped the duel. Also, we've been flaming arrowing a lot. This is where the flaming arrows are really nice, and we did manage to save some. They make these fights quite a bit faster. Counter? Let's go!
Ryu! Mirama! I'm very much a habitual person, so if I spend like a long time saying somebody's name the way, like the actual characters' names or doing a strat a certain way, it is very hard for me to change it. I need a lot of practice, but I'm sure I'll get there by the end of the run.
I have faith. Fun fact about that option right there, it's one of 2 options that I know about in the game where if you don't pick something, the game will pick for you. It'll just dance on its own, whereas pretty much every other option, you can just leave it there forever.
Yeah, if you don't pick an option, Ryu just stands in the doorway and watches this happen.
Yeah, it's the same as picking Pick Saber.
It's like, I've seen what this guy does. I'm not getting in there. I don't even know that kid. But luckily, Flick and Victor to the rescue yet again. Also, rip pole.
Rest in peace.
But here we go. This is where I was talking about earlier, where if we had recruited anybody, they would have a chance to be put into our party now. It gives you a full party of 6 as long as you have enough people, and if you have more, it's a random party. Pretty interesting casual playthrough experience. You can get a different party every single time, depending on who you recruit.
Yeah, and you can change it. Like, throughout most of the game, you can change your party, but right now, at this specific point, there's no way to adjust your party. So whoever you get, you're stuck with, pretty much.
Yeah. So really what we're going to do is a tiny bit of walking back up to Toto, and then we're going to have a pretty long cutscene. So if we have some stuff we want to address from GK, now would be a pretty good time.
I would just like to point out that I got some water here, and that the Sui in Suikoden means water. Stay hydrated, everybody.
True.
So we got a $25 donation from Perky Plays Games. Just says, Suikoden 2 hitting me right in the nostalgia. Best of luck on the run.
Thank you.
Also have $10 from Meeshers that just says, "Go RJ."
Thank you, Meeshers. So we get back to Toto. Pilika's like, I have something to do. My planet needs me, and she just wanders off.
Store-wise, basically Victor Flick told us, hey, let's meet at Muse. So that's where we're headed before Pilka goes on her little journey here into this random cave inside of the town.
We couldn't get in here earlier, or can you?
No, it's sealed off.
I didn't know if you could like get to this room thing.
Maybe
Can't say I've honestly ever tried.
Maybe if we find you out of bounds. We'll hopefully get to see a lot of those in the Glitch exhibition.
Yeah, if you like out of bounds and goofy things, the Glitch exhibition is pretty great. Zero put a lot of time and effort into the stuff he's gonna show off, and it is pretty funny, some of it. So if you like funny stuff too,
I do hope I get to show it off.
yeah, it's a good time. It's a good time. We were watching it throughout the week, setting it up a little bit.
I had like a private Glitch exhibition for my friends here in our hotel room.
It's the perks. It's who you know. Here we go. We get interested to another series familiar face, Leknot.
She has a habit of showing up late night in bedrooms unannounced, but each their own.
That's prime conversation time. When I'm half awake and I don't understand what she's saying. Here we go again, right into a pretty lengthy cutscene. So at any point in time, if we're yapping and you want to bother us, GK, feel free. Otherwise, we'll just kind of, we get to watch children, like a child, Ryu, Nanami, and Joey do some stuff.
I mean, these are some pretty great cutscenes. But yeah, I'd just like to remind y'all, we are RPG Limit Break 2024 coming at you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, and we're raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. In an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we'd like to encourage our viewers in our chat room, as a reminder, we do try to destigmatize and use less terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, etc. And we ask you consider using substitutes for these kinds of terms in your daily lives. NAMI offers a free US-based peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, as well as their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. The NAMI helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. You can reach them by calling 1-800-950-6264, or you can visit nami.org/help to access all of NAMI's helpline resources and contact information. In general, NAMI's website at nami.com is just a great resource for all sorts of things mental health, and they have all sorts of resources available for dealing with mental health stuff. I have a good friend actually who attended Limit Break many years ago, and they told me how much it's been a great help for them.
Yeah, the whole reason we're here for NAMI and everything is just it's such a great organization. They do so many good things, and it's a privilege to be able to show off a game not only that we love, but do it for something that is so valuable and so helpful to so many people. Truly grateful for the experience. Here we go. We're still in the kid phase of this. But it is funny. I think this is one of the only times, other than like in this flashback, that you get to see Ryu talk like unprompted by us.
I will also mention that if we did rescue Nanami in Cairo, we would get an extra cutscene here.
I probably honestly don't even remember because you just aren't supposed to do that.
Yeah, there's a dialogue where they're about to leave town where it's like, or we'll come back here one day, right?
Oh yeah,
And
I do remember that cutscene.
And they're like, right, or I don't think so. And the funny thing is, there's actually a little skip you can do to skip that dialogue in Cairo. And if you skip it, you still get it in the flashback.
You're like, this was all correct until this point. I don't remember this one. I ran through a wall.
This action right here, by the way, we could have had Joey put in the carving to the rock for us, and that actually is shown in the cutscene. It's a cool touch.
Mm-hmm.
It is based off of what we did in-game and the options that we selected. The upcoming one as well, I think the dialogue is based off the dialogue option you chose.
Yeah, you could be like, I'm here, Joey, or you can do the infamous no decision, multiple ellipses. So we are getting to the end of this, at least. At least this cutscene. There is still more stuff to do in this cave. Don't worry, we didn't come into this cave just for this. There's more. You don't
Just like us for real.
Yeah, this is actually a cutscene of the week we had.
We're Ryu, Joey, and Nanami.
Yes. Who's who? I'll be Nanami. I think I give off that energy.
Oh, Seiki has longer hair, so I guess it's Joey. At least he has Ryu.
You go Leknot back again to just yap a little bit. But she tells us about like the true rune. There's a true rune in here, or at least two halves of it. Or it's split into two halves in here, and we're going to take the left path. Joey is going to take the right path, and we will get the bright shield rune, and Joey will get the black sword rune. Two halves of the rune of beginning.
Also, here's a sound effect you don't normally hear.
Yeah, this threw me off a lot when I did a little bit of practice yesterday. I was like, am I getting abducted by aliens? Like, what's happening right now? I was like, close the window. Pretty interesting. We're experiencing this together, chat. Although some of you might have heard it.
Alright, so we got a rune, Sprite Shield, and Black Sword for Joey, both of which are pretty good for different reasons. The shield doesn't do too much damage, at least not until the very end of the run. But it's a great defensive rune, has really good healing options. And Black Sword's all about damage. It does a lot, and we will take advantage of it quite a bit in the coming parts.
We're done hanging out in this cave. When it all said and done, we're kind of just back in that initial tablet room. And I'm guessing we disappeared. Pilka acts like we were gone and came back. Gengen is just straight chillin'. Unfazed by reality. He misses his well. Nice green pigs.
Those are boars. Right?
Nice green boars.
We'll see some pigs later. I think they generally aren't green.
That's true. They're not. Here we go. Rendezvousing at Muse is not going to work out the way we want it to. The guard's like, nobody's allowed in.
Need a permit.
You need a permit. And then finally we get our friends, Nanami and Muku Muku. If you don't choose to rescue them in Kiaro, this is where they come back to us. You can see Nanami trying to get in, doing more of her Nanami things.
The guard says she has a pug nose. She threatens to rip his lips off.
Yeah.
And then he calls for backup.
And then she comes up, she's like, hey, what have you guys been doing? How have you been? And Ryu's like, great. That's it.
So if you say no to Nanami at the start when you're supposed to rescue her, this is where she rejoins you with Muku Muku, of course.
This is the real reason. The real recruit's back.
Yeah. Nanami, you can go. Muku Muku, you can stay.
I love that squirrel. What a guy. Here we go. We're gonna take a. Since we can't get into Muse, we're just gonna go to the next closest place, which happens to be an inn. How fortunate for us.
I don't know how she gets business normally. She's like 10 steps away from Muse.
This exact situation, they're like, one day they're gonna close the gates and people are gonna need somewhere to stay. This is the place. We get introduced to Hilda and Alex. Two eventual recruitable characters, but not for a little bit. And Alex comes in talking about some sort of ruins that are in the general area, and Hilda's like, hey guy, we have some guests. He's like, I don't care, and then runs away. I don't know if that's the exact dialogue, but that's the impression I get.
I think that was it, word for word.
I know, maybe I was right. So you can tell Joey's sleeping here because of the Z's.
And Pilka wakes him up in a way that I don't completely understand.
Yeah, it doesn't really make a ton of sense, but I mean, I guess you're just getting in there and shoving him out, and there's only so many ways you can do that with the sprites. But Gengen gets his own room.
Yeah, Gengen's
Oh no,
like
Muku Muku's here in this, I forgot. Muku Muku and Gengen get their own rooms.
Muku Muku gets his own bed.
Yeah. All right, we spent our night here. Let's get out of here. Go do what's next. Oh, it's Alex. Wow.
He's upset because nobody wants to go treasure hunting with him. Relatable.
He did ask us to go treasure hunting a few times, and I'm like, I don't know. Anyway.
Is that your code word for karaoke?
Ooh, it might be.
I'd be pretty sad if nobody wanted to go to karaoke with me, but luckily that is not what happened at all.
Time for a donation?
Yeah, sure.
Awesome. Got $5. I'm gonna leave y'all to guess who this is from. And just in addition to Green Hill, did you know that Victor's Fort is also haunted? There have been reports of a lot of poltergeist activity there. That is from Anonymous Dad.
No way. I never would have guessed.
Just keep an eye on those pigs throughout this whole little scenario, but we're running up. Alex comes running in as we're about to leave, and we overhear him talking about how he wants to go through ruins, but they're too dangerous, and we're like, whoa, we'll help. I think that they mentioned having permits, right? He mentions going to Muse and saying that nobody will come with them, so we're like, hey, we'll help you if you let us have some of your permits. And he like kind of eyes us up a little bit. He's like, yeah, you guys can come, but that kid can't. Even though, you know, in the grand scheme of life, Pilika and Alex are probably similar in usefulness.
Well, that's not true.
I guess
Alex runs the shop.
Yeah, I guess he's good at pushing the buttons.
And he counts as Star of Destiny.
That's true.
Pilika just complains.
She does.
Here we go. This is one of the...
Oh, boy.
Okay, good. I was about to say, this is probably one of the scariest, heaviest reset points of the run, no matter what category you're doing. It's pretty much the same no matter what, but...
So those cards you just saw, they're called Nightmares. They're very appropriately... Oh, there they are again. Okay, well, perfect.
Boy.
They give me a live demonstration. I don't have to commentate.
This is exactly why we don't like the Nightmares. They have very slow animations, and some of them could actually be quite deadly.
Yeah. They basically roll an element. I don't remember if all 5 are in the pool or if it's just 4, but...
Not Muku Muku!
No!
No! Oh, anybody but him!
So yeah, they're slow, they do a lot of damage, they're dangerous. On top of that, they're the most expensive enemy to bribe in the whole dungeon. It would cost you 1,500 per card, or is it 750 per card? These guys are nice. These guys
it's
are
a
really cheap,
1,500
right?
total bribe.
Yeah, 750 per card. Or later on, there'll be a group of one more of them as well, and that one's just miserable. Yeah.
So hopefully we got it out of our system and we don't see any more cards.
Surely.
But yeah, the creepers are pretty cheap bribes. The green guys, we could bribe some of them. Here's another enemy that's in here.
Oh.
At least these guys have pretty fast animation, so it's not too bad if we fail this, unless we fail like 7 times.
No!
Oh, man.
Leave him alone.
Poor Muku Muku. He did not deserve this. Right, the whole theme of Sindar is there's basically these plates that you got to put into doors to open doors. Pretty straightforward puzzle.
Just gotta know where to go.
There's like one optional one, but we won't be going there because it's optional and far away. Even though you can get quite a bit of money for it. There's a magic drain room there that sells for 1,500 or 15,000.
Here's a slight deviation from the any % route. We actually go out of our way to grab a fire lizard rune that's in this chest. We'll be using that shortly.
The fire lizard is a weapon rune. You attach to the character's weapon, and they will do 1.5x damage. It will add a fire element to their weapon as well. But the downside is you take half the damage that you deal, so not that great. But we have some very specific uses for it. That it's one of the few things that can actually do what it does, which is damage ourselves. This is going great so far.
This is about as Sindar can get. We still have to look for a very specific fight after a certain point once we put this triangle plate in, which could also be something. Oh my goodness.
Essentially, the enemies get more dangerous after that point because this is clearly not dangerous enough. And from that pool of enemies, there is a set of either 5 megawatts or 4 salamanders that we need to find.
I was just a little spooked. I don't know what's going to happen, so we're going to heal up Joey and
It's a good call.
Miriyama so we could be extra safe. This place likes to test you. Like, how safe do you want to be? We'll push that.
I actually died here in the recent race we did to prep for this.
It really is just a scary place. We are about to do another menu to set up.
So I did mention earlier how the level up mechanics work. Our goal for this area essentially is to find one of those groups I mentioned earlier and have Joey be the only survivor for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna give him a Jizo. Maybe give him an extra accessory.
Yeah,
for
it's
the
like
next
I
menu.
just noticed the menu, the
Yeah.
medicine too.
Gauntlets.
Yeah. All right. Set up.
And now it's just a matter of finding the right battle and then, you know, getting what we need out of it. These guys aren't good, but luckily we ran. They do quite a bit of damage, but at least their animations aren't as bad as the nightmares.
True. But you want to know what they can do? They hang out with the nightmares. They're in
Yeah.
cahoots with each other.
Here we get another pretty nice piece of armor, chainmail. It's like 15 defense as opposed to our lever code's 4. Oh, nice. All the battles.
Oh!
Oh,
I thought I hit. Sorry, I thought I hit X and I was just getting ahead of myself. So there's a little bit of menu lag sometimes, and I played myself.
Oh,
Here's the other one.
This is the better one too, in my opinion. So that worked out nicely. Good play.
Yeah, see, I knew it was gonna happen. We were gonna get the 2 fights we did back to back. The second one was gonna be the better one. That's funny. I've never actually ran from the fight before.
Yeah, usually you just die. And that,
Yay.
that was a great start.
Yeah, it's a good start. Oh my goodness! Oh, I was like, did we do it? He had 7 health.
So close. Like I said, the goal here is to have only Joey survive. The problem is Joey tends to protect Moriyama as he should. So, okay, nice. That was a really good fight. We are essentially waiting for them to do a claw attack once Moriyama gets into red HP. This was super smooth. 3 turns is great.
Yeah, honestly, as far as it can go, about as good as it gets, or as good as you could hope to get most times.
In theory, you can get a 2-turn, but it's exceptionally rare. And as you saw, Joey went from level 9 to level 29 there. And the really big part about that is that he hits the threshold of 100 magic. I haven't talked about it, how magic works too much in it yet so far, but essentially you get magic runes. They generally have 1 or 4 spells to them, and you have MP. And it's not like standard MP of like most like Final Fantasy games where they just cost different amounts. You essentially have slots. And so like let's say you have 7 slot 1 MP, that means you have 7 level 1 spells. You have 4 slot 2 MP, that'll give you 4 level 2 spells. And as you level up, you unlock more slots. 100 magic is important because that's when you get a level 4 spell, your first level 4 spell, along with getting 2 level 3 spells. And we're going to need all of those for the upcoming boss.
I'm just sitting here foaming at the mouth because this is like a million times better than my PB, and we're saving.
If you submit this for a PB, I'll verify it.
Thanks, bud. Clearly, we're definitely PBing for sure.
It'd be pretty great if your PB had Clive and McDole.
Yeah.
It sounds like a gross misuse of moderator powers. I respect it so much.
The Suikoden community does what they do.
Here we get our second boss of the run. Our strat here is pretty straightforward. Joey just uses his best magic and everybody else dies.
Yep. The double head here can do various attacks. There's 3 different attacks. He has a physical attack, which is the fastest, a ice attack, which I think is a little faster than the fire attack, which is the 3rd attack. I'm not sure. They're like probably pretty close.
It's hard to tell too because he kind of does this head bob animation and it can delay them when the menu comes up, so it's actually hard to say what's faster.
Yeah, here's the ice attack. I think it's faster than the fire one, but I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
It's one of those things where there's no real point in timing because what's going to change?
I just need to know.
I'm sorry.
The curiosity. It's too much.
And here you get to see some cool black sword animations. You enjoy them while they last because we won't get to see these too much more often after this fight.
Hey, there's the melee.
A big 1 damage there.
Yeah, I think like typically if you're playing casually, you'll probably be like in the level 15 area, somewhere around there. I vaguely remember being 16, probably fighting more things than you ever needed to.
Yeah, assuming you kill most things, you're probably like around 15, 14-ish.
So Joey being level 29 is just way too much for this place.
To be fair, if he didn't have the black sword rune, it would still take quite a while. The black sword rune is what really outputs the damage there.
Yeah, the final spell, Hungry Friend or Fiend?
Yeah, I think it's friend. It's like us at Korean barbecue.
Yeah, Hungry Friend. Yeah, we were at Korean barbecue eating beef bulgogi. We were the Hungry Friends. Does a lot of damage. And then the second spells do adequate damage.
Yeah. It's comparable. It's better than, say, a lightning rune, which was actually one of our biggest source of damage throughout the run. So Joey puts in work.
Every time I guess where the escape talisman, if it's going to be at the top or the bottom, I am always wrong.
It's never correct.
I'm never right. So, we found the treasure Alex was looking for after fighting Doublehead. It ended up being a bag of herbs, and Alex feels embarrassed that it isn't like gold or, valuable treasure. So he's like, I'm too embarrassed, and I'm just going to leave it here. You guys almost died for me, and I'm not even going to keep it. But maybe we'll have a use for it.
Oh no, bad music.
Yeah, Muku does not care. Everybody else runs over here. He just stays. He's like, you guys take care of this. I am just a squirrel. But yes, Hilda is passed out. They send Joey to go find a doctor. Where he's gonna go, I do not know. That's for Joey and only Joey to know. And then they're like, maybe if we could just, what if we had something, anything?
Some
to
kind
help
of
her out.
medicine, perhaps.
What if we had some herbs we just found? So we're going to go back and get the herbs.
Yeah. This is part of the story. We found the true treasure is the friends we made along the way.
And a bag of herbs.
You're 1 hour in. It's too early for that.
But this is literally the friends we made along the way, the speed run.
That is very true. Speaking of friends, y'all have time for a donation?
Yeah, sure. This is just a little bit of cutscene action going on.
Cool. We got $20 from Suiko Fan. Once again, just saying, donation for the roleplay as Alex, Hilda, and Pete in Muse Gate incentive. And we have $16 from Prudish Duckling. Just says, Suikoden is such a great series. I wish 4 got more love, but to each their own. Let's go, Eiyuden Castle.
Let's go.
Let's
Aiden,
go,
great
Eiyuden
game.
Castle. Yeah, Eiyuden Chronicles. We didn't really talk about it. We're named after Yoshitaka Murayama, the creator of the series, who sadly passed away this February before seeing the release of his new game, Eiyuden Chronicles 100 Heroes. So...
Yeah, I'm glad Murayama was the name that got chosen. That feels really fitting.
Yeah, honestly, I was rooting for it.
All right, so I'll be Alex.
Oh, don't worry. I got Nanami.
All right.
You're Pete.
I'm Pete, I guess.
He
You
does
look
that-
exactly like
yeah,
him.
That is the biggest resemblance for sure.
Everybody's just rejoining. I think that in the first game, when you had people rejoin or join your parties, you didn't really have an opportunity to fix a lot of the party members' formations when you came in, so you ended up with a lot of short-range characters in the back, and I think this game overcompensated for that a lot.
Oh, you don't like a pawn on the back of your party? Well, here, formation change anytime anything happens.
All right, here we go. Ho ho ho! I'm a very adult woman.
Me.
Oh, see, that's my husband, and this is our child Pete. Oh, this way. Great job.
Come on, Pete.
You nailed it. He didn't do anything.
They got suspicious as soon as they saw Pete. The jail cell, our familiar place.
Is it the first handoff?
We can do it when you leave Muse. Oh no, we're gonna do it when the Highland soldier or a state soldier walks away slowly.
Kind of cryptic, but it really isn't. He made it sound a lot more mysterious than it is.
I wasn't trying to be mysterious.
But you did anyway. You have that mysterium about you. I'm always saying that, right?
You sure are.
See? This is why we like Seiglance. He's always backing me up. I'm saying things mostly not accurate, and he's just like, yep, that's how it goes.
Just like how when you volunteered to do the first part of the run.
All right, yeah, he made that up. I don't know how I got roped into this, but here we are. Well, we are coming up close. This is a co-op run, as the title would say, so we're getting close to our first handoff, where Zero will be taking over.
I can't wait.
He's gonna have a blast.
I got the Gilbert War Battle and the dice game. It's gonna be a good time.
You asked for this.
It's true. I
Just
did.
like I apparently asked to be doing whatever this is, and you asked for this, but you actually
To
did.
be fair, I didn't want part 2. I wanted part 5. Part 2 just happened to come with it.
Yeah, you get the it's a package deal.
Hey, if you want to get the fun part, you got to get the Taiho.
Yes. See,
I think Sig's the real loser here though, because he gets Taiho Shiloh and Green Hill.
so we spend a night in jail. Lick and Victor come in, basically laugh at us for getting put in jail, and then they tell them to let us go. And
Go
we-
right, go right.
Oh right, yep.
Yeah. It's really important that we do this because there is a missable character called Clive, and together we need to trigger this cutscene.
If you didn't notice, the one side quest involves Clive, so not doing this would have been, not the best. You could, if I happened to get all the way there without getting the cues of him literally telling me to do it, we can't just
Yeah,
do it on the way back.
you would still have time. To
Would have
fix
been the
it.
end of the world, but it's better to just do it now.
Plus, we need to equip this Fire Lizard onto Moriyama anyway, so.
It's not be always first year.
I think it depends on the Sindar party. It's like, it's a little weird.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I've ever had her be the first person. That threw me off a little bit.
It's a little inconsistent. Well, it's consistent. It just depends on what formation you did in Sindar, which has also been inconsistent.
Mhm.
Because that depends on speed and, like, flaming arrow count.
Right.
I could figure it out, but that would require effort.
I'll just sit here wondering forever.
Yeah.
It's okay. Some things are better left unsaid or unfigured out. We go introduced to the mayor of Muse, Annabelle, and somebody's favorite character, Jess.
Not the bars, I can tell you. I was actively trying to find Jess skips not that long ago.
Yeah, the glitch exhibition involved Jess Skip. Never found. Still sad to this day. But Annabelle seems to know a lot about us already.
And our grandpa Genkaku said something about how they were never able to atone for their sins against him.
Yeah, and we're like, atone for crimes? She's like, oh, I'll tell you later. It's not that big of a deal.
So they basically say, go ahead, go explore this building, because that's, every kid's idea of a good time.
Do you like the government? We'll walk around and look at it.
I count some of these bookshelves.
What do you think are on those books?
Some old books. I think there actually is an old book in one of these.
So what we do, we actually walk into... we walk into this storeroom, and Jess is in here talking to whoever that is, and they're like, we need to find out what the Highland soldiers are up to. And they have a pair of uniforms from the brigade that we were actually a part of. And he's like, you look like you guys would fit into these. How about you sneak into the enemy camp and tell us how much supplies they have? And we're like, okay, I guess. So that's what we're going to do.
We don't really have a choice in the matter.
Yeah. I don't want to do it, but...
The game wants us to do it,
Yeah,
so we
we're
gotta
gonna.
do it.
Oh, wait. No. I'll fix it. I'll fix it.
Okay, I was gonna fix it, but it's okay. You fix it.
I'll fix it. We were supposed to
It's
do
so
a little
sweet.
bit of a formation swap.
Don't forget about Anita, though.
I didn't.
That was RNG manip. The dust clouds advanced RNG, and now down.
Oh, no.
We failed it. Oh no! This is the worst option. So the way Anita works, she's on a point system. It actually uses kindness points, which we'll talk about later. But to recruit her, you need to get 5 kindness points and then talk to her. And the way you get kindness points is by doing a request for her, essentially. And the request you get is random. There's 3. She can ask for an antitoxin. She can, basically the compliment request and the wine request. And the wine request is the worst one because it only gets you 1 point, whereas the other ones get you 2. So now if we get unlucky and get wine again, we actually need to do an extra dialogue with her or an extra request. Now, the problem is there's only 3 good opportunities to do it, so we'll have to do a save and reload or an extra re-enter here if we want to be proactive. That's slow.
So here we get a little bit of a teaser of the Clive side quest. This isn't us just, we have to do that. So if you're interested in seeing the thrilling conclusion of the only 2 characters with guns, get those donations in for the Clive side quest.
Donate for guns.
My friend, we are a family event.
But yeah, it is a pretty interesting story, and honestly, it's one of the most asked about things while I've been running this game. Everyone's always like, "Are you going to do the whole Clive side quest?" And it's not really in the cards for. It's not necessary at all to do the whole quest. After a certain point, you get Clive without even really continuing the story whatsoever. And you don't need to do the whole story, so it's always asked. So do
Right.
all of those people a favor and get those donations.
I jumped the gun a bit on this.
Just a little bit. That's okay.
All right. So here we're going to look for some bunnies because they kill us faster than armadillos, and we want to die with Murayama and Nanami. All right, this is a good one. These guys hurt. Hopefully we get good targeting. The one annoying things that can happen here is that we get low with Ryu, and then he starts getting protected by Joey. That's probably low enough HP, though. Okay, no, that's a little
It's
sketchy.
like it's a sketchy one.
Yeah. Yeah, as you can
Classic. Throw your hatchets.
see. Oh, this is where the Fire of the Wizard comes in nicely, even if they don't hit me, which they didn't. We can just get countered.
That's good too.
And we are good now.
I'm kind of glad we named him Murayama because y'all have found so many different ways to mispronounce Rio. I'm kind of impressed.
It's kind of my whole shtick that I don't pronounce anything correctly. I was just playing this game as a young kid. I pronounced them incorrect back then, and I've continued it to this day.
I apparently mispronounced Weekend for like 15 years. Turns out there's a commercial that actually says it, so. Must be for a source.
To be fair, I mean, it's mostly the same, but different pitch accent. I used to pronounce it Suikoden. So, Suikoden. I'm actually not even entirely sure which one it is.
Yeah, I don't even know what I used to call it. I think I used to call it Suikoden. I don't know.
Gross. No one's ever said it like that. You're the only one.
Wow. I feel so alone. Alright, we can now give Murayama some stuff back.
Yeah, we're going to set him up. We're going to be doing a little bit of a leveling up stuff with Murayama and Nanami.
Yeah, this will be another instance of us really taking advantage of the XP system. This will probably be the most egregious one. We're going to jump from level 10 to level 55. We're supposed to be like level 20 right now.
Yeah. And this will help us with a number of things.
Yeah. The big threshold we're looking for is level 40 because that unlocks Murayama's head slot for his rune, which is his third one. Anything higher is better though if you're like running with exactly 40, which can happen sometimes in any percent because it's a bit more variable there. You can you don't get Legos in certain areas and your duels end up a bit slower. It's one of those things where it's fine, but it can bleed time throughout the course of a run. 55 is a very nice level, but we'll be keeping that for like the next 6 hours or so.
Yeah. Legit like final dungeon leveling.
Yeah. If you're playing casually and just around final dungeon, you'll probably be around like level 58.
Yeah, I think the next time we'll see Ryu gain a level will be all the way in Rock Axe Castle.
Yep. You will jump to a massive level 56 there.
But this is also interesting. This whole Highland Camp scenario is different than the any percent. Normally in any percent, we want to manage Nanami's level a little differently, so we'll bring Sai and Gengen with us. Well, we don't bring them here because we're just trying to. We don't do a glitch, or we don't use a glitch in tech that will eventually use, but we use it a lot earlier in any percent, so we don't need to set up the same way. We're just trying to get Ryu his big level up and Nanami a decent level up.
Yeah, she'll jump to like 34, I believe, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
The reason we want to be lower than 90% is because we want to trigger something called the Violence Rune, which basically when you lose half your HP, you get a 4.5x multiplier for the next turn, and that is very abusable. But we won't be getting that early, so we have no real need to get ahead of ourselves and get her weak. She'll just be doing normal attacks. In that case, the stats are actually nice. She does a bit more damage.
Here we are having a conversation with the Princess of Highland with the totally normal table that has 2 chairs on one random side.
And of course, they sit shoulder to shoulder.
Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't they sit next to each other?
Just like us, for real. All right, so we can't have Ryu level or Moriyama level up here, so this is where the Fire Lizard comes in because Joey tends to protect him. Ooh, nice crit. He even knocked him down. Let's go. Actually, does save a tiny bit of time because it's one less animation.
Yeah.
But even at level 10, it's really hard for him to die naturally here. That's why the Fire Lizard is important. There's a decent chance that they all just die to Joey counters before they kill Ryu.
Yeah. So you go. Keep him down for this. The next level up tech for Murayama will be in the next fight.
That one actually is a bit dangerous. Now remember me that we didn't save at the end, so I'm a little nervous, but we should be okay.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
Yeah, nothing can go wrong. As long as we're fast enough to get Great Blessing, which I'm sure we are, won't be a problem. The reason is we go into this fight with 1 HP on Nanami and Murayama, and our goal is to finish the fight with only Murayama alive. He can one-shot the fight, but we need Nanami to die first. So we're going to Great Blessing. You can also play this with a medicine on yourself, and it's faster, but it is a little bit more dangerous. We're going for the safer option, Great Blessing. The sound effect is so loud.
That was pretty loud. It's not like a game thing, it's just that random effect.
Yeah. All right, good.
All right, there we go.
Now we just Shining Light and easy peasy.
Pretty standard. So the important thing about the level up for Nanami is we could actually leave now. We don't have to do any more fights. But if you kind of dawdle, you pick the classic Murayama ... dialogue option, we will get into another fight with the same amount of soldiers.
Yeah.
Little less hullabaloo going on. We're just going to Shining Light them and get Nanami her level up because it'll be good. She'll get like, I think it's 37 if I remember correct.
34, I think.
34. We're gonna find out who's right. It's probably you. In a battle of who's right about anything involving this game, Zero is the person who's right. We'll just go with that.
Let's see. Oh, no, true.
34. You were right.
Vindication.
I probably. You want to know? I probably thought it was 37 because I'm sure I've done it wrong at some point.
No, you can't get 37 here. I don't know what you're thinking of. She does hit 37 later on because
maybe I'm just thinking of that.
Since she doesn't get to level 55, she actually will get natural level ups throughout the course of the run, unlike Moriyama here, who's going to be at this level for the next 5-6 hours or so. He also had really good strength, by the way. He had 152. The last few runs I did, he was like 144 or something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Swole. Hitting the gym.
It's really only relevant for duels because it does use your real stats for that. It'll let me hopefully one-turn Amada and like some stuff like that, but ultimately it doesn't matter too much.
Ryu was getting into RPG limit break shape, doing push-ups.
Hey, look, there's a recruitable character named Tuda. But he doesn't count. We don't need him.
We do, just not right now.
Yeah, he will auto-join later. But if you don't get him now, you can't ever get recipe for sandwiches, which is very complex, and I don't know how we'll survive without that.
I just imagine them in the kitchen. They have all this stuff. They're just like, oh, what do I do? Tuna!
If I recall correctly, Juan gives it to you, or it's like in the bookshelf in his house right there, which is right by where Tuda hangs out. But if you don't get Tuda, you don't get the option. So for a 100% category, you would have to get Tuda here. Anyway, we went to go see Jess, but they didn't let us in because of an important meeting or something. So we go and talk to Victor Flick, tell him what happened. Victor's like, don't worry, I got this neat trick for dealing with politicians and government officials. I got this, guys.
And if you know anything about Victor from the series, you can imagine it's going to be very subtle, graceful. Hey, there's a good option.
That's a good one. Right there, if you pick option 1, you only get 1 point, but if you say, I've never seen swordswoman so beautiful, you get 2 points. You just got a razor.
Yeah.
Well, at least he waited an hour and a half.
Yeah, an hour and a half to mention Riz. All right.
Shout out to our friend Jack. So, we missed a little trick. Maybe the chat was paying attention because I wasn't.
Yeah, so Victor's trick to dealing with government officials is to, like, just body them.
Yeah. Casual chest tackle.
Yeah. Some other characters, future stars possibly, in that conversation as well.
And some that are definitely not future stars. To our great disappointment. All right, so basically we're going to go and wait for Joey right now. Nami's already waiting outside. We're going to go meet up with her. And we're going to reminisce a bit, have some nice talks. Actually, you know what? I'm kind of tired. I think it's time to go to sleep. Maybe hang out at the pub.
Yeah, if you stay there and hang out, you have this like nice not a nice but like a impactful emotional moment. But usually it's faster for Ryu to kind of just be a jerk about everything. So those are the dialogue options we go with. He's like, you don't have to wait with me. Like, you must be tired. He's like,
I just want to
You're
point out, look at the amount of booze this man drank.
this scene is something. There's so many bottles of wine. There's 2 full chickens. There's whatever's in that pot back there. I don't know what they were doing.
Man's
or what Ryu was
hungry.
doing. Yeah, Ryu is definitely in for Korean barbecue.
He needs those gains. Gotta get the protein. You
It's
whole
true.
chickens after your workout.
That's true.
They just jumped 45 levels. Alright. So Joey came back. He escaped somehow. We don't really get the details on how that happened. For those, you got to play the Suikoden. Alright. This will be our 3rd Anita point, or 5th Anita point, hopefully.
All
Nice.
right.
Let's go.
Nice.
So we do get her now. I was pretty worried with the wine option being the first one, but the last 2 were good.
Yeah, if we didn't get if it was another wine option, would antitoxin have worked too?
Yeah, antitoxin would have worked.
Yeah, so if we would have gotten wine again. Is this the part where we can't even get wine?
Yeah, you'd have to wait
Okay.
until after the war battle. And then since that's shorter point, we would then have to save again, soft reset, and then get another point.
Mhm.
Good times.
But we didn't have to. We got a good Anita recruitment.
Also, fun fact there, if you ask her out on a date, I think you get like 5 extra kindness points.
New tech.
It's actually anti-tech, because for any character we actually want to use in this run, we want their kindness points to be negative, and we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
So
What was I thinking?
Anita, like, her recruitment essentially makes her completely unviable. There might be more characters that get kindness points off recruitment. I never looked into it too closely. I know the only one I know for sure is Anita, so she's the only one that knocks herself out of the running. Anyway, Joey, Victor and Flick invited us to this big meeting of all these state officials and government leaders where they're going to discuss their plan of attack for the war. Lots of important people here. Also, there's a flag of the Ninja Turtles.
It's a cameo. We'll get to see it shortly.
Which Ninja Turtle was it again?
It's
It's
Leo.
Leonardo.
Oh, there you go.
You'll know when you see
Yeah,
it.
you'll know.
Because you can tell them apart so easily.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they have
Bandanas
different
are
colored
different-
bandanas.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
I'm just so excited now.
All right, here we go.
Also,
It's
check
time.
out that girl. Check that Flick right there.
That seems to happen a lot.
Yeah.
She's still staring at him.
There it is.
There it is.
On the left there. It looks like Leonardo. That's actually the Green Hill flag, which is, aside from it not actually being Leonardo, it's just funny that their flag is an actual green hill. Everybody else has this, normal flag of patterns and colors and stuff, and they're like, ooh, Green Hill, what should we put on it? I don't know. Let's ask my 5-year-old niece.
I'm surprised she didn't put a blue hedgehog on it.
That so could have been Rock Axe.
So essentially, everyone's hesitant to help us out at this point, send reinforcements. Until the Knights kind of show up, because Mikotov and Camus convinced Gerudo. Everyone else says that they're going to take longer, so we're going to have to stall for time a little bit. And, of course, the way to do that is to end turn every turn in your war battle.
Yes, it's to sit there patiently. Things will work themselves out if you just let it happen.
Hold the line!
Hold the line.
This is also the one war battle that's the worst in this category, because it's the only war battle in the game where there's a recruitable character. And he is not guaranteed to join the battle. You have to damage him, and, well, you can just not damage him sometimes. It happens.
Fingers crossed that doesn't happen. But all it is we're going to make a save before we actually get into the battle. And if we don't get him, we will just soft reset until we get him. Because unfortunately, we have to. We have to get Gilbert in this next war battle.
The best source of damage we have is Fire Spears, and we have 2 of those. Each of those has a 50% chance to damage a unit. So if you don't get those 2, we're just going to call it quits early and just reload.
Yeah, because you could... Flick will most likely continue to... Well, actually, that's not even true. If there's another unit that he could shoot arrows at instead of fighting Gilbert, he'll do that instead. So the odds of recruiting Gilbert after using up your fire arrows goes down dramatically.
Yeah.
So it's just not even worth like playing out because this fight's actually pretty long at the same time.
If I had to make up some numbers, like first 2 fire speeds 75%, and then if you like do the whole fight after the fire speeds failed, like and take a total of the chance, it's like 90. I say 15% chance to get it to work.
Yeah, so fingers crossed we'll just get it right away.
Yeah, I totally made those numbers up. Well, past the 75%.
You sound so you always sound so convincing. I just don't ask questions.
There is a fun piece of tech in this war battle where Apple will give you some dialogue at the start, but if you're really fast, every single turn you can skip it.
So Victor doesn't.
Oh.
Victor doesn't really do. Wait, Flick didn't move.
No, he never moves turn 1.
Oh, turn 1. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. But yeah, Victor will kind of hang out too with us. So Flick's gonna go do again Flick things.
Flick at least goes for Gilbert, which is nice. By the way, even if we get him, we're not out of the woods because he can die.
Let's go. All right, yeah, but like Zero just said, this isn't home free yet. They're in war battles. It is possible for non-plot armored characters to die permanently. So there is still a chance that at some point Gilbert can get killed by any of these units moving towards him right now and be dead permanently. We'll have to soft reset.
Yeah. It's not exclusive to this battle either. Generally, any non-story character can die. It's just outside of this, there aren't too many very dangerous battles where you can have a unit die, but we do still have to be somewhat careful and mindful of it.
This is kind of an interesting enemy pattern.
Yeah, really spread out formation. Anyway, at this point, I basically do nothing. I just don't turn every turn.
Moment of truth. Will Gilbert be dead forever, or
Well,
is he just going to go away for a bit?
At least we can get to reset early if he dies. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, that's his death dialogue. Wounded!
Wounded!
Yeah!
They really make you sit on the edge of your seat.
It's funny because they are programmed to have a wounded dialogue and a death dialogue. But for some reason, it just doesn't use the correct one. He gets the death dialogue essentially no matter what, but it can be wounded or death. It's weird.
And now that happened, honestly, it's not the worst thing in the world because that's just one less person to get into a fight with people.
Yeah.
A lot of those soldiers the foot soldiers that are off in no man's land up there are going to take a while to get involved with anything. So
Yeah, the scenario's pretty good. One little piece of tech, shout out to Connor Cordell who found this. If you mash X when it's like characters you don't control are selecting attack, it actually makes it go slightly faster. It selects it for them. Which also made Go ahead.
Why am I not surprised Connor Cordell found something in a long PS1 RPG speedrun? Like, kind of his brand.
yeah, it's such a goofy thing too that like nobody else like noticed, or maybe they did and just didn't notice because it's such a slight thing.
Who would think to mash during like enemy actions?
Yeah. But also, we're basically going to be doing this for the next few minutes still. So if we have anything we want to talk about, that'll be a good time.
Absolutely. We have a $5 donation from Anonymous. No comment, but thank you very much.
I thought it was
We
the
have
dad
another
again.
$100 donation from Anonymous with no comment, but thank you very much for your donations. We appreciate all your donations. Comments or no. Just as a reminder, you can put those towards incentives. I believe a couple of these went towards the glitch exhibition, which is currently sitting at 400. Just currently sitting at $421 out of $500. So we're almost there for the glitch exhibition. We still have a bit of ways to go on the Clive side quest that is currently at $334.46 out of 1,000. So it's just a hair over a third of the way there. And then the McDowell side quest is at 200 out of 1,000. So do need a little bit more love for those ones, but we're inching there, and I, as you said, it was towards the end of the run that those are cut off, so we still do have time to get those met.
Yes, we can make this happen, Chad.
I actually got a really rare dialogue there. The state soldier got injured, so Apple gave us an extra dialogue. It's, hey, if your soldier's injured, you can go on the town and it'll heal him.
Oh, yeah. It's kind of weird that they're even all, like, a lot of times you'll do this, the Highland people won't even make it to you, at least, or your unit, so it's pretty interesting.
Wow, Miklatov is completely surrounded there. You guys see that?
Yep.
2 guys on every side. Yeah, this is a very unusual formation. We don't really care because, for the battle's just going to end after a certain turn count anyway, and we don't actually have to do anything outside getting Gilbert. But there is actually a lot of variance in how the fight goes. You can swing pretty much a minute in either direction pretty easily, just depending on how much combat there is, how many units die, etc., etc. Hey, we got Seed.
And that could actually be pretty nice because Seed could. That basically means like none of these characters will get. It's one less fight right now, so not too bad. Mickeltop having a field day.
Or send more people. Make it a challenge. They haven't even injured them yet.
Which is pretty unusual. I feel like every time I do this, the Matilda Knights come in, immediately get owned, and then and then that's the whole fight.
Yeah.
Yay! Look at him go. I'm almost impressed.
Almost.
I've been hurt too many times.
It's nice. Victor is also getting to avoid combat for the whole fight because no one got near him. The only annoying thing is the double bow and bow action. These are really slow.
And Flick's dying. So.
This actually scares me because Hannah can, in theory, die.
True. That would be so tragic.
That would be the worst thing ever.
All right. We're good.
It's incredibly rare. It's something you'll see like maybe 100 runs, but you know, what better time to see it than in the marathon setting?
And at the very end of the fight would have just been so painful.
The last enemy action of the whole fight. So we got some dialogue choices coming up here where Nanami wants to talk to us essentially, and we're like, no, I'm going to bed. This is important because it actually skips a cutscene of Joey where he talks to Kage, and then we have to run all the way back into our bed, which is where we want to be.
True. Yeah, so Joey's acting a little sketchy now.
In the shadow.
Talking to ninjas.
Oddly enough, it's Sunny behind him, but he's in the shadow.
Yeah.
You could say that's some foreshadowing right there.
Yeah. I wouldn't say that, but yeah.
I'm not quite as good at this as Nominous Dad is. I'm doing my best.
Yeah, nobody's that good.
This feels kind of weird to me because I actually have Anita here. It's been a few runs since I've actually had Anita before I finished the war battle.
Yeah.
Anyway, from here it's smooth sailing for a bit, which is rather nice. We just got some cutscenes.
Yeah, smooth sailing.
For like 5 minutes, and then the pain comes back. Shout out to OmniGamer for no particular reason.
Other than being OmniGamer.
True. OmniGamer did spend a lot of time in around 2019, essentially rerouting all of Any%. Found a lot of new stuff. Big shout out to him. I'd say he's like the grandfather of Suikoden II speedrunning. I think he did the first runs, or at least the first ones that I know of. That's actually what got me into it. I saw his Any% run. I'm like, hey, I want to do that too, but I want to save Nanami, so I didn't want to wait.
Honestly, that's still like on one of my records for like favorite marathon run I'd seen. I was up really late working on schoolwork before flying to Limit Break the next day that year, and that run kept me awake like the entire night. It was just really good.
Yeah, OmniGamer always puts on a good show, especially that second run. I think it's done 2 at Limit Break now, and the second one was just amazing content. I'm hoping we don't replicate an art run.
Well, that would have been a 6-hour run where you don't get 108 stars. So hopefully, I would hope you wouldn't replicate it. Otherwise, your category is wrong.
Oh, I was just referring to Tai-Ho.
Still fair.
But true, yeah.
To be fair, Tai-Ho was a big part of that.
Yes.
So with that, I would like to make just one very brief little announcement. So due to some circumstances, we're going to be shifting around our hosting a little bit here. I'm going to be sending it off to Alicel, who's going to be taking over for the next few hours. So thank y'all for being there with me. Hope y'all enjoy the rest of the run. And she should do a great job for you.
Thank you, GK.
Thanks, GK.
Thank you.
And thank you so much to GK. I am Alicel. I am going to be here for the next little while, and I am happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. I hope you're ready for. You're coming at the one of the biggest meme parts of the entire game.
Do you like dice and bowls?
Yeah, what's your opinion on dice and dice-related activities?
I mean, I do love the clacky clackies.
That's fair. I don't know. In relevance to this game, I don't know.
I feel
But
like
generally, I agree with what you're saying.
I feel like you'd appreciate New Game Plus for Aiden.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, we won't talk about. There's a move that one character does that has a lot of quackity quackies.
But here we go. We're going up to see Annabelle. It's finally time to talk about the stuff she said she would talk about with us. Her great-grandfather, or just grandfather, Genkaku.
Great as in he was awesome, not as in our great grandfather.
Yeah, he's super cool.
Yeah. He actually does get a lot of background. He is an amazing character.
Mhm.
Sadly, we don't get to see like one of the coolest scenes in the speedrun where Victor gives us like his whole backstory. But yeah, that's like a few minutes. We don't have time for that.
Joey, what are you doing? So this is where Joey goes full heel. Heel turn. He's here to assassinate Annabelle.
Turns out when he was captured by Howling, he made a deal essentially, where he will help them take over Muse. You dropped your guard, boy.
And Annabelle tries to defend herself.
She was aiming for Joey, but with that glass, but she hit the floor instead. If only she drank less.
If only she had better aim.
That alcohol was really good though, apparently.
Hey, man. I assume hanging out with Victor is a good time.
Yeah, definitely. That guy knows how to have fun.
But unfortunately, this kind of like happens to everybody he gets close to, so it was almost written in the stars.
If you're a
of
redhead
destiny.
and a major leader, stay far away from Victor.
So unfortunately for Annabelle, Joey is successful. And with this happening also initiates like a surprise attack from Highland. So we're just going to try to escape.
Yeah, Joey opens the gate pretty much. Lets the Highland Army in.
Jess also came in and saw us sitting there and thinks Miriama and Nanami are the murderers.
We're brilliant masterminds. We assassinate the mayor and then just hang out
Yeah,
next
we
to
just
her.
stood there.
Yeah.
Nice encounter it.
Hey, we don't have 3 yet. I'm taking it.
There's still time. We still have to get out of the city.
True, but I'm happy with sub 4. Sub 4 encounters is good. It doesn't really matter. It's just like
No.
3 seconds per battle.
Yeah.
But we like to meet.
We like to dwell on encounters a lot.
Yeah, 2 battles. Pretty good.
Yeah, no, that's pretty good.
Pretty
Two's good.
All right, here comes the best part of the run.
Sleeping under the tree.
So I'm going to hype up the glitch exhibition a little bit. There is a... So we're going to recruit Rikimaru soon in Coronet. There actually is a glitch that we're going to do here. It's not really optional. So to recruit him, you got to pay for his food, and that costs 3,000 Poch. If you recruit him in Ruby, you do have to pay the 3,000 Poch, but if you recruit him in Coronet, it doesn't actually take the money from you. But there is a pretty cool out of bounds you can do with his recruitment as well. And if the glitch exhibition's met, I will get to showcase that and some of the things you can do with it.
It's very good.
I hear that one of the people we see during that glitch exhibition saved RPG Lone Break's life.
It's true. I saw it with my own eyes.
No, wait, I actually do get him now. I got so used to doing the glitch.
We have to wait. We're so close.
So close.
And speaking of that glitch exhibition, we are $421 out of $500. So yeah, we are just creeping up on that. Do get those donations in. We do have a few incentives here for this game. We've got the Clive side quest, the McDole side quest, and this glitch exhibition, as well as to name Castle.
Which is coming fairly soon.
Yeah, that is coming fast.
Half an hour or so. All right, so there we go. We got Rikimaru, and we kept our wallets intact. Wish I could say the same for us after Korean barbecue.
True.
It was worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was very delicious. So delicious that we keep talking about it.
don't know. Ricky Mori ate a lot of food. Made me think of it.
That's true. At least he was feasting.
All right, so here we're going to meet some of our old friends from earlier, but you can't enter from the first floor because, I don't know, you have to go around and enter from the second.
Yeah, there's like a guy downstairs that won't let you come up the stairs that are behind this innkeeper. You have to go through
renovations.
The door. They're doing renovations, but all
The
you do is
stairs were
walk up
open
here.
30 seconds ago.
Sir, this is a work zone. You need a hard hat to enter. But we're reunited with our circus friends.
I regale us with the stories of how she saved our lives.
Yes.
Well, let me say, hey, what's going on? Who are these girls?
What now?
Now we save. I don't like saving for this, but marathon setting.
Yep.
I mean, if you're doing like a normal run, you never would. If you lose all your money here, you're just done. But you can recover this decently if you lose your money, especially if you're playing a bit safer. I did pick up a fire stealing rune at the Highland camp, so I do have some stuff I can sell. But you can lose that money too. You can just keep losing, so we're just going to save. So here we're about to meet another recurring character, everyone's favorite from Suikoden 1, Mr. Tai-Ho. I'm stuck!
And in the spirit of playing Chincharorin, I have in fact brought my own dice to play along with them. I will be rolling them on the table in front of us. Who will win, Taiho, Miriyama, or me? I'm getting on the boat.
I think no matter what, you're the real winner.
I brought my dice from home.
Tai-Ho's classic. Oh, you want a boat ride? All right, well, beat me in a game of dice.
All right, here we go. I got a 6!
Let's go!
Oh, he tied me! Oh, we lost for real.
The only loser here was Murayama. It's all right. We can just try again until we're out of money.
Great. Yeah, until we're poor. I'm sorry, son. Looks like the only luck you have is bad luck.
Son.
Here we go. I got triples!
Take the controller.
He got a 2.
Sure, we can
Winnable!
do it too.
Winnable! Let's go! Not so painful. 1 fail, not too bad.
Yeah, I'd be pretty happy with this. I mean, I am pretty happy with this, but I would be too.
Come see me at the Chincharorin table after the run.
Trust me, you don't want to do that. All right. So, funny little distinction between any percent and the weight star. And with 108 star, or with any percent, we would actually take a completely different trip here, where we travel around the world going north. Use something called the Matilda glitch to wrap around, essentially. But here we're just gonna do the natural thing and take the boat ride. 61 magic. Let's go, Eiley.
Nice.
Oh, and 69 magic on Rena. Also nice.
Nice. Yeah, Eileen's magic actually does make a difference. That wasn't just, more shenanigans.
Rena's was shenanigans. Eileen's was actually good.
Yeah, Rena was shenanigans. We can't get away with that one. But Eileen's does make a difference for some of the fights coming up. So it's nice to see her already hit a level that she could be well under.
Yeah. She gets pretty wide fluctuation. She generally ranges somewhere like 56 to 60. 61 is actually on the very high end. But the threshold we're looking for is 60. 60 gets her 1 level free spell, and that is useful in 2 fights coming up.
Yeah.
If she was like 56, 57, there's an extra fight where if we find it, we can consider taking it with the hot, sexy Minotaur man.
You spoiled the surprise.
I'm sorry. They haven't seen them. They just heard them. I'm building up suspense. But those can get you 2 levels, and that can get you to 60 magic. In that case, it actually does save time, but only if you would have not had it for both fights and got it for both fights off of that fight. Otherwise, it's not worth it. So, pretty situational. So, ooh, Ivy, what are you doing there? Manami's sweating in the bottom right. Ooh.
right on our way out here to prepare for a recruit later, we're going to talk to an NPC that warns us of some
Nasty scoundrels
nasty
attacking women, if I
scoundrels,
recall
yes.
correctly. Yeah, only attack girls who would do such a thing.
So that'll set up a recruitment later.
And
I
now-
know it's one of your favorite characters, also one of
Yeah.
mine. Probably you too.
Yeah, I like her
Cool
a lot.
character, yeah.
Yeah. We will use her for a little bit.
Yeah, it's cool.
She's
That's
very
the fun
useful.
part about 108 Star is that you occasionally just get to have a random character be somewhat useful. In which case, doing any percent you would never even look at.
Yeah. Oh, I recognize this guy. That's Bear.
That's Bear.
Here.
Yeah, so picking that third option isn't just a funny option. It does make Victor run up close, like run up to you instead of like a stroll. So it is the fastest option to pick, other than being a little goofy.
And that makes me very happy.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a great option. I think I'd pick it even if it was the slowest.
The only thing better than a meme is a useful meme.
True.
So
he got blocked by the
yeah, so the weird the NPCs here can like kind of mess with Victor's movement. I've had him just do circles for like 10 seconds. We got a little bit of jankness there.
I do love when he just walks circles around
Yeah.
the lady. Oh, soon we get to introduce trading for the first time.
Oh yeah, a big part of 108 Star, or I guess every Suikoden game, is the trader that you have to recruit. No different in this game. And we have a very special route to take.
Did you guys bring the mayonnaise?
Did I bring the mayonnaise?
So essentially, we're gonna have to make 50,000 in trading profits to recruit a character, and we have a very specific route to do that. And involves a lot of mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise and costumes.
Yeah. With a thrown in gold bar.
Maybe a book. Maybe some deer antlers.
That
Who
sounds
knows?
like the worst dish ever.
I know. Honestly, I don't want to be a part of whatever it is, but I can't say I'm not intrigued.
Anyway, here we meet Grandmeyer, the mayor of South Window, and he tells us about some suspicious happenings with people going missing, and he asks us to check it out. We also get Freed Y, super useful character, said no one ever.
And we do get a little bit of a cutscene here. About, I don't know, 30-ish seconds.
If host has anything to add, this is a good time. If not, we can let the music play.
Absolutely. We do have a $10 donation from Decapent. Great event and one of my all-time favorite game. I want to see the glitch. And
You do want to see the glitch.
we have $5 from C Unit 123123. Make sure to keep the iced tea away from Zero smiley face.
One spill on RPG Limit Break, and I can't live it down.
I hope you enjoyed that cutscene of Robert Pattinson playing an organ.
All right, we're going to stop by, and you'd think we'd buy armor, right? We don't need that. We're going to sell all our armor instead.
We're hungry for money.
We also want our characters to die faster later on. So 2 birds, 1 stone. Get some extra spending money and set them up for later. We do need 24,000 or so right now at this moment. Anything extra is going towards the gambling fund.
The please just join our army fund.
All right, unlucky with the mayo and unlucky with the native costumes. Good start.
3-2.
Yeah. So the way it works is the amount of money you have to spend is always the same, but the cost and stock are the ones that are like fluctuate. So you can get a stock of 3 or 5 mayonnaise, and if it's a stock of 3, it'll be 500 per mayonnaise. Stock of 5 will be 300 per. So 1,500 will always be the total. But we always want the higher stock because then we can sell it for more later on, since we'll have more to sell. We got both bad rolls there, 3 and 2, where you can get up to 5-3. As long as we get one decent one, we'll be okay. If we get 2 bad ones on the next trip, that's kind of rough. We will have to make up for it by selling a lot of sugar.
We're just adding more to the party.
Yeah. We actually have inventory space issues with the amount of sugar we have to buy. Alright, and here we're finally going to buy some lightning runes. This is going to be like essentially the most useful magic rune for us, with some exceptions. It's just a really good single target rune. And that's good for us because we generally only really need it for bosses. Alright, that on to you. Or you can get the Spark Crystal onto Nami. We got that off the double head fight early. It's actually a really cool rune. What it does is essentially once the person with the Spark Rune attacks, your whole party will attack after them. Then it puts you your action order to first.
Yeah, it's really useful. And we get some decent characters to use it with Nanami. Nanami's just kind of fast in general. Like, she would be a good candidate just casually. And then Ryu eventually will get it. And him being level 55 means he has pretty decent speed.
We give him some speed gear too as well.
Yeah,
just for the really fast bosses. That is actually a distinction between 108 and any percent. And that Ryu gets or Mariyama gets the Spark Rune.
Yes.
Yeah. I think Nanami keeps it the whole time at any percent. If I'm not mistaken.
I think you kind of just give it to her to free up the space to get the violence off of
Well,
her.
you want the Spark too. Oh.
I don't think you really needed it at
I don't know,
80%.
man. There's been a few renditions of the route.
Mm-hmm.
Check the notes. So here we run into our old friend, Robert Pattinson.
Robert Pattinson, he's back. We got to see that absolutely mesmerizing performance. And we get to meet him in person. But you know what they say, never meet your heroes.
It was nice enough to let us on backstage.
Groupies!
Here you definitely want to run away. If not, you get into a force fight, and you can't win. You can't damage Robert Pattinson yet, so you just have to sit there for 5 turns until it ends. Also, don't make decision for me.
Yeah, don't make decisions for me. Whatever. Just such a random option to make.
It's like decisions. Decision.
Don't make decision for me.
All this killing in front of a children.
But really, so next we're going to have to run through a dungeon along with this walk. So anything to talk about? Probably a decent time for it.
Sure. You may have noticed us talking about incentives and prizes. That means via your generous donations, you get to potentially name characters, make our runners complete difficult or ridiculous tasks, or help pick which story you get to see in certain games. You can also become eligible to win numerous prizes donated by community members. Remember that 100% of your donations go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness. For more information, check the channel bio for a link to the 2024 tracker.
I'm looking for them. I don't need them, I want them.
We do have a meme encounter in here that we like to see. We're hoping we see them. Zero did allude to them already.
Yeah, it's not really useful, especially in this instance of the run, but it's just some nice eye candy.
I mean, chat loves eye candy.
Let's go! Hot Minotaur men in your area! Woo! All right.
I want to advertise a fake website, but I don't know if that's allowed.
Yeah, no, we're not doing the whole thing. We're not doing the whole thing today. But yes, we do love the Minotaur men. And their Lee dungarees.
And their 6-pack abs. Coming up, we actually do have some very challenging rock puzzles.
It's true, you failed one of them earlier.
Why you gotta call me out like that?
Easy.
What do you mean easy? That was hard.
Look at you stopping to get a little bit of that.
Oh, I almost did it again.
So this puzzle's pretty fun. So yeah, they want you to push both rocks, but you really don't need to.
Yeah. And this one, you're supposed to push 4, but you can get away with just pushing this one. We do want to pick up the stuff up here. Plus, our friend Old Man is here.
Yeah, he'll teleport you out of the cave. Not that I know anything about that.
You don't want to talk to that guy.
I would never talk to him by accident and get teleported out of the cave.
How about on purpose?
Never.
I wonder why they put him there. Like, it's a nice touch, but it's like the only place in the game where there's just some random dude in the cave. It's like, hey, you want to go home?
I can get you out of here. Who is he?
Old Man.
Old man.
I don't know if they actually name him.
No, I didn't.
They might. I actually genuinely no. I don't know everything. All right, so here we find Khan, and with his help, we can defeat Duckord. I'm sorry, I butchered that one. It's late or early, depending on how you look at it.
This is a perspective thing for sure.
Oh, did you get the wooden shield earlier? I don't remember.
I did take
Okay.
it from Gengen.
I'm still doing this wrong then. All right, fine. That's all we need.
Yeah, we do have a little bit of a setup. So the boss fights we're about to do here and then after are different from the any percent, as in we're not using the kindness glitch, which we will get into later. We kind of do it almost normally, like
a casual play.
yeah, like
almost.
a casual playthrough with the level 55 Ryu Miriyama.
Which is totally normal. We do also have the power of lightning magic here, which will do most of the work. Also, fun fact about this fight, you actually don't have to win it.
Yes.
But it would take us like 5 years to kill off Moriyama here.
I actually think some of the spells might do 0 damage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do.
So this is the Star Dragon Sword. Familiar with the first game, Victor also goes for the Star Dragon Sword when trying to confront Necklord in that game. But when we come back to the Star Dragon Sword this time, although I guess in the first time he's not happy to see us either, but he's definitely not happy to see Victor this time, as evident by that we're now fighting it.
In first game, we get exposition, and we get a Champion's Crystal, and a lake that heals us. Here we just get a fight.
Yeah, here he's just like, none of that, man. You're dead.
Oh, Dragon Sword is pretty great, though. Great recurring character.
Yeah. It's an incarnation of the Night Rune.
I believe so,
correct?
yes. I always kind of forget because there's like a few runes going around between like the vampires and Star Dragon Sword.
Yeah.
It gets a little confusing.
It's honestly like the plot to Twilight. If you don't look too much into it and don't know anything about it. But yeah, after we win the fight, Victor and the sword settle their differences. You know, they just have this like dynamic.
Yeah. They get along, except when they don't.
It's pretty good. I actually really like it.
Yeah.
I wish there were like more moments.
He sells the sword later.
But now, instead of going up to the castle to confront Luca, a little ahead of myself, Necklord, Robert, we're actually going to make a detour back to Couscous to do a little bit more setup that I'm going to let Zero look at.
I appreciate it. You don't want me going off memory, trust me. Alright, so we're going to just attach some weapon runes here. We picked up the Friendship rune from the plant. See, that's where all the good runes hang out. Put that onto Murayama. Friendship rune's a pretty cool rune. The way it works is you get 1 attack for every 2 characters you recruit, pretty much. And since we're getting 108 stars by the end of the game, that's going to be a 54 free attack for him.
Yeah, and we even use it at any percent because the bit of damage it does give us with the characters the game will give us and the very few optional recruits we get. It is still useful.
Also, we didn't really mention it here earlier, but there is a glitch where you can stay in an inn without actually paying anything. You just press stay and then you back out. And you don't have to pay anything, but you get the full heal.
Yeah, it's good. It's good stuff.
That's not going to be covered in the glitch exhibition. So, there you go.
Because it's covered right now.
Exactly.
But now we're going to North Window. Now it's time to fight the vampire. Maybe. Definitely, probably, maybe.
Possibly. After some very tough puzzles here as well. There actually are some secret rooms in the dungeon coming up, and they are like permanently missable. Well, I mean, you can get more of the items, but you can't ever come back to the dungeon part of this after this part. And the puzzles basically have 2 variations to them, one that open a secret room and one that just let you continue on. We won't be doing the secret stuff because, you know, slow.
It's taken a lot not to just hum along with a song. I did it a little bit. Here we go, first puzzle. I wonder what we need to do.
If only there was some kind of indication.
So getting through the puzzle without getting like the secret door is obvious, and I think they kind of did that on purpose because there is like a different pattern for each puzzle to open up a secret room, and then you need to, if you don't know ahead of time. Wow!
I nailed the candlestick. Brain perfect trick.
Honestly, it is. We're not even joking. In all honesty, it is hard to run and hit that candle right on the back where you don't just slide off of to either side of it.
Yeah, it's actually incredibly precise.
What do you mean right now? This is how I run through the castle.
I'm tired, okay? I should have added instructions in my notes.
But yeah, so to get the alternate version of the puzzles, there's actually rooms in the basement or like underground, or yeah, I guess the basement's a good word for it, where it'll show you eerie-looking little statues and precarious puzzles,
Yeah.
or layouts to get into those secret rooms. And I think you get a darkness rune and a
Blue ribbon.
Blue ribbon.
Which is a really cool item, actually, that I wish we got to take advantage of in the run. What it does is basically someone blue ribbon can't be targeted. In theory, very useful, but since we kill everything so fast, it never really comes into play much.
So here we go. Necklord trying to play with Victor's feelings. Bring up an old love, Daisy.
For anyone in the know, this is a reference to Little Daisy in Suikoden 4.
But what you didn't know is that Victor is a baseball player. He doesn't fall for it.
Careful how you talk to me.
Like, even in this moment, the sword's like, you watch it, pal. Here, we don't get to actually fight Necklord yet. We have to fight Abomination 1212. Shout outs to Bomb Bomb, good friend.
That thing is horrifying.
It is pretty creepy looking. I like the monsters. Some of the monster designs in this game are really good. I do like its goofy faces it makes while you're hitting it. So Nanami with the Fire Lizard actually does put in a decent chunk of damage.
This thing does have fire weakness, so she gets a lot of extra damage here. Which is hilarious, because if she crits, she just kills herself.
Yeah. And since we had the high Eily magic, we also get to use we get to use her Bolter Breath here as well.
Oh.
Victor! How do you miss?
Classic Victor.
I do, not that I ever want to see them, but I do enjoy the boss animations. When they dodge things, they're always kind of like goofy for how big they are. He's like, ugh.
Really faster animations. A lot of baby. No, not Eily. Actually, that does hurt a little bit, but it's not too important since we already have good magic. We need her to survive the next boss fight and get both bolts and wrap off, and the XP here is nice for helping with that, but we can mitigate it by giving her a sacrificial Jizo.
There it is.
Oh, there it is, a whole 600 damage, and she's down. Luckily, at this point, the XP round is no longer precise, so Nanami going down like that or Eily going down doesn't really affect things.
And we have a quick moment for some donations.
Yeah, sure.
So we have $25 from Night Flyer with no comment. Thank you so much. And $5 from Anonymous. Save Nanami. Pick Valeria.
Jeez, these anonymous donators are not good at hiding themselves.
And again, just a reminder, we do have those 3 incentives. We definitely want to see that glitch exhibition, and that named castle incentive is coming up quickly. So if you want to snipe that, get your donations in.
Yeah, I would say it's, what, about like 10 minutes?
10,
Less?
15-ish.
10, 15, yeah. So if you want to snipe that real quick, you're running out of opportunities.
Yeah. A good time to cut off would be when I hand the controller to Seiglance.
Okay. You ready, guy? So is it like now?
No, I'll do it after the war battle.
Okay. Gotcha. We did a lot of prep.
Yeah. We didn't just figure out our order at like 2 a.m. today. Anyway, here, basically Apple tells us we can win, we just need a strategy. And Victor's like, you got a strategy? No, but I know someone who does. So we're going to go get ourselves a real strategist. No offense to Apple, she did great. She did her best.
This is what I was alluding to, where Apple knows her strengths and weaknesses.
She knows her limits. It's respectable.
Yeah, she knows what is necessary and isn't afraid to, I don't want to say humiliate herself, because I don't think that's what she's doing, but, put herself down a little bit in order to achieve the greater good.
Hey, look, we're good friends.
It's like the Squirtle Squad, but with that. Only they had cool sunglasses.
Oh, that would be so cool. Also, coming up is a little path that I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen before. Super secret tech. Shout out to Stajnem, who showed me this. Also a Suikoden II runner, along with other games.
Stallion's like, you're not showing this off.
But I know.
Let's go.
Yeah, super clean movement.
Yeah, so you could kind of like cut behind those buildings there that you can't really see, but there is a path.
There is no visual indicator at all that there's a path there. And it's actually useful. There are some other spots where it's like, hey, I didn't think I'd be able to walk here, but there's no value to it whatsoever. This is actually saves you maybe half a second or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's worth doing. It's not like it's not hard to do. It's fun to do.
Yeah. It's a little tricky because you can't see where you're supposed to go, but once you get the hang of it, it's
Yeah.
too difficult.
And then you get to see some characters, possible recruits later, running around Radat.
Our hero Stallion.
Yeah. So obviously we're here to try to convince Shu to help be our strategist. He was also a student under Matthew, who was the strategist from the first game, along with Apple. And Shu doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, he doesn't really want to get involved. He just wants to stay out of it, keep making money. He's making a killing trading. I imagine he spells a lot of mayonnaise.
Yeah, he is a mayonnaise mogul.
We learned everything from him. So this is Richmond. He's a detective. We're going to pay him some money to investigate Shu and help us figure out how we can get him to join our army. It's kind of like role once we actually get him for real. He helps you find recruits and how to get them.
Some might say he even saved the war.
Also, there's some awkward sleeping arrangements here.
Yeah, this is honestly, this noise is also something I've never heard before. Usually it's just silence, and then you hear the candle flick, this. But yeah, this scene is, what is Ryu doing? Why is he just behind the table? Like, I know there's only 2 beds, but like...
He's not even sitting down.
Yeah, he could have just been in a chair. It almost feels like they did the scene and they had Richmond and they were like watching it back afterwards. Like, oh man, he's not here. We just put him anywhere.
Also, keep a close eye on Nanami during the next cutscene.
This is proof that we are in the Matrix.
One after this one.
Yes, after this was too. Interesting little bugginess there.
Anyway, so Shu is like, all right, tell you what, I'm throwing this coin into the river. You find it, I'll join you guys. Just kind of like get rid of us. All right, okay, sure. That sounds like a fair deal.
Yeah, and we're going to go look for it. But first, we have to find somebody to, stop the flow of the water so we could get in there. So we're going to ask this gentleman to close the sluice for us. And he's like, I can't do that. And then this guy comes out and he's like, I'll do it. But only if you can beat me in a duel. And we're like, sir, you don't know what you just did to yourself. I'm no ordinary child.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's okay.
Nice
250! Let's go!
Hey!
That 152 strength coming in clutch.
Nice one turn.
He has exactly 250 HP, so that was perfect. Usually it's a 2-turn.
And then he's just like, dang it, I didn't think this kid would be this strong. Although actually he doesn't say that. He's like impressed. And he honors his word and closes the sluice gate for us.
Also, there is a little glitch that you can do here where you can talk to Amada as he's running away and recruit him, but sadly it doesn't work out favorably for us.
Yes.
Pretty much once he joins you, he wants to join your party, so he enters like your sprite, and since he'll be off screen after the second duel, the game just soft locks. Which makes us really sad, because it would have saved us a lot of time if we could just instantly get him.
So here we are, we're Apple started off doing it by herself, and they're like, well, we're standing here, we might as well get in.
That seemed like a nice night for a swim.
Yes, I guess so.
Look how good the moon looks in the reflection in the water.
Win the moon.
If the host has anything they'd like to add.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of cutscene in.
Yeah.
We have this like rom-com moment where we can't just all get out of the water and talk to him. Shu has to come in with us and have the conversation.
And he sees, Shu sees the rune on our hand and is like, all right, maybe between you and the rune and my skills, we have a chance.
And then here's Richmond doing a two-face coin flip and then going, job well done.
So Shu didn't actually throw the coin, swapped it out for a rock the last second. Richmond put the coin into the river.
So some might say this is all possible because of Richmond.
He is the real hero of the war. Gonna do some more wall bounce and get back home. This is actually one of the more challenging parts of running this game, just like optimizing all this movement. It does add up, especially in areas where you can get battles, since less steps you take, less chances of battles. So, and it's
Can you see the notes
it's... We can turn them.
And do I have a second for some quick donations?
Yes.
You do.
So we have $50 from Elegant Foog with no donation, and $10 from J Fergie Ferg. Can I get the alternative hello from RJsmangit?
Unfortunately, I don't have control of that in this stream, but once I get home, there'll be one waiting for you, hot and ready.
And I do believe with that, we have met the glitch exhibition.
Let's go! Thank you so much. You won't regret it.
I got some fun stuff in store for you guys.
He did put a lot of work into it. It's gonna be good. But now that Chu's here, he didn't come with us right away. So when we got here, they're like, "Is this guy even showing up?" And then he comes in here and immediately just starts doing Shu things and telling everybody what they're gonna do as we get ready for an impending battle with Highland, because they're chasing us from
South window.
South Window, yeah. After we had dispatched Abomination, we were about to head back to South Window when Flick and Rena and the rest of them showed up saying that it had been overtaken by Highland. I don't know if we ever actually touched on that. So they're coming here next, and that's why we went to go get Shu in the first place.
And now we're going to defend the castle. We're actually using a recurring theme here, the power of water in Suikoden games. We're going to use that to get around essentially an ambush Sol G. And we're going to really scare him by healing ourselves.
Yeah, there's some interesting tech. You're supposed to go up and fight them, but if you just heal with Murayama, it acts as the same thing and advances the plot of the war battle, I'll say.
It would normally take you 2 turns to reach him, but you could just heal yourself and then that triggers it. Cuts out a turn. I'm being kind of careful here just to make sure I don't miss quick. It's happened a few times recently.
Yeah, I have done that so many times, I don't blame you even a little bit. It's actually quite painful. The turns take a while, so...
Also, shoutouts to this being the best bathroom break in the run. As long as Reed doesn't die, I get a message, text box.
Yeah, affectionately named, in my splits at least, the Free Don't Die battle. But yes, this is more war battling where we honestly don't really have to do anything. The only thing I guess we're really paying attention to is what Salon G is going to do for his turn. And thankfully he moved away, so we won't really have much to do with our units. We're just going to end our turn every turn. So anything we may want to talk about, this is a good time for that. Otherwise, we will just continue saying whatever comes into our brains.
Well, we do have some wonderful prizes available. We've got a really, really cool, it is an Impact of Iwata book. That is a $5 minimum donation. We have a Turb Hurler. That is a $5 minimum donation. We have a Ys, and I hope I just pronounced that right. 1 and 2 Chronicles key. That was our previous game here. Also a $5 donation, and a Lame Mage TTRPG book set. $30 minimum donation. Any donations will put you in for that. And we do have our giant Waylord over there. You can see on the intermission screen. That is $75 cumulative donation to the end of the marathon, and our Buster Sword replica, which is $250 cumulative donations. Y'all, this thing is the coolest thing. It's so big and very heavy and looks amazing. So definitely want to get on that if you are able.
She is not lying. That thing is super cool. And I think they said it was 65 pounds or something like that. It is something.
It is massive and very heavy and probably comparable to the weight of an actual Buster Sword.
And also, once this war battle's done, is probably a good time to cut the castle naming incentive. I guess we still have a couple of minutes if there's like a last second snipe coming in, but we'll let you know.
Maybe
It's coming
2
up.
minutes or so at most, I'd say.
Yeah.
I think we have this turn, then one more afterwards, and it's done. A little bit more time in the castle still, but
Yeah, there's a little bit of dialogue and whatnot, but it's a good time to cut it. Once this is kind of over.
getting there. A lot of
Free.
good stuff.
Oh, that wasn't
Oh,
free.
there we go.
Free.
Oh, okay, less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's probably best let's just do that now with the castle naming incentive.
Here you go, buddy.
And we have closed that incentive. And looks like Ayuden has won with $92. I can definitely spell that when the time comes.
I think we got it.
Oh, don't worry.
Yeah.
It's the newest game made by Yoshitaka Miriyama is Ayuden Chronicles 100 Heroes, so we got that one covered.
Been playing a lot of it in our hotel
Yes.
room.
But thanks so much for donating for the castle names. Putting your donations towards something fun while also helping out a great organization like NAMI. Means a lot to us to have people interested in like naming stuff for us. And then we still... No, this is it. This is the last naming incentive. I was like, we still have something to name, but we don't. No, that's the last naming incentive.
Don't worry.
So now we need to work on those side quests.
we get Clive done sooner. We get to incorporate it into our run. And it's a little bit neater.
There is a goofy cutscene with Clive if we could get to it in time.
Yeah.
Well, and speaking of those side quests, we do have a $1,000 anonymous donation.
Whoa, let's go.
And that looks like 500 to each side quest, and it has a comment of Nami's theme is the best morning alarm sound.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Wow.
you so much.
And that does put us at $864 for the Clive side quest out of 1,000, and $705 out of 1,000 for the McDole side quest. So we are getting real close, y'all.
We could do it. And with doing that, we can hit that $50,000 threshold. So let's get it done. Let's get it done, chat. Thank you so much, though. Very generous.
Also, it's really hard to catch, but there's actually a little funny bug here where there's actually two Leknots right there, barely on top of each other.
Hell yeah.
It's really hard to see, but you can see it more as she goes in, and then one more appears on top of her. Oh, and one man right there. Yeah, I see it.
So here we go. Here's another reoccurring character for the series, Luke.
He's my favorite.
He's pretty good. It is in 1 and 2, he is used heavily in both runs.
He is basically, I don't want to say the best mage, but top 2 mage in both games.
Yeah, he's really fast and has incredibly good magic.
And he does have free rune slots, so if you want to meme and make him a physical fighter, he can actually do an okay job. He is made of paper, but I mean, just don't get hit.
He's got a marshmallow stick. It's pretty cool.
Don't you enjoy hitting people with a marshmallow stick for 1,400 damage per turn?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yes,
man.
please.
I'll do it. I know you weren't asking, but I'd do it.
I would too.
Well, and if you get a little hungry, you just have a little munch.
Yeah, you take a little nibble. That's a great point. Maybe toast it a little bit?
Cook it with a fire rune.
Yeah. My fire lizard. Here we go. This starts a trend for the rest of the game is like starting next story bits is going to the entrance of our castle. For this one, we found Fitcher, who we did actually get to see earlier in Muse. He is an aide in Two River. He came here to ask for help in Two River because there is a situation happening. But somehow he got here, but doesn't have a way back. So we need to go find somebody who can pilot a boat for us.
We just happen to know 2 people who can do that, so we're obviously going for the more painful one first.
Yes, we're about to indulge in Jinchurorin 2 Electric Boogaloo with Taiho, but this time it's actually harder. We had to beat him for 5,000 Poch, which you can't do in a single turn.
Well, if you get a double or a triple, you
I
can.
guess that's true. Yeah, I forgot about good luck.
Yeah. Understandable.
Yeah, if things go well, it could be a single turn. But yes, we have to win 5,000 Poch to actually get him to join us.
And the max you can bet is 3,000, so... Makes me miss Suikoden 1, where you could bet 9,999. Those were good times.
Yeah. Gaspar funds the army.
Yeah.
But he, so we will be playing that. And then we do have another recruit here to get once we're out of dice jail.
Best girl.
And
coming
don't
soon.
worry, I got my dice ready. I'm playing again. I'm playing again. Careful. Alright, let's see. That's nothing.
Nothing for
He
Taiho
got
either.
nothing. I got a 1.
I believe in the 1.
If he doesn't score here.
Let's go! Oh, I got excited there. A 4-5-6 gets you double.
All right,
Right,
there's
nice.
a win.
Good
There's a
start.
win.
So here you bet 2K, because that way if you lose, you only need 4K more. And then if you lose again with 2K, you only need 6K, and you can do 2 3,000s without backing out. The money you lose goes against the...
Oh.
Well, at least you can still continue.
Yeah, this one's not so
Yeah.
bad.
You still don't have to win twice now again, though.
Unlucky. The name of the game.
I hear that the only luck you have is bad, son.
All right, he's got a 2. I would classify that as triple.
Best Taiho or Jinchuronin player right there.
Yes. That's my dice gamer. Very fortunate to come out of there with money on top of everything else. So
Somehow we're not completely broke yet. This is very unusual.
I know it just makes me very afraid for Shiloh.
I mean, we're doing great so far. Surely nothing bad will
Yeah,
happen there.
it was pretty smooth sailing. Here we go. We're getting our second character that we actually set this up the first time we were in Couscous when we were talking to that old lady NPC. These are the nasty scoundrels. And I think as long as you come here with a party that only contains Ryu and female characters, will trigger this.
You need at least
Ulan.
one female and no other males.
Right. So it'll trigger Ulan to come help us out. And big fan of Ulan.
That's best girl right there in this game.
I'll allow it. Not my actual favorite character, but she is very cool. I just love her animations. And she actually gets to hang out with us for a while. Like, look how cool she is. She
Really
gets to hang
cool
out with
fighter,
us for a
too.
while.
For the casual players, I'm sure some people have tried Ulan before with a Fury Rune, Angry Dragon every turn for free X damage.
She also just doesn't get hurt ever.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to build her that way.
She is tanky.
We're going to do a little party setup. We're going to grab the rest of our friends. So if we were to go and recruit Amada, which is what we do in any percent, because way more consistent, and probably, when it's all said and done, about the same speed anyway.
Yeah, unless you got like instant Taiho or something.
Amada will join your party after beating him in another duel. Taiho, on the other hand, he walks to the castle with Yamku on their own, so we have to make a detour at Leona's Tavern to put him. He needs to be in our party for this part. So he's difficult to the bitter end.
And like we do need to bring other people, so we do need to do a party mini at some point, but we get a free one here that's forced onto us, so there really isn't any benefit to doing an extra one for Taiho.
And we have a minute for a quick donation.
Sure
Yes, you do. We're just going to be driving a boat.
So we have $25 from Jedi Mimic, RIP Murayama, and $100 from Hellcat Striker. good luck with the run of this fantastic RPG. Don't get Ty-broed.
Thanks.
Thanks,
Hey,
Hellcat.
Hellcat.
Thanks, Hellcat. We actually didn't get Ty-broed. Unless you can get Ty-broed by Shiloh.
I feel like it's Shilohed.
You get Shiloh'd. Here we go. Hi-Ho drives us here. Fitcher gives us a note of reference and then heads off ahead to kind of like start the whatever he's doing.
Organizing.
Yeah, he
He's
kind of
organizing.
just does things. I actually really like Fitcher as a character. He kind of just gets things done in a Fitcher way.
In a way that only Fitcher can.
Yeah, pretty much. It's usually a lot of hijinks. There we go, another interesting, fun character, I think.
Nothing
Chaco,
happened there.
he comes in and mugs us immediately, so we're gonna go chase after him.
If you actually open the menu right now, you'd see they have 0 polish. That does matter for us because we need to do some stuff here that costs a little bit of money. So we're going to have to go into a shop and sell things. Thanks, Chaco.
So a little bit of tech here while we're chasing him. We need to run back this way, but we'll run into the shop and instead do...
They just sell everything. Besides the G zone, anyway. Keep the bandana robe as well. We still need those. Okay. It's fine.
Except the G-Zone. Click, click. These pots are deadly. You really get stuck on them.
It's hard. That little girl gets in the way.
Time to put my dice away until next time.
Not too far from now.
Yeah, it's gonna happen sooner or later.
The Jizo's only for the next fight, so it's not a huge deal if we lose it. It's essentially guaranteed that I can get 2 bolts of Wrath off, which is no longer guaranteed. So a little scary, but worst case, we take a bird turn. And
Yes.
It's fine.
Yeah. And here, Fitcher's trying to convince Ridley that Miriyama is here. Unfortunately for Fitcher, the fastest way to get through this part is to not help him out and let Fitcher kind of take his beating from Ridley.
Poor Fitcher. We could have saved him.
Like I said, usually whatever Fitcher's doing has some sort of hijinks involved.
I don't think that's one of the funner hijinks that he gets in.
No, not all hijinks is good. We get to finally, you know, personally meet Makai and Ridley. Mention that our wallet's been taken.
Real quick, I do have another $100 donation from Seiglance mom. And that does put us $6 away from 50,000. We can do this, y'all.
Come on, thanks, Seek Mom!
Thanks,
Let's
Seek
go! Here we go, we get to recruit Han. Han's funny because if you want to, you can tell Han that he has to pay us to come set up an armory at the castle. We're not going to do that in the run, but you could tell him to give you $300,000. It does take, 10 in-game hours or something?
300,000, yeah. It's 1 hour for 30,000.
Yeah, so it takes 10 in-game hours for him to come back with the money, but he will get it.
I actually did do that in my original route of 108 star way back in the day.
Yes,
Not the 300,000, but the 30,000.
The 30? Yeah, I was going to say 30,000 could probably be pretty useful.
Yeah. That's some Shiloh money right there.
It's
goes
all- it's
Shiloh
all Shiloh
donation
money.
fund.
Everything is Shiloh money. My wallet, the money in my wallet is Shiloh money. And I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. It looks like the Clive side quest is also $11 away. So
Let's go.
you could do 2 birds with 1 stone. You can hit the Clive side quest and you can hit the 50,000 mark. You could be that chatter.
Here, Ridley and Makai get into a little kerfuffle over some tactics. So Ridley runs off angry, and Makai asks us to go talk to him. And we will go do that. Really, nothing stops us from
Yeah,
shop.
menu.
Sorry. by fault.
All right, good memory.
Woo!
We did it!
And with that, we have hit that $50,000 mark. GG's, chat.
Let's go, chat. I always believed in you, and I'll never stop. So we're gonna go up here, try to talk to Ridley, but the kobolds will not let us in right now.
Yeah, we're going to have to find an alternate route.
Not before
Hey.
Chaco steals more money. This time it's Fisher's, not whatever we sold since being here. Chaco doesn't know we regained some funds.
Animations here are so good.
Yeah.
He got me! Sadly, there's no trick to chasing Choco this time around. We just have to do it natural way, or at least it's faster.
Although it is funny, if you happen to run next to Chaco while he's going up the stairs, you can actually get in front of him
Yeah.
a little bit. He will get back in front of you once he's done going down the stairs, but
Yeah, it turns out the guy with wings is actually slow on the stairs.
he has to take his time.
He opens this weird path going somewhere. We're just going to chase him down it.
I kind of respect the need for safety.
Yeah. Hey, he could just fly down.
That's not the point.
Anyway, welcome to Two River Sewer, the land of the sharks. I should say the land of the land sharks.
Yeah,
Land
land
sharks.
sharks.
And these guys,
Those guys.
sirens, and I don't actually know what the muscular guys are.
Ninjas something? Shadow Man, maybe?
Could be.
Something like that. We did pass by the shortest ladder in existence earlier, where you take one whole step on it and we're down.
It's my favorite ladder in the game.
It is his favorite ladder. They're just shadows. He does say that all the time, that it's his favorite ladder. He's not even joking.
They are the land
There
sharks.
they are. Yeah, there's actually. Well, can we let everything go with Ryu at 55 in here?
I think so. The only thing that I'm not sure on is Six Land Sharks.
And good news, y'all. We did just hit that Clive side quest.
Let's go.
Yes.
Eileen first.
And we have an $11 donation from Glamferos and a $6 donation from Zyteki. Thank you so much, y'all. And just as a reminder, we do have one more side quest open, and that is the McDowell side quest.
Yeah, you bet.
We we are getting closer and closer. I'm just seeing things pop up
You want
all the time.
Fire Emblem too, right?
Yeah, and you also want the bandana and robe on Ryu. If I'm not mistaken. Actually, I don't know. This has gone off the rails. I don't know. What's a...
Take time.
Does that work? I'm not sure anymore. Oh, no. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I'll get Salt to Kasumi. We're good.
And if you can't see the nose, what else?
Yeah.
Are you good?
We can move him closer.
Yeah, we can slide over. You can scoot.
Put him on RJ's lap.
Now's not the time.
What do you mean?
Anyway, thanks for beating the Clive side quest. That's super cool. Thanks
I'm actually
so much.
super happy about
Yeah,
that.
it's
Thank you,
really
everyone.
good. There's a really funny part that we actually kind of discovered while setting it up
Yeah.
here that we're excited to show off. Here we go. Here's a boss, Pestrat. Honestly, kind of a jerk in any percent.
RJ's favorite boss right here.
Oh my gosh, please. Don't even make me.
I'm sure some people here watch RJ stream. For the ones that don't, in 90%, we basically need Nanami to get violence and survive. RJ's Nanami got crit, killed, revived by the G-Zone, and instantly killed by a nerf attack. It was fantastic.
I said I didn't want to talk about it.
But I did.
Yeah, I guess that's fair. If we have to talk about your iced tea forever, we'll talk about my orange luck anytime I'm doing anything.
This game hates him. Nobody knows why.
So that's good. It pretty much means Eileen's not going to get killed
Yeah.
here.
Someone got poisoned.
It's fine.
It's Eileen, not me.
It's a touchpad.
Zoom!
Alan has a pretty cool attack animation there. Enjoy it while it lasts, because this is the last time we get to see it.
All right, this
Still
turn.
got Luke and Eiley in the wrong spot.
Yeah, well.
Leave me alone. You guys make your own notes, all right?
No. So this turn will kill Pestrat. What we do in this, we make use of the Spark Rune in turn 2, so we don't actually have to go through any more Pestrat attacks.
Turn 1, he gets to move anyway. I don't want Nami to potentially kill herself with a crit Fire Lizard, so
Yeah.
let her just have her defend there. You also get a Poison Rune, which in theory sounds really cool, but in actuality is completely useless. Well, we sell for some money, I guess.
Yeah, it has value.
Yeah.
Like literal money value.
Yeah. No usefulness, but money value.
Again, gotta fund the
The Shiloh
gambling.
fund,
Yeah, the
yep.
Shiloh recruitment fund.
I wonder if we should just Hans money glitch just in case, you know, so we don't get Shiloh'd.
I mean, we could.
Just get 999999 and somehow go through all of it.
Yeah, somehow he'll still take it all. There's pretty funny screenshots if you look up Taiho or stuff like that. There's like screenshots of people who've lost like $55,000 trying to recruit him, and he's like, "Guess the only luck you have is bad luck, son." Or it's just like you want to play again and you already lost $50,000. It's good stuff.
Boss recognizes here. It's like, oh hey, you're Moriyama. I know you. Big fan, big fan. Can't wait to meet you on the battlefield.
Yeah, as they're negotiating, like not fighting here, they're like, "We'll fight you though."
Yeah, basically Makai agrees to give him the Winger and Kobold sections, if I recall correctly, as like a peace offering. And yeah, obviously those sections aren't happy about that.
Mhm.
I was like, hey, well, you know what? We can spare human lives here. Not the best leader, honestly. And none of us even believe that they'll actually follow through with the treaty, but Makai takes their word for it.
And real quick, I do have a couple more donations.
Yeah, go for it.
We have $25 from Hellcat Striker. Don't spill the tea. $5 from Mr. Shadow Ant. And $15 from Brosdifer. Glad to finally catch this live, and that puts us $150 away from that McDole side quest.
Let's go.
Come on, we could do it.
So leave me alone with the tea, dang it. I got water. I
Hey, if
can't
you-
spill the tea.
If you're gonna put it towards the wonderful donations, Anami, you can talk about this man's tea incident as much as you want.
That's fair.
I give you permission for him.
I didn't consent, but it's fine.
Here we go. Shocking
Oh.
surprise.
Pirates.
Oh yeah, the pirate Highlands are. A shocking surprise. They're not actually honoring anything they said.
Who could have seen this sudden but unpredictable turn of events? Yeah, sudden and unpredictable.
If only somebody knew. Here we go. Just using some shining lights, quick spell, dispatch some soldier fights. We're actually going to pick the second option here. If you were to stay, I think you end up fighting 2 more fights.
Yeah, it was
Then
like
you-
45 seconds or so.
Yeah, so we don't need to do that, obviously. We're not really concerned about anything leveling here. So we go to try and convince Ridley to come help us out. And in the meantime, the wingers show up.
Makai's like, why are you helping us? They're like, this is our town too. Makai's
Yeah.
like, yeah, let's go.
It is a hype moment. Ridley's still a little unsure, but the other kobolds seem convinced. Then Ridley's like, you know what? We're doing this.
And together we can defeat the Highland Army. Also, shoutouts to Sacrificial Jizo, who's a Twitch streamer that does side-by-side English and Japanese playthroughs of Suikoden games. Really cool. But I learned from him that you can actually switch runes once you've selected it. So if you select Lightning and then press right, it'll go to Bright Shield. Really cool mechanic that I didn't know about for like 20 years.
Interesting. Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah.
The forbidden tech.
I bring it up here because this is actually a pretty comfy spot to do it, where you can just select lightning and go right up, and it puts you right on shining light.
I'm gonna try and add that to my repertoire.
My repertoire.
My repertoire. I don't know why I said it like that. It felt right. It felt 7 a.m. right.
That's fair.
Any chance somebody can get me a bottle of wine? But seriously though, mine's empty.
Is this yours? Did you put one up here? Or did you bring a bottle of wine? I believe
Might
this
have
is
been
yours.
They got me, right?
We have this one's definitely not mine. But that's
Yeah,
okay.
I think that one's yours.
Yeah,
That's
this
the
one's
Gatorade. This is my empty bottle of wine.
That's all I can
No, no, this one's mine.
All right, I guess.
That one can't be mine.
Yeah, no, I think it was here. But
Oh, okay. I thought Seiglance was just really thirsty. I guess not.
our boy Solon G's about to get his head cut off.
Yeah, after all of his mishaps not being able to make any headway against the rebel army, they just decide to kill him. They're like, you know what, man, we're sick of you. Hair's great, but there's only so much you can do with that hair, and it's not enough for us. So they give him a permanent haircut. They take a little too much off.
Great way to start your morning.
Good morning, gamers.
Thank you. That's extra.
Look at you.
Cheers.
So after reuniting the three factions of Two River, the Highland Army retreats, knowing that they can't really do it if they're together. And with the Rebel Army coming as well. That's why Shu and Victor are here. Yeah, Shu just kind of assigns Victor as like his personal bodyguard.
I can't say Victor's a fan of that situation, but
He doesn't seem like a fan.
yeah, just kind of copes with it. One little glitch here, he picked the last option for Choco every time. He'll actually join at level 1. We have no need for that, but fun little fact.
Super powered Jocko.
We should have done it.
And he gives us our money back, but he still doesn't give Fitcher his money back, so they kind of run off.
He also says that there wasn't even much in there, I think.
Yeah. Shots fired.
Sheesh.
Alright, so here we're going to pick up the most broken rune in the game. A basket full of vegetables.
That is a kindness. I really thought you were running past it. You had me. You had me. Not that it matters. We have a couple chances to pick this up before we really, truly need it.
One more good one, really.
Yeah, one more normal chance, or like on the way chance. But
Right.
here we're going to actually go to Couscous instead of to the castle.
Yeah. This is actually our first little kind of intentional recruitment trip right here, where we go out of our way to get some characters.
Why are you this way?
I wasn't going anywhere near it. What do you mean?
Oh, man. But anyway, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It's alright, we can... I'll wait.
I was just saying what we were doing, and he turned towards the castle. He knows what he did.
Anyway, so we do need to get all characters. But one of the mechanics we haven't really talked about yet is called castle levels, where our castle upgrades with the number of recruits we get, and certain characters require a certain castle level to join us. So specifically to get Amelia in Greenhill, we need a castle level up 2, and if we don't get her then, we won't be able to get her for a pretty long time. So we need to make sure we get castle level 2 before then. So we're going to take this extra recruiting trip right now to get enough characters to hit that threshold, which is 32 characters. And sadly, we can't do this later when we have the power teleportation because we need to get it earlier, but it still makes sense to do it now because we will hit a threshold for castle level 3. And there's some characters in the Gregminster area that require castle level 3. If we don't get them on the first trip, we have to make a whole trip back there. And that is the one town in the game you can't teleport to, and it's like a 5-minute trip. So we're just going to go ahead and do the recruitment early.
Yeah, we'll grab a couple characters here. Zamza, if you don't get Zamza in Toto before it's burned down, Toto, he comes here. Also going to see some familiar faces right away. And we did just grab Clive
Look,
beforehand.
that's Sig, me, and you.
Yeah, it's us! So we recruit Alex and Hilda. And then we get to do our second instance of trading here as well.
Hopefully we get some better prices in stock
Yeah,
this
hopefully.
time. I really don't want to buy all the sugar in the world. That's like one bottle of Mountain Dew.
I think
And-
somewhere in this hotel, Jello Knife is propping up. Somebody say Mountain Dew.
And I just want to jump in real quick. My time with y'all is finished, but I am going to leave you into the wonderful hands of Zalthian. And again, I've been Alicel. Good luck with the rest of the run, and y'all have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alicel. Yeah, give it up for the hosts.
We got some really good stock there. Our trading is more or less fixed, so we get in, even though it'll skip with it, which is nice. Although maybe we won't do a skip just because Marathon.
So what do you make it to 8-6?
It's 8-5.
8-5? I can't count. There you go.
Can't read, we can't count. What can we do?
Just this. This is it. After this, we're cooked.
We traded all our reading points, all our like writing points, all our listening points into Suikoden II speedrunning points.
Seems like a good idea at the time.
So here, Shu basically tells us he has some bad news, but he'll tell us tomorrow, so we get to sleep on that. That's nice of him.
Yeah. They do that a couple of times, actually. Like, you're just like, there's something bad's going on. Just go to bed.
Yeah, we'll tell you tomorrow. Don't worry about it tonight.
I don't want to ruin your great day of mayonnaise and costumes.
It's like when you get a message from work, hey, can we talk tomorrow? You just get to think about it. all
Sure.
day. It's like, oh, you're doing good.
Thank you for the
Thank you for the anxiety.
Thank you for the entire night of anxiety. Yeah. There we go. So we actually find out that the news is that Green Hill has been overtaken, and they're all shocked and surprised. And now we're gonna do like a covert ops mission to get into Green Hill.
This is the school arc of the game. So the cool thing about this is we can actually only bring young characters with us here, which limits our pool, but we don't really need to bring anyone at all. So we're just going for the default people. If you bring more people, it gives you more dialogues, essentially, where everybody comments on stuff.
Yeah, in any percent we will bring 2 people because we do a rather large menu to set up for basically the rest of the game in Green Hill, but we do not need to do such things here.
We can bring Gengen Kikabocha.
That's true.
We can bring Muku Muku for fun lines.
I do like bringing like the animal characters. But I think Shiro can come too.
Yeah. We just don't have him yet.
It's just me going to school with my wolf
It's
and squirrel. Good call.
Good call. Yeah, I forgot to.
Yeah, I was too busy talking about the wolf and squirrel.
That is really important right there. That gets us to castle level 2. You might notice our castle's a little bit bigger. If he hadn't remembered that, we would have been in pretty big trouble.
Yeah, we would have had to find another character to recruit at some point. I think we figured it ends up being like Sid is the best person
Sid
to
would be
get,
the
but
best
it's
one.
like nobody is. There's no easy fix for it.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. Amelia makes the most sense, but if there was an easy fix, like it still probably wouldn't matter.
It would throw things off quite a bit. We would be
Yeah.
able to recover it, but it would just be, it would lose a few minutes.
My gents, is it all right if I jump in real quick?
Yes.
Let me introduce myself real quick. My name is Zathian, and I'll be here for the back half of this run. We've actually got a $100 donation that just came in from Ace Zap. It says, McDole, I think you've misspelled Tickdole. The age of glitches was a wondrous one. Glad the other goals have been met for easily my favorite JRPG of all time. I even have a Suikoden IV tattoo.
Nice. Can concur. Favorite series for me as well.
Same here. Why I'm here?
And that $100 puts us within $50 of the McDole or Tickdole side quest. So, one quick donation for a rather large meal, but you'd be able to get our McDole side quest going on.
Like one whole Korean barbecue.
Honestly, yeah. So we get to pick like fun, like different names for Miriyama and Nanami here, and Sieg chose violence. I don't think they
And
ever,
Pluto.
yeah, and Bluto. I don't think they ever used the names we pick at any point.
Yeah, there's like maybe one text box. That's
Yeah.
why we didn't do any incentives for him. It would feel kind of like a scam.
Yeah. And shoutouts to those donations in the TikTok comment. It is a funny glitch when you load over your save. Interestingly enough, you can influence McDole's entire name based on how many capital letters are in Tier's name in the first game for your file. So you can basically replace his whole name with capital letters of whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, essentially doesn't keep the lowercase one, keeps the capitals, and lowercase will go over the spaces, I think. It's wonky.
Yeah, it's pretty goofy. But you could get some pretty funny names for McDole in this game if you wanted to.
Also, I want to shout out Seiglance for taking this bullet for us and playing Green Hill. RJ, did you bring our blankets?
Yeah, we affectionately refer to this segment of the run as nap time. But since we're doing this all together, we'll be able to keep it lively, I hope.
What we like to do in our previous online co-op runs is we just hand it off for each night spent here.
Yeah, there's a little bit of cord action going on that we don't want to get tangled up, so you're just going to have to take this.
Unfortunate.
You a real one, for real.
RJ, that was really clever coming up with a cord excuse on the spot. I appreciate that.
I know, we needed it out, and I finally got it. Also, Zathian, at like any point during this entire segment, for real, just yell at us, because we will most likely just be saying things, true or otherwise.
Oh, sorry, I was taking a quick nap. I thought it was.
Ooh.
You told me.
See, he gets it.
That's our thing.
He gets it. Jeez.
Well, that's why I'm here to cover for you. Just to remind you that NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness, is the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization. It provides advocacy, education, support, and public awareness to improve the lives of all individuals and families affected by mental illness. NAMI exists to ensure that no one is alone on their mental health journey, and that is why we're here to support today. All of your donations to all these incentives, all these bids, all these prizes are going to go directly to the National Alliance on Mental Illness to provide help to those in need. Plus, like I said, 50 quick dollars and McDole's side quest is yours. Got a couple of other incentives coming up as well, including a bonus any % run, which is just $1,000 away, just under $1,000 away for Baldur's Gate 3 coming up later in the schedule. You also can give the main character the dumbest name possible in Baldur's Gate 3, whichever you choose. The bid wars are open. And every bid or every donation that you make enters you in for some fantastic prizes that are coming up, especially including one that we've covered so many times is the Buster Sword that's sitting right behind me, a massive, beautiful piece of work, as well as Bob the Ninja Waylord, which has been available on stream. Those are a $250 or $75 donation, cumulative donation over the course of the back half of the event, respectively.
He's trying to do my bush tech, but it's not working out. That's right. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah, NPCs tend to get in the way a lot here, so sometimes you try to get around them and then get stuck on something else.
But yeah, essentially Green Hill is just a couple of days of running around, doing things. First day, we come down here to see some Highland soldiers kind of like bossing around some citizens. Murayama's like, we should jump in there. But one of the locals here, Shin, jumps in before we can make a move and kind of probably give ourselves away. Because luckily Raud showed up. Raud would definitely recognize Murayama.
Oh, is that in the Highland Youth Brigade uniform? Maybe we're safe.
That's true, yeah. I also like how we never talked about how they like change out of those costumes or the uniforms immediately, like in battle, but they're still wearing them. Like a superhero costume change, but they put their regular clothes back on afterwards.
All right, time to take a nap again.
Yeah, so you go do your thing for the day, and then you go back to bed. Oh, you do get some like Nina interludes throughout the course of the night.
You basically just try and say, hey, that flick guy, stay away, he's mine.
Yeah. And then she does tell us about the ghosts. You could tell by the spooky music.
Ghosts.
Where's Zach Bagans when you need him?
It's well known that all ghosts play the strings.
There you go. Glorious evening. Happy morning we had after a creaky floorboard night. What things will we do today in Green Hill?
How about going back to bed?
Sure enough, that's what we'll do eventually.
Green Hill is kind of cool casually, in my opinion. It's like nice to explore, talk to everyone, pick
Yeah.
up some random like items and like recipes and stuff. But in speedrun setting, it's just you run through school and then you run through forest.
Yeah,
then-
and like the story around it is very interesting
Yeah.
too, and there's like a lot of lore and stuff like that. It is a cool place. It's kind of unlike any other town, really. It's pretty big. It has this whole school section, and it has the town itself. Like it's interesting.
That's less than the speedrun because
Yes.
you skip all the text and there isn't really much going on in terms of gameplay besides running around.
I already know what's happening. Also, one of the other benefits of like benefits of the smaller party is that every time Flick joins us, which he does periodically throughout this, or like when Nanami and stuff, we don't have to rearrange. They don't ask us for the formation change, so slight time save for that as well.
Woo!
Yay, Flick! It's Flick's time to shine here.
I don't see Flick. I do see Bluto though.
No, that's
I
Finn.
thought that was Finn, yeah. So here we go. Like I said, every time Fitcher's kind of involved, it's hijinks. These townsfolk think he's like a traitor of some kind. And Flick's idea to save him is to go and say, you know what? He is the traitor. Why don't we just kill him? And then all of the...
Here you go. Use my sword. Cut off his head.
yeah, kill him. Oh, you could use my sword. And all of them like, oh, I don't know about that. And they all run away.
How awkward would it have been if one of them said sure?
Yeah, that's how I always think about that. Like, what if? I mean, I know it can't really have it's the story, but it's not real life. But like, what if?
I wonder what Flick would have done. Like, oh, chill, man. I got this.
He would have to kill that town's guy.
Anybody else want it?
Yeah.
Oops, my hand slipped.
There we go. More Nina interludes, evening interludes. This time we choose to kind of just ignore her, and she doesn't notice we walk away. There's not a chance she would find us if she walked down the hallway.
Someone's really having trouble getting comfortable in that leather chair.
Yeah, after another night of leather chair noises, they're fed up. It's time to go look for the ghost. And Nanami's like, I don't want to go. And then she's like, you're not going to leave me here, are you?
That was a great Nanami voice.
Thanks. That's why I was Nanami as Hilda.
I could do a pretty great Pilica.
You're doing great.
I wonder where the ghost could have gone.
There it is.
There it is.
Wow. Secret
Ugh.
passage. I just want to turn the light on. The music is so intense here, but there's no battles or anything.
I know. You're chasing what you think is a ghost, and this is the music they're doing. I always like the little shuffly noise the ghost makes while it's running away.
That's the stealth footsteps.
Yeah, that's called stealth toes.
Turns out the ghost was Flick all along.
Here's another kind of awkward thing to press.
Yeah, it's
So-
actually kind of difficult to line up there.
They start you like a half step. I don't know. It's not like a regular thing for me. I can never get it. I
Yeah.
always take like my time and just line it up.
Yeah, I tend to just like walk steps to line up horizontally and then run forward.
Here we go. Here's the next part of Green Hill Forest where we run. Green Hill, where we run through the forest.
For anyone that likes this place, you're in luck. You'll be seeing a lot of it.
Yeah, you like the Green Hill Forest? We live in the Green Hill Forest now. I'm not sure there's any more run after this. It's just forest.
We can get
We can
PSTV
live-
crash.
We can live here forever.
There is one option in this section for some reason just breaks the game like completely.
Yeah, that's true.
On PSTV, you get a literal blue screen. Luckily, it's option 2, so you just like, you know,
Don't press it.
stay away from the D-pad and you're okay. That's a good song. Army.
Here we go is like a big lore dump section about basically how Green Hill fell without any violence or any fighting of any kind.
Well, it was actually a very brilliant strategy. Essentially, Joey took command, and what he did is he took the soldiers captured from Muse, essentially let them go. And he let them go into Green Hill. And then they just sieged them, and eventually they started running out of supplies, food, water, all that stuff, and they started fighting amongst themselves, and then that's how Green Hill fell.
Yep. So it kind of, I guess, points towards Joey isn't necessarily, like, obviously he's not with Highland specifically for, like, some sort of bloodlust. It's just his convoluted way of trying to figure the situation out.
Yeah. It goes into it more, like, than the game, but his motivation essentially is, in that meeting in Joustin Hill, he saw how divided all the leaders were and how the city-state was. And he thought it would be best to unite everything under a single powerful nation.
Mm-hmm.
He wants peace as well. He just thinks that's the best way to get peace.
But basically, so we're here. The whole point of us coming here is to get Teresa out of here. But she doesn't want to come with us. She refuses to leave while Green Hill is like this. So after we come here, basically find out that what we're here for isn't going to happen. We get the happy morning music, and we're going to leave.
That's why it's happy music.
Yeah.
We're going home.
Yeah, they trick us into thinking we're leaving Green Hill, and then we're still here for like 10 minutes. See, I don't know why you get the formation for that one. It's always
You always do it, and like it doesn't matter if you have more. Gives it to you. It doesn't.
Yeah, because the one outside of after you go talk to Nina in the school does give you one if it's with more characters. It doesn't for this one.
Is there really a distinction there? I feel like there isn't.
Yeah, maybe there isn't, and maybe it's just random one-off kind of thing. Wouldn't be surprising.
Like, I think for that one it might not matter because there's nobody you can fight in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no.
Yeah.
I definitely don't pay attention to formation menus in Green Hill.
No. Just so this is the stuff you're looking at when you do Green Hill over and over again. Like, oh, I wonder what this menu kind of looks like. That doesn't matter at all. Anything to entertain myself.
I just look at chat
Yeah.
or my ceiling.
That's true. I should just start looking at cat pictures on my phone.
That would be pretty good. If you find any good ones you can show your stream, I feel like that'd be great.
Here we go. Joey is here. Pelican notices right away.
And runs out to him, blows our cover. Thanks, Pilka.
But luckily, Fitcher is here. He gets us out of it by causing an uproar in the town. And now we start our long trek back through the forest, where we will kind of vary our strat a little bit. We'll start off by using these shining lights for the 5-soldier fights. And then once we get into the forest, there's only 4. We're going to be auto-attacking them.
It's more or less based off quantity. But at this point, we don't have super OP Nanami, so at this point, kindness or attacking wouldn't be fast anyway. But what essentially comes down to is that Flick isn't quite strong enough to kill a soldier on his own, so if there's 5, that's generally like 3 turns. Whereas if there's 4, it's 2 turns. And if you're lucky, 1 turn. Because you can get double hits, and Flick can roll high and take out some of the crossbow guys.
Hey, look, there was Jean. Hi, Jean. Don't worry, we'll get her very soon, actually.
She's actually really good in like in this game. Not just for the rune shop, obviously, but she's a really good war battle unit. She has something called the Lightning Rune, which essentially is 2 30% chances to injure a unit. And those can both hit, so you can like actually get double. And 90% you don't get that, and it makes some fights notably, I don't want to say harder because it implies some level of control, just less likely to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Nice movement there, getting the statue right on.
I gotta say, this is looking a lot smoother than your Parsec run that I watched earlier.
Oh, those runs were good. And by good, I mean not good.
Yeah.
Oh. That last one was really bad.
They just progressively got worse is the best part. The first one was the best one we did.
I know. It went so smoothly.
Hey, the difference just a few milliseconds make, right?
Yep. Anyway, yeah, we're just kind of trucking along here. We'll get into more forced soldier fights that we will auto battle here.
I get them. That's fine. 2 turns is standard. You could set up Flick with a bit more damage, and he'll call the crossbow guy most of the time, but then you're still relying on one of these right here. Thank you, Marianne, for demonstrating. Sometimes you can get this double hit.
On cue.
Yeah.
Double kill.
Yeah, and Ryu and Nanami both have pretty high tech, which I think contributes a lot to that possibly happening.
I think we do have some semblance of a double hit formula, but the thing is you can even triple hit, and I think that's when we kind of lose it.
Yeah.
I don't know that one, honestly. It does have to do with like tech and maybe luck. Maybe speed as well.
So here we go. We're back in Teresa's forest getaway hut. I honestly think I really think that table and chair is way too close to the bed.
That's very valid.
Like, there's so much space where everybody else is standing.
Why not put it in the bottom left? Plenty of room.
Yeah, with the barrels. She needs some feng shui help.
I feel like there's just bad UX. Room UX. I don't know if people ever use it in that context, but...
So, babe, we run up here again to try and help Teresa get out of here, and she's like, well, I'm going back.
Yeah, she's going to go turn herself in. Basically, they told her that they'll leave the people alone if she turns herself in.
So you'll never guess what we're about to do. Run through the forest again. This time without fights, though, except the random encounters.
Times.
And if you're thinking this is going to be the last time, do I have news for you? It's not good news either.
Spoilers.
We got no battles.
I know, that's
Yeah, that was
actually
pretty
very nice.
You don't actually get guaranteed what goes on everything here. I think you're good in this category. There's these flowers called man-somethings, mandrugas. I don't remember. But,
Just take your hand up. This is the point we were talking about where if you pick the second option, it will literally blue screen the PSTV. So Sieg is doing the
You did it.
I'm not touching anything else motion.
Anyway, it's funny with those battles because you can fail to run, but the enemies are bugged and they literally do nothing. It's just a Mexican standoff.
Here we go. Teresa still being stubborn about leaving. Gets us into more fights. None of that.
Tired. It's late or early, depending on perspective. Ooh,
Oh,
headgear.
headgear,
Free
that's good.
money.
We could put the... Oh, wait, no, that's not the same thing. It's not any percent. I don't have to worry about Eiley getting maunched.
Yeah, it's actually just free money because here we get to buy fried tacos.
Taco Friday. No, you don't have to clap. I'm kidding.
I would have clapped.
I mean, if we want to clap for tacos, we could do it.
Let's clap for tacos.
Tacos? All right. Yeah. All right. All right. I didn't know everybody likes tacos, but I didn't know if we were down for it. Silly me, I guess.
Yeah, can't say no to tacos. I'm going to shout out the Mexican restaurants we've been to
Yeah.
so far.
There's a lot of good Mexican restaurants in this town.
Yeah.
And food trucks and parking lots.
Industrial parking lot. Oh,
They're
those are
the-
the guys.
I think they're called Manwars? Manwars.
He's so down next time, Sig, so we can read the names of them.
Sure.
Yay.
You need to be careful what you ask for with this guy.
Oh, you weren't supposed to shining light this one, no.
Too bad.
Do you get auto-healed for next one?
I think you do, because I started doing it in mine, because I was like, this probably is maybe a little bit faster if you don't one-turn it.
Yeah.
Obviously, the one-turn is faster, probably autoing.
I think it ends up like being like a second faster.
Yeah,
or
it's
something.
not
I
like...
think he gives it to you in Rock X.
I guess.
Yeah, you do sleep.
I remember this being an issue in the past, which is why
Mm.
I'm always wondering, but maybe I'm just remembering. I've been running this game for a long time. It's all fuzzy.
Cutting out a little bit.
Oh, they both did it.
There you go. That's all it could go sometimes, so like that's quick. Love that for us.
Is that the one turn?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So here, Shin decides to hold him off for us. Help us get away. For some reason, this is how we have to get Teresa out of here.
You didn't want to leave him.
And then,
Yeah,
you
nice.
know, Flick and Shin give the toxic masculinity nod, and then we're off. Like, what? They're like, yeah, that was definitely what we should have done there.
Oh, 2 steps away off the screen transition.
That's where the best encounters happen. Although running on this side of the forest is pretty nice because you just get to hold down for a few screens.
That seems too.
Mm-hmm.
Sounds like a time to cut in for a quick donation.
Yeah, let it rip.
Keishura sends in $5 and says, barrels? I didn't realize Suikoden was part of the Bear Sona series. And now a word from our sponsors at Deck 13. Some marketing speech here about how great we are. Honestly, who cares? Yeah, we publish games, and you should only care about the games. Enjoy our games, wishlist them, and support cool indies. Take a look at Drova, Spindle, Elements Destiny, Chained Echoes, and Crosscode. Several of those runs which were in this marathon.
Yeah, Crosscode, super good game. I haven't played all of those games, but I have played Crosscode and Chained Echoes. I am hoping to start sometime soon. So can confirm. Cool indies.
We like indies here.
We do. So we have that cutscene with Joey. He basically lets us go, and then he tries to. Well, there's more cutscene with Joey. Raoul's on the chase still. Joey's like, I didn't see anything.
Raoul is naturally suspicious. He knows our history with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know this guy. I mentored him.
And then Seed and Colgan kind of come in and back up Joey. Almost kind of like starting a bromance.
They pledge loyalty to him here. They realize that he's trying to, like, do what's right for the country. And they believe in his vision.
Yep. We're out. And with that, we're actually out of Green Hill.
Oh, just later, we got the 5-side quest got met. And, we can incorporate it.
Yes, it is time to try to do the next section of the live side quest once we get back to the castle and whatnot. We do have a couple of stops to make along the way.
I rerouted this a little bit just for the marathon. Essentially, it's a tiny bit faster to go to Forest Village first and then go do all the other stuff. But since we're going to do 5 side quests, we want to grab it before we go there.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get in. He didn't join.
We did what?
Maku didn't join.
Oh.
I'm like, do we not get Clive?
Yeah.
That's a problem.
Yeah, so once you have Mugu Mugu, there is a possibility. There's 5 other secret character squirrels that you get by just walking through random spots. Not random, like specific spots on that map. The first one is kind of in between Green Hill and Two River, Maku Maku. We didn't get him. It does kind of throw off the character menu, but I'm also of the opinion with Seiglance that who cares? It's a cool squirrel.
No, the menus. All my notes will be wrong if we get Maku Maku.
You know as well as we do that we're not going to read them.
They're not wrong.
Speaking of our side quest friends, how long do we still have to reach the McDole side quest incentive?
Like another 3.5 hours, probably a little bit more.
Okay, so just before the end of the run then.
Yeah, basically, yep.
All right, it's $45 just left to go. We can reach that chat. Make it happen, my friends.
We're so close.
I believe in chat.
We haven't stopped believing them. They haven't let us down yet. And they never will.
There's 6 and 10 guard. There are some recurring characters from Suikoden 1 as well. Pretty funny couple right there.
And then it's time.
Drew, you got the dice?
Do I
You
have
got
the
the dice?
Do I have the dice? We get to do Shiloh, or as I like to call him, Tai-Ho at home. I want to play Jinchurorin. You can play Jinchurorin at home. And it's this guy. See how it goes. Same way as Tai-Ho recruitment. We have to win 5,000 potch. All right, here we go. Nothing for me.
Oh, he got
we
a 6. Keep rolling. Aw.
I got a 3. I also lost.
Somehow Shiloh, or Tai-Ho at home is better than actual Tai-Ho. Where's the roll?
Yeah, let me get in there. Oh, that's a 1. I think it. Hey, there's one.
Nice,
All right.
Nice.
Now we can win 2,000 and we can be out of here. Nice and easy. Uh-oh. Off the table. That's an automatic loss in the rules of Jinchurorin.
Huh? Oh,
Pain.
that's
Absolute pain.
awful.
Yeah, so triples is just an immediate loss for us. There's no rolling. There's no rolling back from this one.
We never really did explain the rules of the dice game, did we?
No, not really.
Okay, so if you get 2 matching numbers, and the third one that's different, your roll is whatever the third number is. But there's also some special rolls. A 1, 2, 3, you lose double. A 4, 5, 6, you win double. Triple ones, you lose triple. And triple anything else, you win triple.
So there we no scored off, both no scores.
And we tied.
Oh, it was a tie? Oh, okay. I didn't notice. All right, a 2. Winnable.
Maybe.
Yay! Let's go!
Let's go.
And with that, we're done all of the dice games. One last roll for good measure. It's not a score. But in the grand scheme of having to play Jinchurorin as many times as you do in the 108 star, I'm going to dub that relatively painless.
Oh, that was like... I would take that for PB attempt any day. That was so good.
Yeah, honestly, this run is still better than my actual PB, and we're just like... we're still going to take Clive all over the place. I still think we'll beat my PB.
Did it, man? I'll verify it.
You're too good to me.
Deserve it. Alright, since Clive got met, we can actually start working on some of those, which is pretty neat.
Yes, yeah, this will be the first instance where we will continue his story. After we get him in South Window, we don't actually have to do anything again. He's permanently recruited, whether we do his side quest or any more of it or not. But this is what we work so hard for. The donations, very much appreciated. We're very excited to show this off. We're good to start it. We'll do a lot of it later, but there's a few specific locations we need to go to as well.
Yeah. It's really nice right here because essentially everywhere we need to go for Clive's side quest, we need to go there anyway.
Yeah.
So it's right along the way for everything. We will be going through the text here really quickly, but there isn't much here. It's literally just him looking for Elsa and not finding her.
Yeah, it's like a lot of red herring stops. When we get to the actual story plots, we do plan to slow the text down, talk about it a little bit. Because it is a pretty cool story. It's very interesting.
And something a lot of casual players don't get to see because it is time-gated for anyone who doesn't know. Essentially, I think the first trigger, you need to get there within 11 hours, and there's a bunch in between, but the final one's 20 hours. So if you're taking your time in the game, you're not going to get to see it.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's 11 hours just to get him to Lake West, basically, which is on the way where we're going right now. And then we're going to make another stop at Forest Village to get 2 characters, and I don't think we don't need to do the trading, do we?
We shouldn't need to, but maybe we should anyway, just in case.
Okay.
Buy some more costume.
If I can butt in again.
Yeah, sure.
Hazwar has sent in $50 and says, "Oh no, I napped too long and missed a bunch of the run. I hope this will make up for it. Let's see that McDole side quest." And with that, we are doing the McDole side quest.
Thank you so much, everybody. And thank you, Haswar, a community member.
That is $1,000 that we've raised for the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Thank you so much, my friends.
A bit of a rough menu. I blame myself. The notes aren't big enough.
Yeah, and then obviously bringing Clive is not a normal thing, and sometimes you just autopilot these menus.
I did change these just for these runs, so
Yeah,
I'm doing it on the fly.
Not something we're used to doing.
All right, who is ready for some fried tacos?
Oh yeah, it's Friday for real. We clapped for tacos, but we actually do get to eat tacos in the run.
We just stuffed 12 tacos into our faces in like half a second. It's great.
There's a character we basically taco him into joining us.
You could taco me into joining you.
I don't even think I think you're here already. You're in.
Who?
There he is. Oh, well, you're in. Yes, just pound him. All right. So as long as it's an extremely high chance, but as long as you eat that many tacos, it'll proc this status called Toasty. And this is Tetsu, the bath maker. He will only join if we talk to him while we are toasty.
Yeah. Each taco has a 30% chance of making toasty, so you'd have to miss 12 30% chances to not get toasty.
This is still one thing I'm proud to say has not happened to me.
Yet.
In a list of very improbable things that have happened to me. And then we make a little stop for Taki.
Grandma. It's in the inn, right?
Yeah. In person by the inn.
Oh.
You talk to the guy on the
Or
left.
person by the inn. Person by the in person. You left Clive a message. That was
Shit.
nice of her.
I just think the Lake West music is so nice when you get to hear a lot of it.
It is very soothing.
Well, here we go. Now we're gonna make our way to
Are
Meg
we doing
first.
Meg first?
Yeah, it'll be Meg, then Forest Village, and well, Gabocha first.
All right.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
good. Good call.
Gabocha.
Good call.
Yeah.
This is why we brought Gengen along with us. A lot of characters we bring to places, if they seem a little out of place, most likely has to do with getting a character. Like Gabocha.
The reason we don't do this when we go to Green Hills because we bring Gengen along then, we get a lot of extra dialogue we don't want to see. Actually, it would be kind of nice because then we wouldn't have to, we'd have to kick out one less person here, but I still think this is probably a little bit faster.
There's Bob we ran past. He requires, I think, Castle Level 3.
Yes, Castle. I think he might actually be like an 80 recruit character.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a number of recruits, you're right.
Yeah. The Quincy of Suikoden II. This man bouncing off all the troops.
Yeah, this is hype movement. Except that part. Here's Meg. Meg is a very important character for the run. Not quite yet, but she will have her time to shine, don't worry. And along with Meg, we also get Gadget.
We are fans of barrels.
We brought barrels up a lot. We have Bearsona. We have Gadget, the barrel robot.
I wonder why, like, people decided, hey, I want to make a robot barrel.
I don't know. Maybe because it could be like inconspicuous, turn into a little barrel, not be seen. There's a lot of barrels in this game, so I just think having a barrel near you at any point in time, they're like, oh.
I'm just
That doesn't
imagining
seem so
them
weird.
going, oh my god, the Highland Army is coming, and we're in the forest, hide!
Barrel.
Yeah, barrel!
I just don't think it's out of the realm of possibility for this game. Those are the pog
there's
frogs.
a guy hiding in a barrel later.
True.
Oh.
I can't wait for that part. It's one of my favorite parts.
It's so good. Pog frogs won't leave you alone.
They're having a good time. I'm having a good time because of them.
Okay, so this walk is also a little awkward if you're not like used to doing it. generally in the 108 star route, we'll go here after Green Hill and then get Meg and keep going up so we can go to Rock Axe. But with Clive, it's better to just kind of do this now because we could put him in our party and do the Lake West, come here.
Yeah, it's actually funny because it's changed a few times now. Originally, it went to Forest Village at this timing, then changed to getting Forest Village after Green Hill, and now it's back to this timing because of 5.
Grab Wakaba on the way out. Sounds good. Doesn't really matter. Here's Tony, our resident whack-a-molist.
I can't wait for the part of the run where Seiglance plays whack-a-mole.
I think we've had our fill. Yeah, Tony is one of the various mini games this game has to offer. It is a legit just whack-a-mole game.
Yeah. But also you're a farmer.
Well, yeah, and he's also the farmer recruit. There's generally archetype characters that kind of reoccur. Here we go. We'll continue with the Clive quest. He's found Elza.
Somebody points a gun. You go, no, stop, and then turn around.
Yeah. So this person isn't the real Elza, is what happens here.
Elza pretty much just paid her to wear her outfit and hang out there for like whatever the time limit was.
Yeah, however long she was going to hang out there until we did or didn't bring Clive with us.
She is like on time limit, so it's no more than 14 hours or something.
she gives up after 14. I mean, that's fine. Some games, they'd be there forever.
Yeah, true.
This game knew.
Imagine that kind of fate.
That's what Elza was like, yeah, if this guy doesn't show up in like 14 hours, just go home, I guess. And here's Wakaba. Wakaba comes into the party with us.
As a cool character, and also really useful because we can steal her equipment.
Yeah, has good equipment. But one of my underrated favorite characters. And probably much to Zero's happiness, we can't actually get any of the squirrels if there's no open spots in our party. So he's safe for now.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
I don't think we come back this
Yeah, why would you ever go back in the world map here?
For now. We've done our own rerouting.
Oh, no.
All right, now kind of back on story mode here a little bit. We're on our way to meet the Matilda Knights. We'll talk to that guy later. Don't worry about it.
The host hasn't been ad. I think that now is a pretty good time.
Yes, that's true. We are just going to be running through here, so...
Oh, I love advertisements.
Yes.
Keishura sent in another $3 saying, give it up for Toasty Tacos.
Hey.
Let's carry Suikoden 2 into the upcoming run and name the BG3 character Toasty Taco Friday. You too can donate to name the upcoming Baldur's Gate 3 character while several gnomes sing at us.
Yeah, we're getting Do-Re-Mi elved. He had to sacrifice Jizo.
Not anymore, he doesn't.
Yeah, not anymore, he doesn't. So unfortunately, we did. There is a possibility for the Do-Re-Mi elves to do like a full 6 elf attack, and it's like this little concert where they jump around. It's actually pretty funny. Does waste a lot of time though.
Sure does. I think the fact that we failed as only consequence of us bringing all the extra characters.
And then here is technically like in the any percent. Yeah, obviously you're going to get Vicky. She teleports you everywhere, but she is optional.
One little fact there is if you do ask her to come with you, she just throws you back into the castle and then leaves anyway.
And you can't like really. You have to run through the forest again.
They always teleport you to the forest, so it's not too bad. But
Here we are in Matilda.
if you also use Matilda Glitch earlier, you can then teleport to Rock Axe or run back to the forest. And you do have to run back to the forest because you have to trigger that cutscene with Mikotov.
Here we go. We get to meet Gerudo. Nice guy. Surely. It's a little faster to pick the second options. Because he basically is insulting Miriyama about being like a child and being in charge. And you can respond accordingly if you'd like. Accordingly angry.
And if you do, Nanami tells us stop talking back, but he started it.
Yeah, it's like he said it. That guy's crusty.
Don't make me turn this speed run around.
There you go. Here's our patented Leknot nighttime interruption conversation. You could tell Nanami's sleeping because of the Z's.
Well, Moriyama senses something is amiss. You can tell because of the question mark above his head.
Here she is. Pretty quick conversation.
Some great music here.
Yeah.
Lasts for like 5 seconds, sadly.
Just a quick update on things from Leknot. It's like a weather update.
Here we get to the most skill-intensive part of the run. Refugee war battle.
Oh, no.
We should probably do our next handoff soon, huh?
Yeah, we could probably do it at the battle.
That's a good spot. Who wants to take credit for doing the refugee battle?
I think I feel like it kind of has to be me.
Brian Steele seeks credit.
No, I have to live and die with the terrible results that may happen. So we're about to enter a war battle that we don't actually even need to put a unit into. It'll just self-play. But it is pretty zany. As you'll see, we'll talk it out while it's going on. It's pretty much jokes the whole time.
I believe in you, RJ. Got this.
Yeah, this is me. This is all me. But the whole premise of this fight is that these refugees are trying to escape from Muse. The Rock Axe, or Matilda Knights do assemble, but they're not super helpful. But to their defense, we don't really want them to help. We want the Highland Army who spawns in to kind of get rid of these refugee units as fast as possible. So,
Good start.
good start, yeah. Let's see how it goes. Not great.
The real quick damage formula for this is basically attack minus defense plus 4 divided by 20.
For those of you keeping track at home, get your calculators out.
I mean, it's pretty easy to calculate, I think. Say you 10 attack, refugees all have 0 defense, so it's like 10 plus 4. 14, like
Yeah,
20,
yeah.
70%.
All right, so only 2 points of damage at this point isn't amazing. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
There you go. Good job, man. All right, well.
Sometimes you get a hilarious result here, where one of the refugees injures Luca.
Yeah. At least we do have this. This could be useful, but okay, there we go.
nice.
All right. This still isn't great. I mean, I guess really what we want to see here is hopefully the units go to the left,
Yeah.
which they might.
Yeah, Highland units might also move up, and that'll make it better. Well, assuming they move up as well. If they go left and they go up, that'd be pretty silly.
Yeah, but for some reason, yeah, this isn't too bad.
It really depends on the order here, I think, more than... Okay, this looks good.
But for some reason, we'll see if it happens, but like the Highland soldiers don't actually like attacking the refugee units once they start running into the forest. Or that's at least how I feel. Oh. I was gonna yell.
Oh, one more chance. Nope. The classic.
The pain! So this is, okay, he went to the left, that's good. He's still within range of 2 units. Oh, I was about to say that guy could move up, which is kind of a common Highland soldier. What are they doing?
That's another favorable coin flip lost.
Nice. Could have shot him with arrows, but he decided not to. They're all having a change of heart. This refugee's gonna make it.
We're just thinking right now, are we the baddies?
Well, they did go down, but they at least tried to take one of the Highland units with them. I'll just say I've seen worse.
Yeah, that wasn't that bad.
Usually I have a unit making it to the wall up top there, and they start moving left. They can't actually get out, but it's fun to pretend.
It was really nice that I went left too, because cavalry can't move 2 tiles in the forest, so they start chasing a lot slower if they can make it into the woods.
Why is this music giving me Back to the Future vibes?
Yeah, it's kind of like they went out there and did nothing, and Miklatov's mad about it.
Who's gonna go see what's happening in news right now, because those refugees seem very desperate.
I almost
I saw.
didn't come in here.
And we have now acquired the power of violence. Probably the best rune in the game for us.
Mm-hmm.
For anyone who doesn't know, this is a pretty uncommon rune. That's the only way you can get it. And the way it works is, at the start it does nothing. But once you lose half of your HP, you get Berserked, and then for 1 turn you get Violenced. The Berserk is a 1.5 times multiplier, and the Violence is a 3x multiplier. So you end up getting 4.5 times damage, essentially, for 1 turn. And then 1.5 times damage for like next turns coming after that.
We're actually going to put this on Nanami, and then we're going to put the Spark on Murayama.
Moriyama is level 55, so he will outspeed pretty much everything at this point. That'll make sure that all the other characters will also outspeed the enemies.
And now we're going to kind of go follow Miklatov, but we are going to make a slight detour because it's 108 star. Not before we look at these guys.
Pretty intimidating.
They are pretty intimidating. And in the any % route there, who we will use for like level up fights possibly. But here, let me pay attention to what's going on here. Trade.
Okay, high rated, so we sell.
Sell. Sell. Sell. All right, buy native costume. What else are we?
Deer antlers. And if you want bugs, we don't need them, but you know, 50 is nice.
So, and then gold bar.
Yeah.
We're out. We're almost kind of towards the end of what the trading route is, although we won't see the fruits of the labor until a little bit later.
Yeah, essentially we just have to sell the stuff that we just bought.
Yeah.
Which seems weird, but essentially since we buy it, they go out of stock, so the demand increases and the prices go up.
We're inflating the market.
Time for a quick donation.
Sure, yeah, we're just going to be setting this side quest up with Fudge and Humphrey.
Fantastic. We received 100 generous dollars from our friend Armando. With no comment, but every dollar goes toward the National Alliance on Mental Illness, so thank you so much. Also want to take a quick shout out for our friend Uro, who worked on our overlays. They can be found on Twitter at Ourolen, Ourolen.
So also just familiar characters again. Fudge and Humphrey do exist in the first game. At the end of the first game, Fudge loses his dragon, so he can't be a Dragon Knight anymore. Oops, it's my fault. So they're kind of on their journey. There's music for this, dude.
Yeah, I did not recognize this.
That was weird.
I don't know if it's just like it's happened now, or it's because the headsets let us hear it better.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
It's also really funny talking to Humphrey because you... Oop, stop. You talk to him, you're like, I'm a little worried. He's like, okay. Continuing his, basically his personality from the first game.
I do enjoy that you like exchange 10 words. I was like, I really like talking to this guy. I'm going to pay for his room.
Yes. Humphrey's a good judge of character.
True.
So we're going to start this quest, but we aren't going to go do it right away. We're going to go finish the stuff with Miklatov first. Well, at least within Muse, because we won't actually finish the stuff with Miklatov either. We're just going to go do that section of what... 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I think you left Gengen in.
No.
No, that's fine. It's just like you don't get some Legos that matter.
All right, and then we're off. We'll see you later, Forest Highway Village. We'll have more costumes and some books and gold bars that you definitely didn't own.
I can talk about the trading route a little bit more. So, well, we kind of already got the gist of it. Buy Mayo, buy native costumes, and then, you know, sell them for a profit. Mayo, if it came at the high price that we saw, 2,700, then we just sell it. If it came at 1,100, then we actually buy all the mayonnaise there, and then when we come back, it's either 2,200 or 3,700. And we put for a good profit there. The other aspect is it takes time for like the stock and like price to refresh in the Highway Village shop, as well as the other ones, but that's the one we're really concerned with. And our goal is essentially for, what was it, 12 minutes? No, 11 minutes? in-game time to pass before we come back. And the IGT is a little bit funny in this regard because it only cares about the minutes. So let's say we came in at like 1 minute flat and then came back at 12:59. That would be 11 minutes. Whereas if we came in at 59 seconds and then left at like 12, came back at 12, that's 12 minutes. So there is some variance to like how the IGT plays out, and you have to be somewhat careful about it. Because of that, we have to be a little bit more lenient with our when we come back. If we go too fast, we might not actually get the trades right.
You'll notice that I have started playing again, and there is an immediate uptick in encounters.
It can smell your fear.
This game knows more about me than I do. We get a nice little cutscene break here. FMV cutscene. Get to see the Beast Rune in action for the first time.
Sounds like a time for a quick donation.
It sure does.
Everybody likes puns, right? Especially our anonymous dad who sent in $7 to say, the Matilda Knights went through many previous names, including the ampersand and hashtag. And as we all know, kobold units are brave and assertive. Otherwise, they'd be co-timid. Thank you so much, anonymous dad, for making us suffer just a little bit today.
Thank you.
Here's Luca just kind of enjoying himself. He was like, nah, not for me. And takes off.
So we're finally going to check out what happened in Muse. Hopefully learn something, maybe find some people we can save. Naturally, they're coming from Joustin Hill. Why it's actually there. That was clean.
I know, that's a good movement. It's hard to tell where that spot is.
Yeah. Yep, got shiny whites. Let's go.
For some reason, I was like, I don't need to take anything, do I? Any percent
yeah.
brain.
There's a little bit more menuing there, 90%.
Hey, look, a Mega Medicine.
Perfect.
It knew. It's funny because like the extra menu you do at this part in any percent is to take a Mega Medicine out of your bag, so it's just kind of funny that it happened to pop up. Coincidental.
It knew. Aw, 2 encounters. Bit unlucky.
Shock and surprise.
There was one day where I was like doing this part, like replaying it, making saves, and I was getting through here, and I'm like, sometimes I don't get a battle, and sometimes I do. I wonder what this trigger is. And I'm just like running around, and I'm like, why are my results so inconsistent? And I realized it's literally just a random battle. Because later on, there is a way to skip a triggered battle there, and there are no random battles. So I thought it might have been the same way.
So now that we've done that in Muse, we will continue the Fudge and Humphrey side quest. We're going to go from here, we're going to go up to Rakutai Mountain.
The reason we do it in this order is because we do need to come back to Highway Village to finish our trading, and we get teleported back there when we get Fudge and Humphrey side quest done. So we just put that off until the end. We don't have to do triple trip into Highway.
So we are just doing a bunch of walking until we get to the next boss battle, which will be like probably like a minute or two. If there's anything we want to talk about.
There's always wonderful things that we'd like to talk about. I want to send a quick shout out to our folks involved with our foreign language restreams at the moment. Our French restream can be found at twitch.tv/lefrenchstream, and our Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. If either of those restreams can help you better enjoy the marathon, please go check them out. Send them some love. Also want to shill a little bit more for our bonus any % run for Baldur's Gate 3. It's $945 away. Again, $945 toward a fantastic cause, and we get an incredible and admittedly hilarious any percent run of Baldur's Gate 3. For a 120-hour game, any percent run is something like 20 minutes long. It is incredible.
Let's get it done, chat. We can do it. Can I follow the notes?
Nope.
I was testing you. I lost my spot. And I guessed.
All right, I believe you. Got this.
This part's the most confusing. This one's the one that gets me.
You did it.
Let's go. I obviously have a high standard here where they're just happy that I run the right way.
I'm hoping you don't die in Harpy, really.
Well, we're gonna save.
Yeah, 100%. This is not something I ever thought needed to save, and then RJ proved me wrong.
As the recipient of a 1 in 400 chance, we do save here now.
Best part is the next run afterwards, Seiglance got hit by that same 1 in 400. That was great.
Yeah, it was something that never happened, and it happened to him like almost the exact next day.
It's a little bit, the menu here is a little bit mixed up. Our order is kind of different, so can't really use muscle memory at all here because of some of the because of the 5 side quest incentive.
And I did mix up the people we took in and out when we got Fudge and Humphrey, so also the notes there are a little different. But the general concept is the same. The same people are doing the same things.
Just they're in slightly different positions.
Yeah, it's just Nanami's up front now, which is spooky. I probably should have moved her. All right.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about it. Oh, we're fine.
Yeah, we should be okay now.
He can unbalance you with his attack where he scoops someone up and then drops him, and that would have been really bad if it happened on Nanami.
So we did get a little fortunate there that Nanami didn't just get, like, targeted. Okay, here we go. That's our first instance of using the Kindness glitch with the Violence rune.
Just a casual 4,500 damage from one attack, you know. Pretty standard stuff.
Like you do.
Did we actually get into the Kindness glitch and how that works?
We did, well, we mentioned a little bit of Anita, but we never really got too in depth, so I can explain it. So, Kindness Rune gives you 1 attack point for every Kindness point a character has. And there's a few ways to get Kindness points every half an hour mark in-game, so like at the 30-minute mark, hour and a half, 30 mark, and so forth. Every character in your party gets a Kindness point. Especially whenever you use a stat stone on a character, they get a Kindness point. And some characters get it through recruitment, like Anita, as we mentioned. That's not what we care about, though. What we care about is how to lose Kindness point, and essentially that is having a character dead at the end of a battle, they lose a Kindness point. And the reason we care about that is because there's a glitch of the Kindness rune, where if you go negative, it'll essentially underflow, and you're going to end up with 999 attack. And naturally, that's pretty good.
Yeah. Max attack.
Throwing some multipliers on top, and you will just one-shot bosses. It's pretty nice.
This side quest is pretty cool. It's fun to be able to show off because, as I was saying earlier, Fudge and Humphrey are in Suikoden 1. Fudge does lose his dragon Black at the end of the game, and he is forced to leave the Dragon Knights. And here we have him kind of apprehensive about finding another dragon in general, but he then finds Bright. I don't know if he actually names him in this one. Does he?
Yeah, it does.
Right there.
Right. So he gets Bright, his new dragon.
Fudge and Humphrey agree to join us here, which is nice. These are really missable characters because you have very little access to this area throughout like the casual game. In fact, past the point of no return, this part of the story, or before the point of no return, this is the only part of the game where you can actually get to Highway Village. Well, if, you know, naturally anyway.
Yeah, by intended means. All right, and now after all of that, we're going to make one last stop at the trading stop and kind of just sell everything and hope that we have enough money, which we should.
Yeah.
It's not really, as long as we do what we're supposed to be doing, it should be fine.
We did even buy some extra stuff just in case, so even if we were a tiny bit early, I think we were okay.
I was like, what did I buy?
Good, and this ends more or less our money problems for the rest of the run, which is rather nice.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately for us, we're already done all the gambling we'll do.
Well, we can gamble after we got rich.
That's true. We could just go play Chincharorin at the castle.
I'm down.
All right, start the incentive. Bonus Chincharorin tournament.
Oh, wait, go to the inn. Wait, did we ever go to the inn for Clive?
No.
Oh, that's not in the party anymore.
No.
Okay, it's fine. Just continue on. It won't break the Clive side quest. We just won't get to show off that funny scene.
I forgot. I'm sorry.
No, fine. I forgot too. But it's fine. I probably have a save somewhere from the glitch, like from the save states, where we can show it off during the glitches.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No fear for the actual incentive. Just can't do it the way we want to do it.
Can't showcase quite everything we want to with it, but it's okay.
I'm just reading that.
I had a little special section for RJ in the notes. I'm hoping it at least works.
I don't approve.
It's necessary. So there's this ability called Heavy Armor, where it essentially makes it so you need 3 swords of damage per unit to go down instead of 2. And in notes, I put Humphrey the hero to RJ-proof the war battles, because he has heavy armor. It's a reference to one of RJ's runs for Questing for Glory, where he had the first instance of a war battle death I've ever seen.
I don't want to talk about it.
If we're bringing up the tea, we're bringing up that.
When are we going to talk about things Seiglance has done, huh?
What do you have in mind?
He's kind of just done the same things I've done.
He learned it from watching you, Dad. Quick donation.
Yes.
By all means.
Benny Omega sent in $5 saying, loving the run. Just glad this game isn't a candy. Otherwise, it would be a sweet kitten.
The anonymous dad effect.
Benny, I just hope you understand how much beautiful suffering you've inflicted on this room. I love it. Please keep them donations coming in. Puns or no puns, every little dollar goes to a good cause.
Yeah, and we may, make a face or two, cringe, lose some self-respect on the inside, but we do appreciate the puns and all the donations. They go such a long way.
I'll never admit it again by doing puns. Wrong
Oh,
bad.
wait. Yeah. Any percent brain. Hello? This is our new bed.
Upgraded.
Yeah, that's one of the things with getting all the characters and upgrading the castle is your bed moves. It keeps going progressively higher. Here's a little Highland interlude to see what Joey's up to. He brings in Leon Silverberg, also from the first game.
Didn't have too much role in that one, but
No.
much more impactful in this one.
Yeah, he's actually a Star of Destiny in the first one.
Missable one as well.
This is one of those things where you just walk down and Nanami's like, Miriyama, awful news. Just so excited about it.
Alright, so here we want to go, well, after this menu, of course, we want to go investigate what's going on in Rada, as it has just fallen. You want to do some scouting.
There's some free.
I'll let RJ do mini first. I did add some extra stuff just for him, so.
I know, this is so cool. Bert.
Probably give him Camus too.
Gilbert.
Yeah, does need the cavalry.
Wrong one. That goes to
Bottom, yeah. these menus are actually genuinely very difficult because things are randomized here always. It's never the same menu every run.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, oh, Bobby. We already talked to you, Apple. Thank you for your services. Excuse me.
Why don't we get a teleport around? I wonder if we'll teleport to the right place. So we mentioned earlier, Vicky has a 2% chance of teleporting into the wrong place, and this part of the run is the worst time for it to happen because you don't have a way to teleport back to the castle yet.
All right, so far so good on this one. I'm throwing down the gauntlet right now. She teleports us into the secret room in Radat. I will donate $100.
Let's go. I really want to see it now. Anyway, we're supposed to investigate here, but fastest thing to do is just turn around proudly and not investigate anything.
Just for a little bit of context, when we did our together practice run, she teleported me not into that room only one time, but 2 times in a row.
It was the best thing I've ever seen in my life.
Something that is probably statistically impossible to think about.
I think that's the only time it'll ever happen.
Yeah, maybe.
In the history of the universe. It's funny too because that's something a casual player would absolutely love, as that's the only way you can get into that room. You have to be, you have to have Vicky teleport, make a mistake, and then get the 1 in 7 teleporting you into that room. So 2% chance until 1 in 7, and there's some good stuff there.
Yeah, like I totally remember playing casually and just teleporting over and over again until it would put me in the room.
Well, the game finally listened.
Well, years later, it's like, you want to go in still? I'm like, no. Please. Not this way. Today I will just recruit Hayo. Wait.
Right one.
Yeah.
The castle gets confusing after a while, especially since we go through a few upgrade revisions. Hard to keep track of everything.
I'll do the Seiglance.
Well, this one, at least you can get him back now. We know that now.
Yes, he is recoverable at least. Was it after Keep? I forget when he actually came back.
I think it's probably like you have to re-enter castle, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I think you're right. So we got Hayo, our chef. One of the more, I would say probably beloved mini games from this game.
Yeah. Really well done. It has a great charm to it.
It actually has its own plot line.
Plus, Hayo is a very busted character if you get him high enough level and set him up.
Yeah, I love Hayo. He fights with pots and pans. Troops deploy.
Got another war battle here. I'm sure this one will be very difficult. Lots of fighting involved.
Yeah, really what we're going to do is just move our units out of the way. So I also, if you want to read stuff, anything going on, totally feel free.
All right, we actually just got a donation, $250 donation coming in from Wife, saying, "Greetings all, it is I, Zathian's wife. We love RPG Limit Break, we love Nami, and we love tacos. Much love to the runners, chat, and everyone working behind the scenes to make this event happen. Y'all are amazing, less than 3. For anyone out there who's having a hard time, you're not alone. Please take that first step and reach out to someone. The road's not easy, but it is worth it. You are worth it. And don't forget, find joy in your journey wherever it may lead you."
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for that donation.
We also got a $5 donation from Necro Salamander. No donation comment, but thank you so much. Speaking of reaching out, I want to just plug the NAMI Helpline, which is a free US-based nationwide peer support service providing information, resource referrals, and support to people living with mental health conditions, their families, their family members, caregivers, and mental health providers. Help for all of those people. The NAMI Helpline is available Monday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time via phone call, text, and live web chat. To reach the NAMI Helpline, please call 1-800-950-6264 or visit nami.org/help to access all NAMI Helpline resources and contact information. Once again, you are not alone.
I didn't think he can make it there, but I just wanted to make sure. So yeah, really all we're doing in this war battle is making sure we move units out of the way so they don't get into fights, and doing any later round adjustments to make sure they stay out of it. It should be ending after this.
Yeah, 4-turn fight.
4 turns. bad. No fights.
Yeah, if you do it properly, it'll always be no combat, but sometimes you might need to move a little bit more than other times. Really scripted battle. Which is nice, honestly. It's like, it's one of those things where it might seem kind of boring, but the consistency is really good, especially compared to some of the other fights we have to do, like the next one coming up.
It's kind of fun to do the menuing for that one, though. It's like fun to like click and do it because it feels good to move the units on the map correctly because there is like little bits of delay and stuff. So when you like get good at the menu, it does feel kind of nice.
I'm a big fan of the alternate strat for that, but I like doing that one a lot. Which we won't be doing because just mathematically doesn't quite make sense, as opposed to any percent where it is viable. I guess I can go a bit more in depth into it. So next battle is the Kiba War battle. And to win that fight, you have to wait like 10 turns, or you have to defeat Kiba's unit. Kiba's unit has heavy armor, which I mentioned earlier makes it so you need one more like damage to kill the unit. In addition to that, he also has 16 defense, so physical combat will basically never work on him. Only 5% chance ever. So what we need to do is we need to use special skills to damage him. That's the Fire Spears and Wind Magic and Invention. Fire Spears you get 2 50% chances, Inventions 150% chance, and then 3 Wind Magics all being 30%. So all that combined, if you have to do 3, that's like a little bit under 50% and 80%. And 108 we have Gene, which is 2 more 30%, so that puts us to like 60-ish range. And hopefully we'll hit it, because if not, we lose like 5 minutes.
The Victor wake up. By the way, the King of Highland's dead.
Yeah.
Hate it when that happens.
It do be like that sometimes. But no, Joey formed a plot to poison the king with the fastest acting poison you'll ever see in your life. Doesn't even touch his mouth, and he's going down. Let's do it.
I believe. We gotta get RJ's PB with 5 side quests and make goal. Come on, Kiba.
I will actually be sad if we beat my PB.
I'll be so happy. It'll make my event.
You don't mean that.
I do.
Let's see what Kiba will get. I've recently been introduced to, okay, probably not gonna happen. Kiba going up into the forest, which is bad.
Yeah, he gets stuck there because cavalry can't move 2 in woods. Well, no unit can, but especially not cavalry.
So we're kind of just moving Miriyama right now. Hopefully manipulate the units into moving towards him and in a position that'll be good for when our backup units spawn in.
I got an idea. For later. You don't have to worry about it
Okay, I
right
was
now.
like, don't do this to me.
It's a way we can show off the Clyde thing.
Okay.
We can just Matilda glitch into Rock Axe and do it.
Yeah, okay.
If you want to do some extra swag, we can go and get Long-Term Chan. It's in the same place too. Maybe there's an interaction.
Ooh, yeah, maybe.
Let's do it.
Yeah. That's
On
a
the
good
fly
idea.
routing.
That's a good idea.
We'll have to delay someone. That's fine.
You're gonna be the pilot for, well, not like maybe not. I'm the actual controller. But
I think I might be at that
yeah,
point.
maybe you will. That's probably for the best.
Yeah, I'll take full credit if it goes horribly.
That's what you get for going to fight Victor.
No better.
All right, so hopefully Kiba goes to the left.
Upper would be okay enough.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, because Luke does have Chaco. So we have our units set up so they can hopefully move well.
Nice. Okay.
Nice. And then,
Gilbert. I move Gilbert closer.
oh, yeah. And then we hold the fire.
Yeah.
All right.
So the reason we want to hold the Fire Spear here is because you can't actually finish him off until 3 turns have passed. And essentially, if we get the Fire Spear off right now and we do get the damage, there's no point in doing a Wind Magic next turn. So it's better to kind of space it out if you hit the Wind Magics. He went for a loop. He knows who the threat is.
thinking.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. That's fine.
Yeah,
You
it's
can just land the fire sphere. It's not ideal, but yeah.
A little bit of noobsy. I should have moved. My first thought was to move him back, and I was like, oh, that doesn't matter at all. And now Flick can't use his fire, but that's okay. Probably should have been moving Ryu down too, just in case. That's it. Hopefully we don't get him.
Yeah, you're still in range, so you can just move one left.
Oh, okay, yeah. I always forget how big the range is on it. You leave Victor alone.
Alright, put him attacking Teresa. Victor's been putting in work so far.
Yeah. Alright, so now that Ridley's here, we could actually kill Kiba.
Hopefully, anyway. Yeah, we do have pretty good odds. We still have 2 fire spears and invention. Lightning magic. Nice.
No. Alright, see if Ryu can get it.
Hope so. If it doesn't work here, well, it's still okay odds.
Let's
Nice.
go.
Let's go.
Nice. That's good.
Yeah, great war battle. We saved like 5 minutes compared to not hitting it.
I just realized Adlai gives me Dr. Quark vibes.
Yeah. I wonder if that's how the elevator works, by revolving and evolving.
Yes, I guess so. All right, so good there to actually get the kill and end the fight. Not have to wait for it to end.
So here we have the option of offering to let Kiba join our army. We're not going to do that.
No. It's actually one of my favorite like dialogue moments of the game. What do you want to do? I want to cut their heads off. No. Okay, let them join. Sounds good.
That's so sweet of him.
I know that, and then yeah, Klaus and Kiba are like, Lord Miriyama, you're so you're so nice.
The reason we do that, though, is because if you offer for them to join the first time, you have to do it like 3 times. They actually won't join you.
Yeah. The castle theme is not Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, by the way.
Mind if I jump in with a quick plug?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that we are proud at RPG Limit Break to partner with the Yeti, who've designed 3 exclusive t-shirts and an enamel pin for this year's event. If you'd like to see these awesome designs, please visit theyeti.com/RPGLB. That is the YETEE.com/RPGLB, and check them out. Remember, these items will only be available for the duration of the marathon, so get yours before it's too late.
Quack.
Quack. And
I think this part of the run's really cool. We managed to actually incorporate Barbara's storage into the run. This is slightly faster than like shuffling characters around and your equipment that way.
okay. And then we're going to do a little bit of recruiting as well.
This is the point where we need castle level 3 because we are about to go to Gregminster, so we need to have 63 recruits total before we make that trip. We need a few more to get there. We're essentially going to get almost all available recruits at this point, at least on almost all available castle level 2 and below recruits. There's a pool of 67 available characters. We'll be getting 63 of them, and the 4 we won't be getting are Sid, Hicks, Tengar, and Yuzu. The reason being, Yuzu is tied into Hicks and Tengar. You have to do it after. Sid is best done during Hicks and Tengar side quest, and Hicks and Tengar side quest is kind of do a lot of going to different towns and areas, and it's much better to wait until you have the blinking mirror so you can teleport around. But since we can't get those 4, or we don't want to get those 4, we have to get every other available character before we make that trip.
Here we get Millie. To get Millie, we have to get Bonaparte.
Could have technically done this way earlier, but it would not be anywhere near as fast as doing that.
Yeah, we kind of just come in here and give Bonaparte the business. Also, it's pretty cool because Millie kind of has like a unique sprite when if she happens to be the person who wakes you up, where she's holding Bonaparte.
Pretty cute.
And now it's time for real best boy.
I don't think he should join.
Oh! Oh! All right, that's done with the recruits in here for now. There is actually one more person here later.
Yeah, sadly, yeah, you have to make multiple trips to this forest. At least for this kind of route. There is an alternate route that some of the French runners have run where instead of focusing on getting characters early, you just delay them until later when you can teleport around and can do it quickly. But as a side effect of that route, you then have to make 2 Gragminster trips, which is like 5 minutes, essentially. So they're pretty close together, honestly. There's a lot of details that go into them, so it's hard to make a direct comparison, especially because encounter rate plays a big role. But I do think this one is a little bit faster. Plus, it's more interesting.
It is. I do like this route a lot.
I do think it's more fun to like figure out the optimal times to get characters early versus just like, oh, we got Blinking Mirror, time to teleport around the world.
Yeah. So we are just doing a bit of walking around and getting a couple of characters. Like we're gonna have to go up to Toto here, get Templeton, and then walk all the way back to Radat. So plenty of time for any announcements.
Sounds good. Just want to remind anybody who's just joining in, RPG Limit Break 2024 is coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, where we're raising money for NAMI, or the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI was formed in 1979 as a grassroots advocacy organization by a group of parents whose children suffered with serious mental illnesses, and they've maintained that focus to this day.
Templeton does give us the Suiko map, and secretly Templeton is OP.
It's really good in one war battle in particular. To the point where we used to get him at 90% just for that one war battle. Now we just rely on luck instead of using him.
My favorite.
Who doesn't like more RNG in their JRPG?
This is too consistent. We need to take it down a notch.
I mean, apparently the Final Fantasy X guys have set a special category to turn off the RNG fixing, so some people, I guess.
That's when you're serious.
To be fair, Final Fantasy X doesn't have dice games, so it's not exactly the same.
Although poor showing for the dice games overall as far as being menaces.
Yeah. It was surprisingly good today. I was looking forward to us just suffering. 15 minutes per dice game.
All right, here we go. We have to get Amada again, but for some reason he wants us to beat him up again, so we're going to do it.
Careful, throw one. Yeah. I can see. I get nervous. There is a... Okay, so uncommonly known thing about this game is that you can actually control the camera and duel somewhat of R1 and R2. But there's also a bug where if you hold R1 at the very start, the game can soft lock. So we happen to have that bound for some of our turbo controls. So it's a little scary sometimes when we're getting into the duels.
Yeah, I'll never... we did a practice run where at the very end that came into play for us.
I'm sorry. Literally the last duel of the whole run is soft locked. It was great.
But now we're prepared. We were different back then.
Now if we see anyone holding R1, we just slap their hand away.
Give me that controller. Here's Yoshino, who's Freed's wife.
He's like, how could you let her join? Oh, wait, I have no say. Okay.
Yeah, so you didn't have a choice. In fact, you're out of the army and she's in. And that's my feelings on Freed.
All right, chat. Heads or tails? Oh, I guess we can't really. Oh, it was tails. Chat was right.
Right?
Yeah. I gotta give us a coin because obviously we're struggling financially.
Oh, I was like, you're
okay,
a liar. He can be quite a pain to catch sometimes, and I thought I had him right away, and then he did that. So the only requirement to recruit Stallion, I think, is just the 50 escapes, right?
Yeah, that in Castle 2.
In Castle Level 2. So we have definitely ran away from more than 50 things, because your let goes also count.
Yeah, it's kind of cool because in the task, he actually has to get 50 random battles to run away from just to get Stallion.
All right, and that ends the little bit of recruitment we're going to do. We're headed back to the castle. Start the next part of the run. Or part of the story, I mean.
Can I jump in with a quick donation then?
Absolutely, we are just walking it out.
We got $50 from an anonymous donor who wanted to say, donating in honor of my parents, Jay and Pat, who stepped outside of their comfort zone to get me the mental health help I needed and helped me to deal with the stigma of mental illness. We're so glad that you could get that taken care of and encourage everybody who needs it and be supportive of your friends, your family, and yourself as much as you need. Thank you so much for that donation. We also got another $10 from Necro Salamander, who says, down with the cheese revolution. Apparently we're getting some fighting on that now. Macho Man Fingers sent in $108, saying, first time donator and first time watching live. I had to donate when I saw one of my all-time favorite games being played, Suikoden II. Thank you to all the runners and RPGLB staff for supporting such a great cause and providing millions of hours of entertainment. As a former police officer, I saw a lot of folks dealing with mental illness, and NAMI does such amazing work. Keep those donations coming. Here's $1 for every Star of Destiny. Incentive is runner's choice. Wakaba for the win. And in the words of my main man, Humphrey, hey.
Thanks so much for that. I guess we need a new runner's choice now.
Do you have any?
Well, we just throw it to what's next for, I think, the Xenoblade stuff, or yeah, the Xenoblade 3 stuff is next?
Baldur's Gate 3 is coming up next, and that one's just got $695 left for the bonus any % run, unless you want to throw it down on naming one of the main characters.
Let's go for the 90% run.
Yeah, let's throw it on that 90% run.
$108 toward the bonus any % run. Thank you so much.
We got a fun part of the run coming up here. So in this game, there's a character named Simone, and Simone lost his rose brooch. So we got to find it for him. And naturally, where they have rose brooches is the rare finds of a store. I think what we're going to do here is we're going to save and soft reset if we don't get it. There are opportunities to come back and check the shop again later, but this will just be a simpler solution for us. I'm hoping we don't have to do it, though, because there's another glitch that is actually affected by the soft reset called the Rune Knight Speed glitch. That's actually what that is. So healing items and spells in this game have this property where you get a 30% speed boost. And Rune Knight Speed glitch makes that apply to Rune Knights, and we have a specific setup for it. If we soft reset, we have to change that setup. Not a huge deal overall, but it would be cool if we get to do the initial one.
Yeah, we'll see.
40% chance to get it. We've been running pretty hot so far.
That's what scares me. Go down and make a save.
Do a quick stay too. I think the Nami's healthy, so I think it's fine.
I could just quick. Wrong one. Used to like my own stuff.
You can save over that one too. I don't mind.
That's all right.
Not like saving those saves for anything.
They're special. I can tell.
But this one's even special because we did it together.
That's fair.
Yeah, let's
Yay!
go. Oh, I skipped
Oh
out.
yeah, they escaped out. I as soon as I ran, I was like, oopsies.
Run has been very lucky, honestly.
I can't believe you said that out loud.
What could go wrong? We're past all the bad stuff. Surely nothing happens.
Can't believe you've done this.
Oh, actually, to be fair, this is 108. We do still have a few more bad things. Like the Luca fight is a bit scarier than 90%. But generally, the Rose Brooch is like this last really scary point of the run in this category with this route. From this point on, there are still things that can go wrong, but it's not as dangerous.
We just got $40 in from your friend Drubastank. Says, good luck to Zero, RJ, and Seiglance. It has been a thrill to watch them work on this together for the past few months. I would not have got into speedrunning without all of their supportive communities, and I wish them all the best in this run. Thank you so much, Drubastank.
Thank you.
Thank you, Drew.
Thank you, Drew.
You are the reason. Or the reason is you.
Man, you're just like making me want karaoke now.
I didn't need to do anything to make that a reality. We are coming up on a boss at in a couple more screens here, but otherwise we're just jogging it in.
Pretty straightforward boss. Although this is one of the times where we actually let the boss put us into violence instead of doing it ourselves. Reason being is that he has a very set pattern. He will either do a column attack that'll always hit middle, or he'll do an AoE attack, which will also always hit middle, along with, other parts.
Yep.
We can reliably get violence off of him.
I always like the way he just rolls out.
Column. We just do another shift. Oh, now he does lightning. If you're really lucky and he does lightning attack turn 1 and rolls really high damage, sometimes he can violence. Well, I'm not even sure that's true. I think that might have been the older versions of the route. Or any percent.
Ooh, and the crit.
All sixes.
Quad 6. So if you watch that boss and you're like, gee, I wish I had more worm in my life, well, that's what you've been donating for. Well, there will be more worm in your life eventually. I understand that might have sounded weird, but just trust me.
One little piece of tech here, you can actually escape talisman to skip to the end of the screen. Saves like 5 seconds, and plus gets rid of the chance to get rid of my god, I can't speak. Gets rid of the chance to get a random battle. Random, there we go, that's the word I was looking for.
Blamblem.
It's actually a very interesting force in terms of escape talisman mechanics, because you can't actually escape talisman earlier to get back to Banner Pass. It doesn't work. Well, on that screen, you can escape talisman back to Varkas.
To Varkas.
Yeah. It's really wonky with its behavior. All right, here we have a really important option. We got to make sure we pick Kasumi. Multiple reasons for that. 90% is just we want her gear. She has better gear for us to take, but in 108 star, we want her even more so we can get the ninjas early. The ninjas, if you don't have her, require castle level 4, and it's an incredibly tight recruitment. There's like maybe one missable character before you hit that threshold.
Yeah, so our anonymous Valeria donator earlier is going to be a little sad with us, but it just has to be this way.
There's no avoiding it. Assume you can get the ninjas of level 3 castle, which we made sure to get before we came here, so it was just a choice for multiple reasons.
was still doing cancel, so yeah, I definitely play it safe. With menus like that, it's really, really a big deal.
I agree.
And we'll put Kasumi into our party because we will do a menu with her as well. Eventually. We still need to go get the ninjas. The other ninjas.
We'll also have some good gear.
Yes.
I feel kind of guilty. You know, we literally just get these people, add them to our party just so we can steal their armor and stuff.
It's for the it's for the greater good. We're actually going to go right back into Gregminster because we have some characters to recruit.
Oh.
And we'll get to see the fruits of our trading labor.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that.
It does have one of the weirdest, one of the most random things about it, but you'll see shortly. There we get Lorelei. Oh. Oops.
Probably just replace Millie or something.
Yeah, and we'll just Mondo over Lorelei.
Yeah.
I was too busy thinking about what's about to happen. All right, so if we did this right, he's gonna call for his son, and watch where his son comes from. Coats! Just comes out of the barrel. What was he doing in there?
And it goes right into facing the wall.
He was checking for robots.
Yeah. Is this barrel a robot? And then we'll, hey, excuse me, go in and buy a Celadon urn.
We got the good price.
Yeah. I planned that.
So we need that Celadon urn to recruit Labrante later. This is one of the ways to get it. The other one is a random drop. The third one's the rope climbing minigame, which is also fun.
Labrante James.
Fun fact, the very first version of this route I ever made, I used to use the rope climbing game to get a gold bar to use for trading. That was before Omen Gamer taught me the ways of the mayonnaise.
Who knew that selling stale mayonnaise could be so profitable?
We have a cooler. We don't.
You do, actually.
Well,
it's not in our room.
in real life, not in the game.
Oh.
At least we get to see Lorelei's cool sprite. She has a cool sickle scythe weapon.
Yeah. She changes weapons in every game, I'm pretty sure, that she's in.
Yeah, she has a bow in the first one, and then a whip in 5. Is this one? No.
What about further?
Yeah, it's in the next screen. Yeah, I wasn't, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't really paying attention because that's banner pass for me.
It's another forest. It's like at this point.
Yeah, it's just like, how many forests can I run through for real? Apparently a lot. Right here.
We found the secret village.
This part is fun too, because if you are familiar with the first game, they actually replaced the battle music with a like remixed or remastered version of the first game's battle theme for Banner Pass. And it's really good. So this normally happens like if you enter into the village, but without Kasumi, they kind of just kick you out. And then after, we'll get Mondo and Sasuke here. Then after we're done getting Sasuke, we're about to do a pretty large menu.
Yeah, fairly. I mean, it's not that long, but in terms of, in relative speaking.
Yeah, there's like a lot of things that do. We'll leave it at that.
We do need a lot of things to do.
There's Lorelei's cameo.
That pupper with the scarf? A handsome boy.
I do. We should be able to recruit that dog instead of Jess.
I can get behind this.
Who says no? Except that one person. All right, anyway. Ninja suit.
Well, we've got an anonymous Valeria donator who sent in $4.20 saying, "You beefed it."
That's fine.
Yeah. All right. Mondo, because Mondo also has some good stuff for us.
Don't worry. And then... Sorry, not the best menu ever.
Well, if we're going to be menuing for a bit, maybe I can talk a little bit about the prizes we've got on offer right now.
Well, we're done the menu, but we do have to run out of this place, so let it rip.
All right, forever run through the forest. Let's talk about prizes. Just in case the incentives and just donating to a good cause aren't quite enough for you, we do have some prizes on offer. Every donation is automatically entered into the raffle for some of these prizes. For a minimum $5 donation between now and the end of Xenoblade Chronicles 3, that's 2 runs from now, you're entered in to possibly win the Impact of Iwata book about Nintendo's president, a beautiful tear perler, or an Ys 1 and 2 Chronicles key, generously provided as prizes. Minimum $30 donation will enter you in to win the Lame Mage tabletop RPG book set. I've never played Lame Mage, but it sounds fun. So again, any donation that you make toward these causes will automatically enter you to possibly win one of these prizes. So just one more incentive to do money toward a good cause.
Still going? We're almost out, though.
Well, in that case, Anonymous Dad is sending in some more love in the form of $4, saying, "Our heroes travel to Gregminster to form an alliance with the Tauren Republic, which, if you remember the last game, was Tauren half."
Oh.
Beautiful agony. I love it.
Here we go. Going to Gregminster also finally gives us the blinking mirror, which we will use variously.
Excuse me?
Excuse you, what?
What did you say?
The blinking mirror. We're going to use it a lot now. All right. We have a cut scene with Nanami, and Pilika's just kind of here. And in the morning, we get a fun little RNG war battle, if you're sensing a trend with the war battles and how they work in this game. Where Ridley gets kind of caught off guard. And we're supposed to go save him, but if there's a running theme here, usually when there's people who need saving, we're not going to do any of that. Just got to go to the Great Hall and actually start it.
We just got $15 from an anonymous donor saying, "I just stumbled upon this stream of Suikoden II. I've never before seen the game, but it's so great to see how much the runners enjoy themselves. You seem like really nice guys. Good luck with you the rest of your run. Donation to your choice."
Let's keep firing away at that Baldur's Gate any percent run.
Done.
And thank you so much for the compliment.
Yeah, I said the same thing. You guys have a great camaraderie together, and it's fun and hilarious. I love it.
So this battle, like I said, Ridley gets caught off guard. Ideally, we want the Highland soldiers to just kind of take him out. He gets captured. We'll see how it goes. Seed attacking's pretty good. Wow.
Wow.
Will you ever see the 2-attack Ridley dies ever again? Probably not.
I came back at the perfect time.
Because sometimes Ridley's actually a pretty solid war unit. He has the ability to crit, which is just if he does damage, he kills the unit. And I have seen him go on an absolute warpath in this fight before. There's a Black Horse in the fight. That's a character called Sasarai, who basically almost never should even be involved. Who should never almost be involved in, I had him actually get killed by Ridley one time. You get to see death dialogue in a war battle. That's not usually the case, or not usually seen.
Yeah, that's a really rare one. I'm not sure I've seen that. I'm not sure I've seen that one before.
SRD was a fan. Here's Sai. He has a favor for us. And in normal Miriyama fashion, Ryu Miriyama, not Ryu. We say no. We're busy. There we go. See, so Ridley was captured. But but that's okay. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's all part of the plan.
Yeah.
Funny thing about that war battle is if Ridley doesn't get captured, the way you can finish it quickly is by injuring Moriyama. So if Ridley just goes on a rampage, what you do is you fire spear your hero.
Yeah, double Victor wake up, by the way. And before we get into this next war battle, we're going to do a save here. Probably more so for what's after it.
Yeah, a bit of both. If you get unlucky enough, this one can be pretty rough, and it might actually be worth reloading.
Yeah.
But the next part is the more dangerous part.
But we're basically entering the Luca Blight gauntlet. We have a war battle with him, and then we'll actually have a fight with him. And some stuff could happen that it makes it not good.
The win condition from this for this fight is always pretty easy. You just need to get one sort of damage onto Luca. So one of the things I've considered doing is giving Kiba Fire Spears or Invention. The Fire Spears he just doesn't use. The Invention, he, in his brilliant strategic mind, runs away from Luca and then uses Invention on himself.
He still has loyalties.
I've also seen Luca get stuck here before, I think. I think we're good in this case.
I think he's okay here.
Yeah.
But that would be a shame.
It's really bad if that happens.
Now if we're truly blessed, Kiba will just go hit him and do the damage for us.
That would be impressive.
Oh boy. Oh my god, I saw one horse go down and I was like...
Oh, that's not good.
Sorry, Victor.
At least it's Victor. It always makes me nervous, like Gilbert. Okay,
All right,
nice.
there we go. Not so bad. And we didn't actually hurt Victor, which is good too. Because when Luca leaves this battle, he puts a point of damage into every unit on the field.
I have lost a run before to that, where Gilbert's unit died and he permanently died, which I didn't even know was possible in this battle.
Yeah, that's kind of brutal. So not too bad. Ideally, you just want the lightning to do its thing, but
It's fine.
next one, not so bad. We can live with that.
The only way that gets really bad is if you use all your stuff and you still don't beat him. Then it becomes like, again, like 5 minutes at least or something. And eventually the battle will end by itself, but it takes a pretty long time and you'll have no good way to damage him.
Hey, look, it's Ridley. He's back.
Also, fun fact there, normally it's Chaco that rescues Ridley, unless you have Sasuke and Manda, in which case it's them.
Putting the ninjas to work right away. All right, and Ridley comes back with a note saying that Luca's planning to do a night raid. So we're going to take that opportunity to surprise him instead.
We'll also bring a new character along with us here, Meg. She's still, she'll be useful eventually. It's not quite her time yet, but this is all about getting her set up. For anyone that remembers my explanation on kindness points, if we want to use the kindness rune glitch, we want to get negative kindness points, and the best way to do it is by killing off characters. And that might give you an idea about why we're bringing Meg along. That doesn't give it away entirely. You'll see some big damage numbers in about half an hour or so.
I see they've been attending the Gandhi School of Peaceful Resolution.
Yes, of course. Honestly, usually all of the Luca stuff, like his battle, is pretty fun, like
Yeah.
strat-wise, just to take him down.
This is one of the coolest sequences in both like casual and speedrunning.
Yeah.
This round though, the first two fights are pretty not that interesting. We're just waiting for both Flick and Victor to die.
Yeah, it's Ryu's unit is when we're going to do stuff.
And the reason is because Nanami's there and we do take advantage of their Ignite for the only time in this run now. Hopefully nothing goes wrong with that. That was like the last scary thing I was thinking
Yeah, it's like
earlier.
that's kind of it's like one of the last really like weird things that can happen.
So for anyone that's played this game casually, Nanami and Ryu have this, or Moriyama have this unite called Family Attack. And it's just straight up 2x damage to one enemy. But there's a 12.5% chance that Nanami decides to have a picnic instead of participating in the combat, and that is really bad in this fight especially. It can be recovered though, it gets tricky. You essentially have to get violence again.
Here we go. We're using Luke to empty world the party to get Nanami violenced.
This is the first time we've done this in the run too. First time we use the spell.
Oh,
Oh wait, oh no, we used it on RP.
yeah, I was like, we did it
Sorry.
for RP.
Yeah. This is one of the really cool uses of it. You actually use that self-inflicted damage to set up Violence Rune. And it does a lot of damage as well.
Yeah. So hopefully, fingers crossed. So in this turn, we also want to see him hit Meg.
Perfect.
So that's
Exactly
good.
Exactly what we want to see.
His fire attacks are a lot slower than just his regular attacks, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
do
do
it.
use the free sword, but it's fine. Alright, moment of truth.
here we go.
Huh? Yeah, let's
she
go.
did it. Look at her participating.
And some pretty good damage here. Something to keep in mind is that Luca, while he has 6,500 HP, he essentially takes half damage from everything. So against a normal enemy, that would be 9,000 right there. He essentially has 13,000 effective HP.
All right, I'm gonna take this opportunity to get Meg some extra kindness points. To do that, we'll heal Luke.
This isn't necessary in like if you're going for a PB quick attempt, but in a marathon setting, especially when we're doing some incentive stuff, it's really good to do.
Mm-hmm.
It's routed so if you have a good run, you'll only ever need the death from the Luca fight, but you never know what you're going to get. And we will have to take some extra time to do the incentive, so it's smart to just get as many as we can here.
And we'll use Luke's shreddings to kill off the White Wolf soldiers.
We specifically gave him the speed ring in that menu in Rakaku earlier just for these fights, otherwise he can't get outsped here. We actually will take it off after this fight because it has to go on Meg, and he needs the inventory space.
Let's see. He dodged. Why,
Oh,
Meg? Why are
man.
you like this?
I think because of the defend.
Okay, yeah, I can just attack.
Yeah. Characters get a 20% basically evasion when they defend.
All right.
There we go.
All right, we got her. Victor. All right, now we're gonna set Meg's equipment up a little bit. Meg best equip. New. That's it. I just wanted to look at Miriyama's health just
Yeah.
in case.
You should never be able to lose this duel, but you never know.
Yeah, I don't know.
You could find a way.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
kind of moved on from being told that never happens in this game. Also, when is the next hand?
That's what I was thinking right now. I was thinking maybe after this duel, but it's a little early. Up to you.
What's next?
Like all the Tinto stuff. I guess I should do the next part because we're gonna do the Matilda glitch
Yeah, no,
thing.
that's fine.
Okay.
It's a good handoff.
Want a quick donation?
Sure, we do have a little bit of dialogue here. Luke finds a random amulet, and we're just waiting a sec.
All right. Well, the Royal Plutonian sends in $1 and says, "Bootifully awful puns. My parents would be proud." Keep those puns coming for a good cause. Benny Omega has actually sent in another $5, says, wait, so the town is called Gregminster? So does that mean Greg fled Final Fantasy V and built a town here? I'm Joey, but like the knife twisted into Annabelle, this run's going well.
Oh, oops. Yeah, I didn't realize. So here's the camera thing that was going on.
I probably did it on purpose. That makes it so much scarier that you didn't realize.
That's how it always looks. What do you mean? There we go. Yeah, usually with how strong our Hirayama is, we can take Luca out. I think he also picked he wild attacked.
Yeah.
Didn't he? Yeah. So
That
I
was
mean,
super safe. Just
yeah.
defend. You do outspeed him though, so as long as he doesn't defend, you can generally wild attack, but it's still just less scary.
yeah.
Yeah, especially in the marathon setting.
Yes.
His lines are actually kind of hard to read as well in terms of like what he's gonna do because they're all so similar.
Yeah. Well, yeah, they really try to mess you up with the things he says because he has two phrases that are exactly the same, but the punctuation at the end is different. So they really try to mess you up in the little game. You can't just like,
Yeah,
you need to see the whole thing, or at least the punctuation.
like you little punk ... versus you little punk ! !3. Or like one of them is literally the amount of exclamation marks that changes.
Yeah, it's either you little punk or you little punk.
Also, I think the amulet that the Fireflies were in, I think that's the amulet that Pilika bought for her dad. Little throwback there. I guess Joey bought for Pilika, who bought for her dad. What are you?
Joey wasting no time.
Kills her father, kills her brother, marries her.
Yeah, marries the sister, becomes king of Highland. It's quite the plan. All right, well, Luke is dead, so surely there's nothing else to do. We're coming in a way under estimate.
Epilogue incoming.
The 3-hour epilogue. That's also one of the things I really like about this game is you just think Luke is the big bad, and
Kind of is.
he
Sort
really
of.
is
Yeah.
still. You're right, but you kind of kill him, and it's just like it's not over. Like it's never ending.
Yeah, it's more complicated than just
Yeah.
one bad guy.
Yeah. Look, that guy got in the way. I'm walking here. What you didn't know is Couscous is New York in this universe.
So here we run into Colgan. They're like, oh, watch out, there's a Highland guy here. But Colgan just wants to basically set up a meeting between us and Joey to arrange a peace treaty and end the war. And, you know, Joey's our friend, so of course, you know, we're going to trust him.
And he does also introduce him as Joey Blight.
Oh, yeah. Tells us that he got married. And he was like, you were like, where was our invite?
Yeah, it's like, I missed the wedding. Although I've seen they've seen some cutscenes of what they do in Highland. I don't know if I want to go.
Like good fun to me.
I also like that part. So the fastest way to get here is to just go on the boat and teleport. So we just ask this guy if he'll take us on his boat, and then we immediately teleport off the boat.
Thanks, this is as far as I need to go.
Thanks, sir.
I actually have to think a little bit here because I have to adjust this a little bit. Okay, I think I just don't bring Stallion. Yeah. We're about to get spicy here. On the fly rerouting
Yeah,
during a marathon. What can go wrong?
On the fly Clive routing.
Not just Clyde, we get a long chance.
Yes.
At least
We're gonna make it worth the while.
This is actually going to add a decent bit of time, like a minute or two, but that's fine. We're doing good. We can afford it. I just wish I could have brought Stallions though, but it might work. So, grab Walkabout. Meg.
Well, if I got time to shill our merch store for a sec.
Yeah, sure.
Well, RPG Limit Break is excited to announce that we've launched our own merch store. From hoodies to coffee mugs, even fanny packs, you're sure to find your new RPG Limit Break branded gear. And the best part is all proceeds from our merchandise sales goes directly towards funding RPGLB so we can continue to bring you these awesome live events every year. To visit our online store, please visit store.rpglimitbreak.com.
Coronet. I sure have missed this place. You also get a sneak peek at Genshu there, who hangs out at the dock. But can't quite get him yet. He's a level 4 recruit.
He will be the very last person we get.
True. So what we're supposed to do here is we're supposed to go to Muse for the peace treaty. But we're going to make a little detour. This isn't routed, but no. Gotta improvise sometimes. We did miss that one Clive cutscene. I really want to show you guys the funny one in Radat, so we gotta get this done ahead of time.
Sorry, I just wanted to check that we are, in fact, in front of my BB still.
How much of a lead do we have?
A couple minutes.
Let's go. I have time to do this then.
Yeah, honestly might not affect much at the moment.
So I'm sure that anyone that's played this game casually probably knows about this glitch. For anyone who doesn't, this is the Matilda glitch. You're not supposed to be able to cross this path here. It's like this gate, but we just push it.
Doors are merely a concept in Matilda.
Failing a bit of the pushing. Right, there we go. We are not supposed to be here, but yet we are.
Great soldiers.
They're doing their best, okay?
I mean, their backs were turned. They couldn't see the door coming at them.
I ain't paid enough for this.
This guy is literally pushing the door. You know what? I saw nothing.
And I don't think we were going to show this off in the glitch exhibition.
Yeah.
Because it's a pretty commonly known glitch. So
I did have
bonus.
it there, but it's like it was a 5-second thing real quick, so.
So bonus, moved it into the run. Yeah, so when I came to Rock Axe the first time, I shouldn't have gotten rid of Clive for...
Well, we should just stop by here. Oh, did you see that?
This is why we wanted to try and get Long Chen Chen. I'm in the middle of this.
I have never done this before. This is my first time ever doing these things together. I don't remember how this goes from here, or if it's even working properly. Well, let's see. Maybe we can go back in.
He ran out, but he ran back in. He was still hungry. He's like, I gotta get out of here. Wait, I didn't finish my food.
Just like us at Korean barbecue.
The power of bulgogi is strong.
So fun fact about this too. If you play glitchless, there's no way to actually get this recruitment done. Because, well, I guess that's not true. Not get this recruitment done and still get 108 stars in time. You normally get him in prom. But if you use a Matilda glitch, you can get him here only during this part of the run.
Happy accident. Got us a fun little cutscene.
Yeah, that's great. I've never seen that before. That's hilarious.
Just came sprinting out. Yeah, he obviously saw Clive. He's like, I gotta get out of here.
I'm so glad we're doing this Clive side quest. We found so many fun. We found so many cool things. I have no idea if it's faster to teleport or not, but because I don't think it lets you teleport in Muse. Can we do Coronet? No. So do this. This is the slowest part, I figured.
Yeah, we're improvising.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe it would have been faster to walk back through Matilda, but do it now.
Yeah.
All right. I will need a reminder later. Instead of bringing Wakaba with us in the final recruitment, I guess Sieg will need a reminder, not me.
Okay.
Need to bring Sai and Gatomo.
I can get that one. Okay.
Otherwise, I think we're more or less on track. Party menus are going to be different.
Also, side effect of what we're doing, we don't have Stallion.
Silent Stallion.
Stallion in the party, so our boat's moving really slow. Because Stallion has a true Holy Rune, which makes us move faster on the map.
We actually have to do quite a bit of world map movement here, so this does kind of hurt. Since we're going to have to run all the way to Tinto. So have to stop by Kobold Village as well. Got a decent amount of things to do. Miss Rikimaru.
He's at the castle. You can go see him.
Yeah, but then I can't, like, call him a bum.
You can't do that at the castle?
No, it's not an option anymore.
But you can still do it.
I don't even know where he is. Probably in the kitchen, I guess.
Probably near it. The restaurant.
Something I've never tried. Triggering Elza, like, 5 side quests here. Because we do technically go to Jocelyn Hill. I don't feel like it works. I feel like it's accounted for, but...
Would it happen right now?
Yeah, I think so, I guess. I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, we can't test it right now because we haven't been to Radit.
Oh, right.
But, something to mess with later.
You're getting the gears working. The intricacies of taking Clive places when you're not when it's not planned.
I can't wait until we fully route in 5 side quests into the route.
Just for goofness. The goof factor goes up by 10.
Would you like a quick donation?
Yes, please.
KFizzle4 has sent in $30 to the National Alliance on Mental Illness, saying, "Can't watch since I'm super busy today, but I just wanted to get a bid in for those prizes." Some pretty dang awesome prizes coming in.
They are very cool prizes. Here we go. Shock and surprise, the peace treaty plan was actually a trick. But we had our own trick up our sleeves. We threw a child at him.
By the way, she's been mute this whole time. She finally talks now. We've been taking care of her for like the last 3 hours. So ungrateful. She even tells Joey she was so lonely without him.
Yeah. We were getting 108 friends for her.
There were so many more people at our castle than at their castle. They even have portraits.
Yeah, you could talk to random soldier number 45, or you could talk to...
Rikimaru.
I was going to say,
Call him a bum.
Richmond.
Alright, here we're going to use another shredding scroll. We're finally at the point where level 55 really doesn't clear soldiers of shining light. No, that's all sad.
So we hit him with tornadoes instead.
Takes like a second longer. Terrible.
It's almost unbearable.
Right, here's a pretty cool battle skip. What we need to do is run right, walk 1 step down, and then run. And we have to make sure we run down here, as we learned recently in our hotel room.
We did some labbing. We were wearing lab coats at the time.
It's because our other clothes were in the wash after eating all the bulgogi. Alright, so a little difference here. We're not going to go get Tomo since we didn't have room for Sai in our party. We did some other shenanigans. So we more or less can go straight to continuing the story. Yeah, nice. We don't have to worry, like, bed kindness points. We're going to be better on that window.
We're going to keep finding reasons to make this good.
Yeah, I'm writing this in, even though it's not good. I'm just going to convince myself it's decent. Pretty funny sequence here. We get to the castle, we run out of the castle, teleport back to the castle, run forward, then we're going to teleport back out of the castle. There is one risk to doing this. It's like, it only saves like a second or 2, but if she failed teleports, you use time.
The offer still stands. She puts us in that room. I'm putting money in the donation.
I'm going to take as many teleports as I can.
You're just going to start teleporting? That's cheating.
No, it's, I forgot to get something.
You're cooking the books. You forgot to get something, you keep teleporting.
Oh no, I forgot something in Tinto. Oh no, I forgot something in Rada. Oops, I forgot something in Tinto again. It's fine. No, we are not exactly good on sleep here.
No. No.
Okay, so Nanami forces her way into her party here. She actually doesn't do that much for us at this point, but she's kind of forced in. I think we say no every time she goes into a convoy. But it is still good to bring her here because we can steal her stuff now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're going to go transfer everything we basically the violence setup, the violence kind of setup to Meg, and Meg will be our violence now,
Our violent person.
our violent person. I mean, her weapon is called the Assassin's Dagger.
Nanami outdated, long camera weighted, Meg activated.
Sorry, I thought I was gonna. Never mind.
Brought by Kobo Village real quick there. Just to tag it essentially so we can teleport back later. We're not gonna, even though we have our stuff, we aren't gonna do Higgs Tengar stuff quite yet. A little bit more efficient to do it later, since we don't have to kick people. Well, we'd have to kick people out and do it now, and we kind of want everyone we have at the moment. And later on, we can kick out Meg and hopefully help her avoid getting a kindness point at the half an hour mark.
So, Koyu helps us get past this guard. He just goes on break, conveniently for us. And then we're just going to kind of run up and down this path a little bit. So this will probably be a good time for any announcements that may be waiting. So otherwise, we need to, before we can actually like continue into Tinto or anything like that, we have to go up here and do a little cutscene with Igijimu.
That was kind of unavoidable.
Mm-hmm.
This, depending on your perspective, this game has either very well-coded or very poorly coded story triggers. It's very hard to skip anything, which is, I guess, a good thing. But if you do ever manage to skip anything, the game generally just tends to crash, so...
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what your perspective is on that. I don't know how I feel anymore.
Skip it all. Go out of bounds and go right to Beast Rune.
As an example, there is an out of bounds we found very recently. And in theory, it would let you skip a battle and like a cutscene, but the story doesn't trigger unless you get a battle and a cutscene. And it's very trivial stuff. It's not important at all.
Yeah. That's coming up soon, that part.
Yeah. I can't wait to showcase the sneak preview of the Glitch Exhibition.
Zero wanted to take these parts of the run specifically for like this one moment of swag.
Exactly.
Now we got some extras because we had to fix Clive a little bit, so we got some more cool stuff out of it. But
Yeah, I'm very glad I got shift number 5.
yeah. Yeah, so no Stallion. Usually we do have Stallion in the party, so we could be moving a little quicker.
It's not too big a deal. I think Stallion movement speed is kind of overrated. Obviously, if you can get it, even if especially if you're walking out, it's good. But it doesn't make a humongous difference overall in terms of time.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be like we would be skipping these encounters or anything. We would still be getting them.
Be getting them faster.
Yeah, we would just be getting to them a little quicker. This is Tinto. We're also entering this section of the game where all of the towns here just have the same music. If you've been paying attention for most of the game, every town has had its own song until we get to here.
They're all kind of so similar, I guess, is why.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same mountain area.
Same region, close enough.
Yeah. At least it's a good song.
Yeah. Finger.
Got time for a quick relevant donation?
Yes.
Sure do.
Our best friend Anonymous Dad has sent in another $4 saying, "Our heroes will finally travel to the mysterious land of Tinto. Did you know that prior to having their names changed, the surrounding villages were called Two Ear and One Chin?"
I actually like that one. Not saying I didn't like the other ones.
All right, Anonymous Dad, that's the new bar. We also got a generous $100 donation from my sister, Slylin. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Y'all are so generous.
True.
So we talk to Gustav, who's kind of like in charge around here, and has a lot different attitude than when you first saw him in Use, not wanting to participate. We basically walk up and he's like, "Yeah, let's like do this. Let's fight everyone." And we're like, "Okay."
We've proven ourselves at this point. We
Yeah.
defeated Luca. He's like, "Oh yeah, we want an alliance."
Yeah.
Whereas before, he didn't want to come help us at all. In fact, he hasn't been involved at the war, in the war at all up to this point.
They can always keep talking about how like you know, it's tough to get to Tinto surrounded by mountains and things like that.
That's a big part of why they want to stay uninvolved. It's like things don't affect them as much, and it's harder for them to participate. Nanami is stomping so loud. Like, what's the point even trying to wake me up? That stomping will wake me up.
You just run up and down the hallway. It's the best alarm. It's like when you have like a toddler in your house.
I'd rather not think about that.
It doesn't have to, it doesn't have to be your toddler. It could
We
be like
all
a
know that
family
the best
member.
alarm is a landscaper outside your window.
Unironically true.
Badly.
Better than the landscaper inside your window.
You say that, I'm not sure I agree. I'm being kind of careful there because there is a chance you can soft walk if you like walk into a certain spot.
What landscaping are you having done inside your house where this is a good scenario?
I'm just hoping that he's not doing landscaper. Landscaping.
He's just a landscaper in your
Yeah,
house.
maybe he's just having a beer hanging out. I mean, he'll do that much more quietly than like cutting the grass.
All right, I'll let it slide, I guess.
Well, thank you.
I guess. You're on thin ice, though, mister.
At least it's not been grass.
Hey, look, it's Lily. And Jess.
Everyone's favorite character. No one's tried to skip recruiting him.
That's the skip I want. I'll play the whole game. I'll play it normally, too. Patch out all the glitches, but if I could do 108 star without Jess, I'm in.
Can we replace him with like Ruloida or something? Get one of the octopi?
Literally any of the dogs we run past in the game. Any pet, any of the animals, cats, dogs, whatever.
I'm going to vote for the cat hanging out on the top of White Deer.
The bird we put in the tree for Kennison and Shiro. Welcome aboard, Star of Destiny.
I can get behind this movement.
I have,
Nanami, are you listening?
I have some good ideas. Yeah, patch the game, please.
Oh, I was thinking remasters, but even better.
Oh, yeah, the remasters, yeah. Hey, look, it's Jess.
Nanami's like,
Yeah, she's like, I'll fight you. Wish you would.
you totally would. And you know what? I'm kind of cool with it.
Here we go. This is actually a pretty interesting cutscene because if you... Nanami kind of like suggests running away and not doing this anymore, and you can actually agree with her and run away. And it actually starts... It starts setting up for the bad ending. There is a point to come back from the bad ending still. And that does have some pretty humorous parts in it. It ends up like Ryu's getting slapped by Shu. Ridley dies. It's pretty...
That's pretty funny.
Well, not really. The slapping of Ryu getting slapped is fun. Because Ryu gets Ridley gets replaced by Boris.
Yeah, which is a severe downgrade in my opinion, which is why I hate this sequence.
But it is pretty interesting that there is just you could just stop playing the game and literally run away.
Yeah, that's a pretty cool ending screen.
It does.
Basically, Nanami and Ryu live happily ever after somewhere in a little cabin.
While Tinto gets taken over completely by zombies.
Not their problem. They've done enough.
You get to see Marlo swinging books at stuff.
Yeah.
And it is pretty interesting. It's definitely worth like seeing if you've never seen it.
Yeah, definitely worth doing at least once.
It's kind of uneventful to play the game up to this point just to do that.
It's like, it'd be kind of cool. It's like, oh, we got a bad ending category, but it's only like an hour shorter than like a normal 90%, and it's a bad ending, so it's kind of hard to justify.
Yeah. But I guess they wanted to like emphasize how chaotic it would be without Ryu doing what he's doing.
Yeah, which is kind of silly. I feel like at this point, they shouldn't depend on him so much.
Yeah.
And I guess he is level 55 after all.
I mean, he's been swole for a long time.
Oh, this is Roar. She's Jean's friend. She's looking for Jean. I'm like, oh, she's at our castle. So we're going to give her directions, and she's going to go back to our castle.
She's just going to take the long way.
Yeah.
She's actually, I think she's using your OB, to be honest.
My what?
I know, the out of bounds. I know you can't do it up here, but maybe Roar knows something we don't.
I thought she was just going to take the long path through the mines.
She could.
That's probably what it is.
It would be funny if she like went in here by accident and you had to go find her again.
That would be pretty
like
funny.
just like a story. I think it would be kind of funny, even if it was a little annoying. It's like I told you to go the other way. She's like lost in the mines.
Somehow
She's with Necklord.
Oh, hey, haven't you met my friend?
Look at this guy. He's got a cool cape.
I hear he's a movie star.
Robert. So speaking of Necklord, while I said she was hanging out with him in here, we do run into Necklord, and we have a fight that we can't avoid this time. Same situation, though, as if we were to get into the first one, where we just defend every turn, because we can't win.
Yeah, best we can do is just make it go as quickly as possible. We don't have Star Dragon Sword, we don't have Con, so we can't win.
We can't win.
God! Also, cool mechanic here. It doesn't come into play in 108 star, but it does 90%. Necklord's bad attack has priority targeting, where you'll always go for young women. And then, like, I think after that, it's like women, and then it's like back to normal targeting. So you can actually manipulate his target somewhat, and it's good for triggering violence, for, say, like Nanami right here. He's guaranteed to get hit pretty much every turn. Plus, he does his pointy death laser.
Pointy Death Laser.
That's the official name.
Pointy Death Laser. He says it. It's the same move Frieza uses in Dragon Ball Z.
True. Here's another good use of Escape Talisman as well. Don't have to run out of here anymore. Well, not as much, at least.
So all of a sudden, the entire town has already been overrun by zombies. I like that one on the roof of the house. I got up there, but
I'll go meet him there later.
yeah, I respect it. Yeah, you can get up there
Yeah.
too. Maybe he knows the.
That's how he did it. Ryu also passes out here. Apparently, he used too much of his power with the Bright Shield rune to.
I also like how they
get
just
back
kind of
up.
stopped animating Nanami's legs after some point, so she just like slides across half the screen.
I missed that, honestly. I need to watch that more closely.
It kind of looks like she's doing the Naruto run into Area 51.
Here we wake up in Crom. We've never been to Crom before, so we're a little bit unsettled. It's all good. Nanami and Victor join us. We're gonna pick out our party, and we're gonna do some exploring. Oops. We're gonna do some exploring after I don't change my formation.
I like how we share a room with Gustav.
Of course, we're homies.
Got nothing else.
See, this is different already. It's fine. It was one less down in, but we actually were faster. Congrats.
Routing on the fly.
That diagonal wall there is a huge trap, by the way. Even though it's like completely diagonal, you don't bounce off like the middle and you get stuck. It's really weird.
Hey, look, it's gone!
I can't believe it.
I apologize
Me too.
for yelling.
Oh, I'm just apologizing for the puns. I'm cool with the yelling.
I was apologizing to the tech people.
Oh, I was apologizing to the audience.
We got a thumbs up. I can keep screaming. You're in luck, everyone. Floodgates are open.
By the way, technically Max here is missable if you pick the bad options. You get a pretty funny cutscene where it's just so incredibly sad.
I mean, look at his face. How could you say no to that?
It's true. He's a pretty cool guy. He appears this week in 1 as well. It's not really playable so much in either game, but he is playable in the war battles.
Here's Anna Lee Kroger.
Look at those photographs.
Yeah, so in my version of the game that doesn't have real music, when you recruit Anna Lee, we'll get the real song because we have it with the patched version of the game, but I don't have that version, so it's just silence, and I usually just play Nickelback songs. So if you want to hear Anna Lee sing Nickelback, stop by sometime.
There's a patch version now.
All right. I want to play Nickelback.
Just saying Nickelback karaoke.
Listen, I put one song in, and it took them an hour for me to get up there.
It was kind of like that.
Here's Gilly. Gilly constantly interested in the Sindar people and their runes, and we tell him that Alex knows about the Sindar runes.
So naturally, he's going to go find them and assault them.
It's true. That's kind of just Gilly doing Gilly things.
Oh, here's a cool skip, by the way.
His name is Gilly.
So yeah, You don't actually need to watch any of this.
Yeah, so if you walk in normally, there's a cutscene of all the people being afraid of Sierra here, but if you kind of do the lineup Zero did where you run to the right and bump off of the ledge, it bumps you past the cutscene trigger, and you can just run up and start the fight. It saves about like 20 seconds.
35, I think.
35?
30.
It's good. It's decent.
Shout out to Sony Gamer for finding this during
And
our big
also,
reroutes.
we got a little taste into what the rest of the run is going to look like with Meg Violence. She uses this her trick rune, which is this puppet that falls out of the sky and goes in for the blasting.
Also,
And we didn't even do that. Wasn't even the violence trick. That was just Meg with the kindness rune on.
yeah, that was low damage,
Yeah.
Meg. You haven't seen nothing yet. Also, I enjoy how Sierra just ends up on top of that guy.
Yeah, he just comes out of bat form, and they're all still there.
They just hang out there for quite a while.
Can I sneak in for a quick donation?
Yeah, sure.
thing.
We have $2 donation from Children saying, "We yearn for the mines."
Oh my god.
They do. Sierra is also a vampire, but she's not mean like
Nice
Necklord.
vampire.
She doesn't like Necklord as much as we do because he stole the moon rune.
Blue Moon Rune, I think. That the rune? That'd be. That's both, maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's both. But yeah, he steals a rune from her covenant, I believe, and that's why she's here.
Yeah, that's how he got his immortal life.
Yes. So she's here too. And now that we're gonna have Khan and Sierra, we have all of the tools we need to go fight Edward.
Wait, is he Necklord, Edward, or Robert Pattinson?
All three. He's always in character. Guy is the best method actor we've ever seen.
We do get a lot of Force characters in here. We can only put 2 in the convoy, so we do have to just pick someone to take with us. Even if Sierra's cute, we take Khan because it's slightly higher level. And if something goes horribly wrong, he can revive Meg.
Mm-hmm. And I think having Sierra leaves her open to getting targeted too. I've had her get pointy finger lasered a few times.
I don't think it matters. Really.
I'm just feel like it does.
That's
It's like
fair.
it's like a personal thing.
Yeah. Maybe for your PSP specifically.
Yes.
these things.
Yeah, it's my game. Here we are in the Tinto Mines. It's a pretty big dungeon with lots of twists and turns. And all of the pathways, they get super tight, and sometimes it's usually it looks like there's ledges you could glide off of, but then you can't, so there's a lot of bumping and bonking, and it takes a little bit to get through here. So this is a perfect time for any announcements or anything that we may want to talk about.
Well, I think we've got a moment. I want to shout out some love to our community artists. LLK, who designed the RPG Limit Break logo, and Mega Weasel and It's Casa, who are responsible for designing several of the emotes which you can access by subscribing to RPG Limit Break's channel. This also exempts you from the ads that we run after every run. All revenue from subscriptions, bits, and the ads we run contribute to funding our annual marathons, and your support in this regard is critical to helping us put on these wonderful events year after year.
I shouldn't have given him the controller. I'm sorry.
It's my fault for using the bathroom.
I got scared. I was like, what if I need a menu? I guess I'll give it to Seiglance.
I was waiting for the perfect time where I wouldn't need to scroll it, hopefully.
This is why I didn't trust you.
We're going to bribe that just in case. You can't actually fail escapes of groups of 6 here, so pays to be a bit more careful. Get it? Pays because we're bribing.
Ooh, we also got a generous $250 donation from Vonstar. Saying, I love this event. Amazing showing every year. Big thank you. And thank you, Vonstar.
We're still going. So at least in 108 Star, we do need to make a detour in this room specifically for an item. That will need to recruit one of the characters later. It's a window setting, which we need to recruit Connell, who is in Forest Village.
Got it
when we
mixed
go.
up. It's for 10 cow.
Oh, okay, yeah, I got a sound setting for Connell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which we get, by the way, for free when we help Elza out in views, so it's nice. Right.
It's actually pretty funny if you've never, or if you've played the game and never really messed with the sound settings, you can completely just change the menu noises to the most random things. It's pretty fun to play with.
I want to make it incentive, but the problem is we get access to like options so incredibly late into the run, and we get very few, so it's not like some Final Fantasy games where you just do it from the get-go.
Yeah.
That we don't get to showcase that.
But I highly suggest checking them out sometime if you're ever playing this casually.
524. You think I can kick out Meg in time? Backwards like what, 4 minutes? Probably not.
From here?
No, because for the 5.5 hour mark where she would get the point.
Oh.
Yeah, no, there's no way.
Yeah, I don't think so. Well, hopefully the extra one,
Yeah, we should be fine.
the extra
anyway.
stuff we did helps.
Worst case, we just have her die again. Oh, no!
Oh, the pain. There you go.
Alright.
So we have some fun box tech where you only need to push it in that far.
Maybe a bit less even. I'm just being safe.
Yeah, I think you could probably do like a step less or something, but as long as you kind of get the box near there, the fort ghost from earlier comes and pushes this box into place.
It's like the ghost stuck with us this whole time.
It just wants to help.
What a sweet ghost.
And here we are, we arrive at the boss of the Tinto Mines, which for some reason gets its own, like, FMV introduction.
No idea why this one's special, but here we are.
Yeah, like, where is he coming from? Looks like he's in such, like, a... I guess that's... We just don't get, like, the depth of the cave the way we play, but... It just seems random.
Alright. What are your guys' favorite golem move?
The punch.
Personally, I'm a big fan of the nipple lasers.
Yeah.
There it is. He heard.
He listened. What a good guy. Alright. And we just trick her in. So for anyone that hasn't seen this before, watch this damage.
Please don't miss.
That'd be pretty embarrassing.
Yay! There you go.
This is a casual 13,000.
Yeah, so this is why we'll use Meg for the rest of the run, although we won't have violence towards the end.
Yeah.
But for most of the single target bosses we're going through, we will use...
We get this kind of damage one more time, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
One more boss fight.
Mm-hmm.
Out of here. Coming over some cool glitches. First of all, we have something called zombie skip. So normally you're supposed to keep going through the mines, end up on the top right of Tinto, but there is a way around that. So I gotta line up here. Okay,
Let's go!
That felt a bit iffy to me, but
Like it's nothing, but trust me, it's something.
it's not too bad.
No, it's not so bad. Just takes a little bit of practice.
Alright, the next one I'm about to do, I'm still not as practiced with, but I think it does save a little bit of time and it looks really cool, so.
So you have to do it.
Yeah. It's obligatory. Oh, Sheena's not gonna get enough magic. Okay, it's not fast if I do it this slow. But to be fair, I played on a different TV and it feels different, okay?
This is for the swag. Let's
There we
go! Now we're just gonna running on the side of the mountain.
This elevator goes up so slowly, I prefer just running up the mountain. There we go.
There we go, back on the map. Yep, we take an elevator ride up there.
Yeah, sadly, like you can get all the way around this spot and get past the zombie and like the next cutscene, but then the game won't continue. No, just gotta do it this way.
Oh, do you need to give the Bolt of Wrath to Chaco?
Yeah, I do. You're right. It's been a while since I've had to do this, so. 99! Classic Sheena.
Yeah, so we have different strats for this fight based on what Sheena's magic lands on. And sadly, he needs 100 magic. He has 99.
He's short 1 magic for a level 4 spell, so. Again, I had to do an alt strat that's a bit slower. Got so cool.
So we are Necklord's up here. We haven't actually ever seen Lowed, but she is one of I guess are they bandits? Koyu
Yeah,
and Kichimu?
they're
She's
bandits.
one of their one of the bandits. And then they have Lily, Gustav's daughter.
What's hilarious about doing the out of bounds getting in here early is that none of them are actually in the room. Even though they're in here, I guess, a cutscene later.
We were just off stage.
I checked all the rooms.
So here we go. Now that we have Sierra and Khan, they're able to trap Necklord in here and take away his power, basically.
Not to be
Also, this is the most hyped song in the game.
We meant to bring glow sticks for this, but we forgot to buy them both our trips to Walmart.
Yeah, we went to Walmart twice with the intentions of buying glow sticks and didn't buy anything. Useful, I guess.
Yeah.
Put all your dance emojis in chat.
Here we go. It's Chaco's time to shine.
Only thing he does in the whole run.
So he literally disintegrates in this fight, but he's still standing there. Yep, there he is.
It was just the rave lasers.
Yeah. It's like a mirror trick. There he goes.
His movement.
Yeah, he agrees to give the rune back, thinking something's going to work out better for him, and then, you know, he about to get the victor.
I don't think Victor gets credit for it. Star Dragon Sword.
Yeah, he gets the Star Dragon Sword.
If it was up to Victor, he'd miss.
True. Can you imagine? He just like...
Oops up, you try again.
Hold on. I can get this, I swear. And then thankfully, as soon as Necklord dies, everything goes back to normal. This guy's already back to work.
Hey, mining's gotta continue.
It's honest work.
So I want to point out here is the cutscene trigger for this is really high up. Sadly, it's above the out of bounds point we found. If I couldn't do just skip, I want to skip this. Not for this category, of course, but would have been really cool for any percent.
So low end's pretty cool. We actually we use her in any percent.
Yeah, she's very good because she comes with a water rune and she can hit 100 magic. We don't have high standards.
I like her sprite.
I agree. I think her attack animation is really cool too.
Yeah. And unfortunately, we have to recruit Jess here.
Yeah.
In any percent, we get to tell him to kick rocks.
Have him kick the golem.
Small price to pay for the true ending, I guess.
I have my doubts on whether or not it's worth it.
I mean, we do have to play a lot longer.
Yeah, we can go so much faster. We just don't get Jess. Oh, really important thing we have to do here.
Yeah, we have to talk to this cool kobold. I sure am cool. Yep, ain't that the truth? I strive to have a kernel of self-confidence that man has.
That'd be too much for me.
It's too much for anyone, except the cool kobold.
He is my favorite kobold in this kobold village.
How could he not be? He's so cool.
It's true. Some of these cutscenes with Higgs and Tengar are pretty hilarious too.
I think the whole quest is pretty goofy and fun.
My favorite part is like when you find Tengar at the table, she just sprints back faster than Stallion into bed.
We will see that.
There's a reason Stallion says it's the fastest man alive.
Would you friends like a couple of donations?
Yeah, sure.
Great time for it.
All right, we got $5 from my friend Betsy, who says, "Hi, Zathian. Great hosting." Thank you, Betsy. Appreciate it.
True.
We also got $100 from Tashump. Says, "Happy to see my favorite streamers together in one spot running my favorite game. Fun fact, the first time I ever played Suikoden II, I had borrowed it from a friend and named the hero Tomo, not knowing there would be another character named that. My friend was very confused when I talked to him about all the things Tomo was doing in the game."
Tomo's adventure. We haven't gotten Tomo yet, even though we're supposed to have Tomo.
Yeah, Tomo's a little bit later this run because we decided to do some stuff on the fly.
I totally did it on purpose.
I regret nothing. It was so good.
So here we go. We get the next part of Killy's,
involvement. He punches Alex in the face.
I like how Alex says, why would he do that before he gets hit?
Why would you do that?
You found Carmen Sandiego.
Yes. She was here in the world. And then Alex is just like, yeah, the true treasure is the friends we made along the way. And Killy's like, I'm so sorry, you're right. Actually says it's his family, but
Close enough.
yeah.
We're his family.
108 friends and family. Here we go. And we head to South Window to finish recruiting some of these people that we started earlier, as well as take care of this portion of the Hicks and Tengar quest. So he's supposed to be going around and collecting these very specific items, and as we were about to see, it's going to end up being not at all like maybe what it should be. We're going to see a lot of kobolds in places they probably don't normally go. Yeah, it's faster to talk to Killy from this side.
Yeah, unless you, like, miss it.
Yeah, well, unless you, like, kind of run around him in circles, yeah. And then who knows where he goes, because there is no door down there.
Maybe he found a new out of bounds.
Yeah, that's the new lore. Every time somebody walks somewhere they shouldn't, they found a new out of bounds.
We should investigate these spots.
Here's Gantetsu. I think you just have to have a certain level or a certain party strength.
Yeah, the total strength between your
Total
party.
strength, yeah.
I forget what it was, but it's really easy to hit. It's a really low number. It's like 127 or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might have actually been bugged. Like, obviously it works, but the number was incorrect.
Mm-hmm. And we'll finish Anna Lee.
I'm being careful there to talk to her from like the exact spot because when you interact with Anna Lee, you walk incredibly slow.
Yeah, it's pretty strange how slow you move. And a fun part of the music patch, Anna Lee will not be singing Nickelback. She will be singing the actual song that it was intended for her to sing.
So sad it's on Nickelback.
Honestly, yeah, chat, let us know after the song's over if you like this song or Nickelback more. We're gonna be waving for a while.
About 75 seconds.
Yay! That's the first time I've ever heard the entire song.
It genuinely is very good.
All right, chat, let us know. Nickelback or Anna Lee?
While we wait for that bid war in the chat, would you like a couple of donations?
Yes. Yes, sure.
Another one of my friends, Brian Armstrong, has sent in $50 with no donation comment, but thank you so much for supporting Nami. We also got another $5 from Benny Omega, who is not to be outdone by Anonymous Dad, saying, interesting kobold fact. Because of their fur, they don't get cold.
Oh, we got a failed teleport. Wait, no. That was me. I'm the failed teleport.
I was like, you click that. Yeah, so what we're trying to do here while finishing Hicks and Tengar up is to just recruit everybody we can while being sent to the places they're sending us.
Yeah, we specifically path this way. Like, for example, do this along with Killy and Annalie. Soon we'll be getting Sid as well because we have to get the bell in the sewer. Just trying to get good pathing all around. Possible. Alright, this time we go to the Cave of the Wind. Or remind me to actually pick up the rose this time.
Yeah.
Gee, what's he doing here?
I like how I was like, oh yeah, I'm totally inconspicuous.
I know, he's just like, I just gotta get out of here. And they're like, what?
Yeah, why would there be a kobold here?
And why would there be a random rose just growing in the middle of this cave?
This wasn't here before.
Ignorance is bliss.
It's funny because you can point out all the weirdness, and Hicks is just like, yeah, I don't care.
Yeah.
Perfectly normal. You're tripping.
All of this makes sense.
There she is.
You should pick option 2.
Sure. I'll do it.
He's just like, okay. And then, yeah, every time you pick the option questioning what she's doing, he drags you out of the building. Here we go, we're running it out in the sewer.
Yeah, I mean, that's where I like to take my daily jogs. I'm just kidding. I don't like to jog.
Okay. I thought you were gonna say you didn't like sewers.
No, definitely the jogs that I don't like.
Do you like sewers?
More than I like jogs.
I guess that's fair.
Honestly, I think it's just old age and injuries. I used to like jogs.
We're decrepit. You get to see the really short ladder again.
We got to point that out properly this time. We kind of glossed over it last time.
Yeah, it's right here. And down.
Ooh, the classic one step before.
Here we go, this little side room. If you come here, the first time you're here, there's just no one in here. But bring Chaco, and probably like castle level 2 or something.
I think it's castle level 2, yeah, because you can use this as a backup for missing melee or something.
Mm-hmm. So you bring Chaco into this room, and Sid's here now. And Sid's a creep. Says he's gonna eat Chaco.
Chaco. That handsome man.
And Chaco's like, now I'm gonna have nightmares.
We are not done with the sewers yet, though. We still got to run through. Oh, they're called shadows. Just
Yeah.
shadow.
Yeah, we
No.
went over that when we were here before.
I was trying to read it. I kept missing it. I guess I missed that part too.
Yeah, I said it out loud.
I'm sorry. I don't listen to you.
That's fair. That's fair. None of us do any listening or reading. This has been established.
It's true.
We have pounded that point home.
Green bell. No way. What a coincidence.
My brain was like, Fire Emblem. We already have it. We already have the Marth Fire Emblem.
We've had one, yes, but what about second Marth Fire Emblem?
We can get more than that. We can just buy as many as we want.
Don't say that. Makes it less cool.
I mean, that's a unique item. Only one in the game.
See? That sounds cool.
Okay, so.
They did.
Oh, so, I want to point something out here. Watch, we're going to climb this ladder out of the sewers. Where did the ladder go?
There's nowhere to go. You can't get back into the sewers from there.
It actually really bothers me because there is an out of bounds you can do on the screen. I was like, ooh, maybe we can get into the sewers early. Nope. Maybe so slightly faster to bring him instead of sending him to the castle.
Yeah, that was Bob.
We'll be seeing him again in the glitch exhibition.
Yes. And one of the sillier Unite attacks this game has.
Great Unite attack. I like it a lot.
Yeah. It involves the most unlikeliest of people.
The other really good one is Flash Attack. Those are my people.
What's up, cool kobold? Yeah, just checking in. Just checking in. Still cool. All right, so we went back with the bell, and the old man kobold was like, Tengar got kidnapped
Or the unicorn.
by a unicorn. Yeah.
Hex is like, yeah, unicorns totally exist. This definitely happened. Are we all having doubts about whether or not I'm going the right way? Because I
No.
sure am.
No, you're doing great.
Yay! I was just trusting my instincts.
Yeah.
Because we've established I don't know how to read.
Yes, we've talked about this. It's right there. What's that say? Oh, I'm kidding. So he was like, it was all a trick. You did it. You're a warrior. But then, in fact, there is a unicorn.
I knew it.
Would you like a quick Nickelback-related donation?
Yes.
This is from the Royal Plutonian, $3, with the message of, "Look at this graph," followed by awkward staring. If you haven't seen that video, it is fantastic.
So it turns out there's actually a unicorn, which is, funny enough, one of the recruitable animals we can get in the game. That's Siegfried. And Hicks stands up to Siegfried, and then Siegfried says he's a true warrior or something, and that's basically the quest, and they'll join us. Actually, Tengar decides they're joining us and makes Hicks do it.
That's pretty true for anything that Hicks does, really.
Yeah, pretty much. Hicks and Tengar also in the first game.
Very similar dynamic in that one as well.
And now that we're done that quest, that makes Yuzu show up here.
She lost her sheep. We gotta find her sheep for her. There's one that's actually pretty tricky. Somewhere around here.
There it is. There's also a chest. There's two chests back there.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid getting those. So that's what makes it a bit more.
You ran
tricky.
through that sheep.
Yes, I did. Is that not normal?
I don't know.
Do you not run through sheep normally?
I don't know.
Found your sheep.
And then she's like, thanks for finding my sheep. Now I don't know where to go with my sheep. And you're like, well, why don't you just take them to my castle? She's like, okay. And then you can bring her other animals that you can find throughout the game. All right, and that's the last little bit of recruiting we're going to do for now.
Yeah. So I do need to remember to do a menu here. Also, one of the reasons we brought Sheena along with us is if you don't, you get a cutscene on that screen right there where he joins your party. And in 80% where you have a Solar Castle, you get a pretty little funny glitch where there's just a Sheena clone standing there.
Yeah.
That way we don't get to see that here. Alright, menu time. Quack. That's click. Rocket.
Oh, that's a pretty good one.
Yeah, I got good conditions for him. Blind.
Yeah, so we do set up here for two specific battles that we set that up for. Max is in the right position to take advantage of Annalie's war battle skill, which is Encourage, which is basically like a dancer in Fire Emblem games, if you're familiar. It gives a unit an extra turn. So it'll just help us get through some fights faster. And then Flick has everybody that helps him move as far as possible. And he also has Templeton, which Templeton can basically move through walls of buildings.
Yeah, he ignores terrain pretty much.
Yeah, he's just kind of broken for the very last war battle. And then one other one.
Oh, it's really just the last one. If you're making a Muse, you don't actually need Templeton to get
Oh,
through it.
okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. We
Yeah.
don't do that with Templeton and Emmy. You're right.
Also, prepare to die.
Yeah, here's an assassin in our room.
So we get in tradition, really? At least for the first two.
Yeah, kind of true. This is Lucia or Lucia. I don't know.
Alright, whip me, please.
Let's go.
Nice, whips fast. She has fire moves. She can do a dancing flame, and it's pretty slow and likes to chug the frames on the PSTV.
Fire moves tend to be just kind of laggy on PSV in general, which is interesting because it's opposite on PS2 where wind is laggy and fire's fast.
Mm-hmm.
Some fun platform differences.
So pretty easily just kind of blast her with 2 high-level lightning rune spells.
Take her to the prison. There's
Yeah.
frames.
Faster options. And then we get to hear goofy castle music for some reason. I don't know what's up with this, but let's listen. Mmm. Smooth.
Yeah, kazoos always make me think of castles.
Yeah, I really don't know what's up with that.
It's not even always like that.
Here we go. Here's another war battle where we're going to do the exact opposite, move everybody away from the fighting.
Technically, it could be faster to try to kill Joey here, but just, probability and all that makes it not really worth it. Well, to be honest, I haven't really explored it as much as I should have. I just don't like the idea of adding more variants into the run.
New time save incoming. New meme to ruin every run for me. Yeah, so this battle is weird, and I don't even know if I understand why it works the way it works. So we're just trying to eventually, like, the units will start disappearing and other units will show up. Like, is that supposed to be how it goes?
Yeah.
I don't really understand what's happening
It's like
here.
it's supposed to represent a strategy. As they're like doing this, they're kind of retreating and they're going to attack Matilda.
Oh, okay. That does make sense, actually.
Oh, a ruse. Oh, Joey's going into the woods.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to like it there.
I don't know. He spent a lot of time in Green Hill.
So much so that I think he's going to leave soon. There he
You're
goes.
right.
See, I told you, he doesn't like trees.
I don't know. After Green Hill, I thought he loved them, but I guess I was wrong. Yeah.
Who
this-
doesn't love trees in Green Hill?
Oh, they also like Green Hills. They have a flag after them.
That's true. There doesn't need to be a tree on the hill.
I feel like that would add a lot to the flag.
I don't know. I don't know what we're talking about anymore.
I mean, we've been at this for 6 hours. I'm amazed we've been coherent for this long. At least somewhat.
It's pretty good. Pretty good. Alright, so there you go. Yeah, they just like teleport away.
What do you guys think we should do next standoff? I'm thinking maybe Golden Wolf or maybe Bone Dragon.
Sure.
Oh, oops. You said sure, so I said sure to shit. It's fine. We just roam in the convoy.
Yeah. Really up to you, sir. You're taking us home. Country
I
roads.
guess so.
You're the country roads of this run.
This is all so different for no good reason.
Because of
Yeah. But it's like,
Well,
it's
Chen
all
Chen.
off by like 2 slots instead of the usual 1. It's really throwing me off.
while you weren't looking, when you went to the bathroom, we actually went back to the map and recruited Maku Maku.
You know, I believe that. Been trying to make Mako Mako happen for a while. It's not going to happen.
It happened. There's the Do-Re-Mi elves, so we can't actually let that fight go. So there is a possibility of the concert.
There isn't. Stallion gives you guaranteed please.
Oh, really?
That's why we bring him. Thank you, Stallion.
I thought it would, yeah, so I guess I thought it would turn into Let Goes.
Yeah, you'd think so, but no. Why give intuitive UI in a PS1 JRPG?
I guess that makes sense because we really don't run on the map at all right now.
Yeah, he's literally here just for the let goes. Like, even though we're level 55, at this point, level 55 isn't that special, so basically, we wouldn't get let goes on anything if we don't bring. Well, we don't get let goes on pretty much anything. Oh, we'd be failing a lot of escapes if we didn't have Stallion. We would probably just bribe a lot of it, honestly, but we do kind of want to save some of that money for Rock Axe bribes as well, because those battles can be very dangerous.
And they are plenty.
Oh yeah, has the lowest Grace Period and Heist encounter rate in the game. It's great. Sometimes you go like 3 steps and get a battle, even though that literally should not be possible. I'm gonna have to heal Meg here. I guess I'll just talk to the lady probably. We didn't have the sheet magic.
Yeah, so they kind of just introduce Lucia, and we end up fighting her 3 times, like, immediately. I guess the last one's a little bit of ways away, but we fight her 2 times pretty much like, back to back.
Within like 10 minutes of each other. Here she, her Korean soldier friends. This is actually a good spot to check if we set up the ring that speed glitch correctly. If we did, then this should go off before next truck room attack. Which it did. I'll double check the speed sets afterwards, but that's probably good. We get that attack with Brian enough of damage just for the Spark Rune to be guaranteed that Meg goes first.
Yeah. And then we get more Puppet.
I saw Meg was 141. I didn't see, but it's probably faster than 1. Maybe we should tell us, gives you the backstory of why she's doing this. Apparently, I think her dad was murdered by the Green Hill previous mayor, which was Teresa's father. And Teresa's like, I mean, we'll investigate. If that's true, we will, you know, we'll do what we can to make it right, which I don't know how much you can really do.
Yeah, what can you do?
But Teresa is genuine about it. Like, she is a good person. And she obviously didn't know about what happened. That's why Lucia joins up with Highland to get revenge for her dad.
Mind if I jump in to give an update on some of our incentives?
Sure.
Yeah.
We have less than $500 left to make the Baldur's Gate 3 any % run. I'd really love to be able to see that incentive met before the run. So just $442 left on that. We also have a naming incentive for the main character in Baldur's Gate 3. The current leader with $125 is Bubblegum Jones. I Am Speed is shortly behind with $75. Astarian has a mere $10. Astarian fans, you need to get up on that. And then Toasty Taco Friday bringing up the rear with $3. So again, it's anyone's game. One donation could turn the tide of the main character's name for Baldur's Gate 3. Whatever you want to see in that text box through the entire run.
I'm a fan of Toasty Taco Friday.
Yeah, Toasty Taco Friday is a pretty good one.
It's got some work to catch up. You know what to do, chat.
Yeah, anytime we're in the forest, feel free to interrupt us.
You see trees, you jump in.
But I gotta wait just in case the elves start to sing for us.
That's true.
It's not going to happen. I'm sorry to disappoint.
And I mean, if you're not interested in the Baldur's Gate 3 run, that's too bad because I love Baldur's Gate 3. But Xenoblade Chronicles 3 is coming up right after that. You have the opportunity to choose the voice language, with Japanese currently in the lead with $15. There's also an incentive to upgrade the difficulty. That's at $125 out of $300.
Taking a safety save here. It really shouldn't be necessary, just in case we get 1%ed pretty much. But we haven't saved anything one.
1% or 100%?
Depends on who's running.
Okay.
I think I'm safe. Actually, I say that, but I'm the one who had the most recent miss. I still won, though, so didn't need to save. Fun little skip coming up here, too. So there's supposed to be 2 forced soldier fights on the screen, but you can actually just get around the loading zone of one of them by going onto the curb here. See
You
this?
just run in the grass there.
Yep. And we skipped the battle. That sure was difficult.
You did it.
Thank you. I did do it. So proud of myself. I need to remember to do this. I always forget to do a take from bag.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, that's a random sound.
Ready? Oh, that Mega Medicine's getting in the way. Alright, so I want to see a breath or meteors here. Breath, nice. That's the fastest one. We need that so we get violenced. And just for some safety, I will have Stallion Mega Medicine or Sunamuno here. Just in case I actually do get the 1% miss.
Go, puppet, go! Yay!
Casual 13,000 damage.
It's easy.
I think that's the tankiest boss in the game with 8,900 HP. So we overkilled by like 4.5 thousand. 4,000?
Yeah, it's casual.
Yeah.
Hey, look, and Shin's here. He's never here.
We never did explain why we were using Meg, did we? Did we?
Nah, I guess not exclusively, no.
Pretty much Trick Rune. Trick Rune,
Yeah.
3x multiplier on damage, so you stack that with stuff and it does a lot. The only downside is you can only do it once per battle. But it's, as you can see, when you can do that much damage one time is generally enough.
Yeah, when you can cast End Battle, you don't need to do that more than once a battle.
There are some fights where she does end up being a little bit worsened because there's multiple targets that are tanky, like final 2 bosses pretty much. But everywhere else, she's just amazing, so we just deal with the final 2 bosses being a little bit worse. She's also unique in that she's a dart user, which gives her access to Kite Rune, which is really good because it has a lightning fast animation. We'll start seeing that really soon.
Yeah.
But it's like 5 seconds slower than like every spell, and if you use it to clear enemies, get a lot of time back really quickly.
Which we're about to set up right now.
It's not really sold in many places. The first place it's sold is White Deer Inn at the start of the game, but back then 8,000 is a ton of money. And from that point on, it's only in Green Hill.
We need all the money we can get for Tai-Ho.
Yeah. Never know how much we'll have to spend there, so. For the kite. Goodbye, Violence Rune. You have served us well, but is no longer needed. Essentially, at this point, we're just we shouldn't ever take damage. Or in an ideal world, we can't rely on taking damage. Talk to Jude is panicking because it's out of play. Fun fact, you can actually outrun Lucia here. I'm actually going to wait a moment. Because if you outrun her, you can actually essentially not load the next cutscene. I'll show that off later.
It's good. She was kind of just like baiting us into coming out here.
Joey just wanted to talk to us, pretty much. And basically, Joey's telling us, like, give up. You don't need to fight anymore. And we're like, I can't do that. And Nami's like, wait, Joey, you don't need to fight anymore. I can't do that either. Oh. At this point, they both have too many responsibilities. Like, they can't turn back. Military vision. Anyway, our favorite part, we get to run back through the forest.
But only like a screen. 2.
Oh man, only one screen of forest.
I know. What are we gonna do?
Sorry to disappoint the audience. Here, I will hand off after the war battle, Sig. Are you ready?
Yeah.
This guy was born ready.
I don't know
Actually,
about
Golden
that.
Wolf. Sorry, Golden Wolf. I'll do Golden Wolf. I just saw a timer. Better transition.
Alright, here we go. We get to see our first instance of Annalise and Courage.
I changed my mind again after the war battle.
Just be ready. He might just give you the controller right now.
See, catch!
Mid-input.
I just realized I'd feel bad if I literally just gave him all the recruitment. Off the bat. Oh, he attacked us. Unlucky. Flick. At least he got them this time.
Flick, my guy, please.
So cool thing about this fight is that the Highland Army is supposed to retreat on turn 3 and you get like an extra cutscene pretty much. But since we have access to Encourage from manually, we can get into Muse fast enough that we never see that cutscene.
Yeah, and they have no interest in fighting Flick, which is good for us.
Yeah, the Highland Army pretty much doesn't move, only the Crines do.
And we're using, instead of, manually menuing to the units, you'll see that to get to Flick specifically, you can menu to Hauser's unit and then hit R1. R1 will cycle through your units. Depending on who you're on, it'll go to the next unit. But Hauser's will go to Flick, so...
Yeah, both R1 and R2 do. It's one of the few uses of those buttons in this whole game.
Yeah, so it's a little bit of tech to speed up the not having to hit the D-pad as many times.
I feel like the rapid quacking is the game just ratting us out for bad play.
If he wasn't doing it on purpose, maybe.
You have no proof.
Also, I feel like rapid quacking would make a good band name.
I can get behind. This guy.
Kind of sounds like that wolf's burping.
Well, how'd you gents like a donation?
Sure.
We got $230 from La French Stream. And they send in, hello, kudos to everyone involved near or far from this RPG LB. Thank you and good luck with the end of the marathon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
They also sent in the same donation in French, which, as a service to that community, I will not try to pronounce.
Yeah, shout outs to the restreams, the French restream and the Japanese restream. Friends of the community. Always willing to give a new way to watch the event for people who speak those languages.
Yeah, and once again, they are found at twitch.tv/LeFrenchRestream, as well as twitch.tv/Japanese_restream.
So you will have to make a small change here. Instead of Wakaba, bring Sai. And Clive. Go a little bit further down. Good luck with this menu. I don't even know how it's supposed to go at this point.
That's right. Just find everyone, okay?
Most important thing was Bamuku slot 2.
That's true.
Oh. It's fine, said it's fine. Sai, where art thou? Right next to me. Go. Right. Maybe start with Ruby Village and Tomo just to get it out of the way. And from there on, I think more or less follow the notes. So normally we'd have done this after Muse, but since we took that detour and got Longchan Chan early, we just got to do it at some point during this recruitment trip. Doesn't really change much, just different trip to the forest. This is the final recruitment segment of the run, so after this, we should have all 108 characters. Oh. This does take quite a bit of time, though, since we're going to have to more or less travel the world, go through a few dungeons that we've gone through before, get some more animals.
And run through forests till the end of time.
Actually, I think this might be the last one.
Now what am I going to do?
I don't know. We'll have to find a new time for you. Maybe castles now. We'll transition.
Although, speaking of which, we've got a $2 donation from Obligatory Music Reference saying, this game is really just green grass and high tides forever, isn't it?
Spiders.
Spider-Man.
You never want to see spiders except for when they're trying to find a level up battle at the start of the run, just because they have a slower animation coming down. I think they're pretty unique in that regard. The only enemies that don't... Oh, thank you, spiders, for demonstrating once again. I love it when the game helps with my commentary.
Spiders just heard you calling on them.
There's Spider-Man. Where? Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting to the Rat-Ad part of this. That cutscene's so good. It's a Clive side quest exclusive that we just found, I think, like yesterday. That is great. Yeah, we need Badot first. Was that failed teleport?
No.
You should have just said yes. I was trying to give you an out.
Well, they're back.
Sorry, I just wanted to see if the breakfast was still there.
Well,
What time? Oh, wait, no, it'd be done, right? I didn't actually go. This joke isn't funny anymore.
breakfast is no joking matter. 10:33, I'm pretty sure it's gone.
Yeah, that was my findings. Thank you for confirming that.
Right, I still got that Walmart salad. We can share it.
No, thank you.
We'll get 2 pieces of lettuce each.
It's really okay.
Alright, so now we get our... This is this part of the run's a little annoying because we've been menuing for Blinking Mirror this whole time and it changes for like 2 menus here
Yeah.
because of the mindfulness crystals we get. Which is an interesting translation as well because these things are what help you talk to animals. I don't know what mindfulness has to do with that. I think when I first read about them, they were called listening crystals, which makes a bit more sense.
Yeah.
I think even Badot calls them listening crystals, doesn't he?
Somebody definitely says listening crystals because
Yeah.
that's always what I thought they were called, even
Yeah.
though you can look at them in the menu.
Yeah.
Again, my child habits are hard to break.
No, I think your child habits are right this time.
All right.
So fun fact, well, not so fun fact about this recruitment here. We always thought that you need to get Feather to get 108 stars because Ida comes with Feather. But turns out what you can do is you can start this and you can actually lose the battle to Griffins and then Feather doesn't make it, but you still didn't get Ida.
Yeah.
It's like the only way to get Ida and get like say Siegfried and have his boa and get all characters. Pretty cool touch. I think this was it scored 20 years after the game was released or something.
Yeah. But we don't want to do that.
Yeah. Feather's cool. And so is Ida.
Yeah, Feather's cool, and Siegfried's a creep. And he's too far away.
Yeah. Deep into that forest. Although you can get some pretty funny cutscenes if you bring some characters like Sierra or Bob. Which girl is the girl squirrel? Miku Miku?
Yes. With the eyes.
As opposed to the ones without the eyes?
The letter eyes.
Oh, those eyes.
Yeah.
I'm like, I did not remember the other squirrels not having eyes.
Just checking the time.
We're doing pretty good. Are we still on PB pace for you?
I have to look. We'll see what time we teleport out for Genshu.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Wrong one. I do this. I've been doing this too lately.
Connell, no. Yeah, so here's Connell who needs sound setting.
Thank you, Elsa. It would actually be genuinely hard to find
Get
a
out of
different
that
sound.
bed. This isn't time for sleep.
Give us like an hour and a half.
Does the duck just get funnier as you get later and later in your
Yes.
overnight?
Yeah.
Our favorite part of the run's about to happen, dancing. All right, you said you were going to do this, right?
Yeah, I guess I did.
You did say it this time. We're not making it
I'm
up.
doing it in the chair.
I'll try to go along with you.
I'm
Right, left.
He's memorized. I'm just gonna do it.
I'm going to fail this
I'm gonna
so
mimic
hard.
what Seiglance does.
All right. I get the bob and then too. What did you do? I didn't even know you could do that.
That was so good. Karen was like, "Wow, I love that. I'm joining your army."
That certainly was a dance.
This guy just likes the Star Dragon sword.
All the dialogue of Victor and Star Dragon Sword is so good.
Yeah.
Literally just told him, you don't know when to shut your mouth. I can't.
Nope. No fail there. Did he get Tomo already?
Yeah.
Okay.
First one we got.
All right. Yeah.
We do have it routed nicely in that if you are missing a character, we essentially have a recruit check where there's a character you're supposed to get that won't show up.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be pretty hard pressed to actually miss someone.
We'll at least know if we do.
Yeah,
But I think we're good.
I hope so.
I mean, there's still some left.
Maybe that's why the menus were so messed up. Hey, who did I forget?
Uh oh.
It can be really tricky to find your missing character because, well, it's hard to know what you're missing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I think the last time I messed up like this, it was Richmond. I
Yeah.
was just like, who is it? I spent like 5 minutes trying to figure it out.
It's kind of ironic.
Yeah, he was the one guy who could have helped me.
I don't know who I'm missing. I should go ask her.
So weird how he's not here.
Excuse us, lady. All right, we have a couple more characters.
That menu sounds so weird to me without the quacking now.
It's become a way of life. All I know is the duck.
Sergeant Joe would be proud.
How do we get the duck to join our army?
Play
You
the
just-
next game.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, play Suikoden 3.
You got a lot of ducks joining your army in that one.
But we don't get Yoga Duck.
True, that is the best one.
We need more Yoga Duck.
Yoga Duck is after this event.
Wait,
Wait, no. Too early, I think. Oh, no,
Oh, we
never
still
mind.
got the
I was
sleeping
right.
man at the door.
It works, it's fine. I don't remember the timing. I was just looking at my notes.
there's Hoy, who we need to recruit in here as well. These people are like, oh no, that guy walks through a table. Hoy's just like, yeah, I'm not fazed by any of this. Whatever you say. Oh.
Oh. Why, Storm? Why? Storm is the name of his gun.
Hoy unfazed by the gunfight behind him.
Free dinner's free dinner.
Yeah, I know. We basically gave him an out, but he's not going to leave. So that was one of the things we recently discovered, like literally this week.
Sleeping man in the door, the gunfight, boy just chilling.
Here we're running back through the path for George.
He's famous.
He is.
Loves cheesecake.
He does love cheesecake.
How do you think he would feel about the strawberry cheesecake ice cream from round 1?
I mean, he'd love it.
I hope so.
He would absolutely give it a 10 in all marks in the Legoland scale.
Wow, that's some clean movement.
I know. Like it's nothing.
We should have had him playing the whole time.
Yeah.
There's a nice view in the background here.
It is kind of nice. Usually it's just kind of like colors.
Time for a quick donation.
Sure.
My Hero Zero sends in $5 to submit Suikoden menu duck noise, which I guess is pronounced something like quack.
Yeah, give us a quick quack when you're done. Thank you. We got rapid quack.
It's fan service right there.
Yep. We do it for you, chat.
Give the people what they want.
We demand ducks.
That puts us down to less than $450 toward the bonus any percent run on Baldur's Gate 3. So get your donations in.
Let's go, chat.
All right, see, I know you haven't practiced this, but I'm going to need you to out-of-bounds stags at Tinto. After Alberto, after.
You're not listening. Thank
All right, now walk. Oh, yeah, walk one step up and then run down.
Hey!
No, that's the whole point is you don't have to run to the left.
Just ruining all of it.
My time say strats.
Here we go. Here's Tenku. So normally this is where we would get Long Chen Chan, but we made a little extra use of having to backtrack with Clive and Rock Axe, so we just need Tenku from here.
Just checking out the town, exploring.
Yeah, it looks nice. Great town.
Do you know where the trading shop in that town is?
No.
It's actually in such an awkward spot. It's like the far left, you kind of have to wrap around.
That's pretty funny.
It's so unobvious.
All right, now we'll see if Hoy got out of here.
Oh, you had your chance. We
Yeah.
covered for you.
Yeah, we literally got him out of there, and he's still getting caught.
Set up a diversion and everything.
He was dealing with the tinnitus from that gunfire right behind him.
Maybe they're the sleeping people. The sprites are just preloaded in there.
That would make no sense. They're just napping until it's their time to come in.
Yes.
It's like us before our run.
Yeah, kinda. We were preloaded at the door. We were sleeping. Yeah, so we get beat up because of Hoy. Because he's pretending to be us.
Yeah, he's trying to get free food by using our reputation. Look at him. He looks just like us. Alright, now we're gonna go and finally get Simone. And if everything we did everything properly here, we'll be able to re-enter the screen and get Vincent. If we're off, then Vincent will be missing. Okay. Is it because I talked to a kobold, so you had to find someone new?
Yeah, you stole the kobold from him. It's his favorite thing in the world.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it was so important to you. I would have given you 5th hour or a 5th shift.
Yeah, so Simone, you can actually not recruit if you pick the wrong options. Like if you tell Simone to bark like a dog, which is the first option. So if you're not careful and just hitting buttons.
He's gone forever.
He's gone
You will get
forever.
a good laugh, but he's gone forever.
Simone wanted that rose brooch that we got in Banner Village.
It's here.
There we
Alright,
go.
there you
Let's
go.
go.
That pretty much means we're in the clear as far as recruiting.
All right. Make sure you slow down for the important dialogue here. None of this
after
stuff.
they go
Yeah,
away.
it's after the recruitment.
So they have this like ridiculous conversation with each other, and obviously they act pretty funny too. And it's funny about them, they actually have a unit attack that is exactly the same as Ryu and Joey. Muku's face. Oh man. It shouldn't be funny, but it is.
Hilarious. Imagine being so ridiculous that the squirrel is just judging you with a big smile on his face. These are the people I'm in the army with?
Zoom zoom.
All right, so we get to use our last listening crystal in here, as well as pick up an item we ignored earlier and an important party member. But it is Tinto Mine again, so we do need to do some running. So feel free to interject at any time.
Well, I do love running through mines. The children yearn
Yeah,
for
it's what
them.
the children yearn for.
We got a $20 donation from Philly T saying, "The way of the duck is the path to a true enlightenment." Keep up the great commentary. Thank you so much, Philly.
Thank you. Wave the duck. It's
We've
so
got
true.
duck fans now.
Oh. Well, they were always here. We're giving them the means of being their true selves. Here's Abysboa, the Kraken.
I like how you can communicate him with using the listening crystal. So he says, good thing we can find him and communicate properly.
I know, I imagine Feather's voice is like this deep, proper sounding voice, and then you're just like... Abysboa is pretty cool, though, because if you don't care about the 108 star, you could use the second listening crystal to recruit his wife, Relodia, who's in the same exact spot. And if you get those two, you could get their child, Chuchara, but they don't count as stars, so you kind of have to sacrifice the good ending if you care. But you do get Chuchara, so
Kind of worth it.
I'm like, who's the real winner here?
Is it wrong that I'm just thinking about, what if there's an out of bounds here?
That's all you talk about.
It's true.
We're on vacation.
But there could be new out of bounds. Turns out that rock is still there. Unfortunate.
Maybe next time.
Yeah. Maybe we need to progress into the story further.
Mind if I cut in real quick for a NAMI blurb?
Yeah, not at all.
Well, we are here supporting NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. They are the nation's largest grassroots mental health organization whose work is focused around three main pillars: education and support, awareness, and advocacy. Now, what does that mean? For example, advocacy. NAMI engages in federal advocacy and supports NAMI state organizations, such as the chapter here in Utah, where RPGLB takes place, in their state-level advocacy efforts. And every donation that you make goes directly to that good cause.
So we're almost done in the mines. We just need to get Maz's here. He does have an unusually long teleport animation to leave, but as soon as that's done, we also get to leave.
I mean, not everybody can be as good as Vicky.
That's true. I think. Here we go.
I think, you know what, maybe it's just teleporting back and forth really quickly.
He's just showing off. Look what I can do.
Where are our failed teleports? I want to see that rat at Secret Room.
She used it all on our practice run.
True, that was 2 in a row.
Yeah, I still can't believe that. Well, at least we get this again.
They're back.
It's never too late for some hot Minotaur Man action.
Check out those abs.
I need the routine. Drop the routine. So you get to run through this cave. This is our second to last recruit. And he's important for getting the last recruit.
Yeah. I mentioned Genshu earlier on the dock. He has a requirement of having at least a level 13 weapon in your party. And our recruit here, Pesmerga, comes with a level 14 weapon. It would actually be really difficult to get a level 13 weapon otherwise. You'd have to get like the silver hammer at least. I don't remember where that is even. But, and then you'd have to actually blacksmith up.
Ryu's weapon is a 13?
Yeah, I was just thinking the exact
So
same
is
thing.
it 14, maybe?
Maybe it was 14. Or maybe I've been doing this for no reason for like 3 years or something.
We could have gotten him forever ago.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, anyway, we get Pesmerga and we put him in the party for Genshu. Whether that's needed or not, we're no longer sure.
We can get him so much earlier. Yeah, after... No, that wouldn't work. Okay, I'm not going to reroute right now.
You get this guy going, he never turns it off.
No! Our slow descent. Guys, keep it together. We're on stage here.
I don't know what he's doing anymore.
Just 1 more hour, fellas. You can make it.
We're doing it.
1 more hour is very generous.
Where's Khan?
I can't believe he's not there.
We're almost there. To the end of the cave.
Oh yeah, I remember. I put a save point here. This is like my most clever save point. Because then if we're missing someone, we can just...
True.
Instead of going to like the first floor of the castle or second floor of the castle or something. I think C was tempted to not put him in to see what happened. I saw the hesitation there.
He would do it too.
He would. Live rerouting, let's go. My favorite kind. As evidenced here today.
Alright, 1 more recruit, and then we should have all 108 friendos of destiny.
Also really good that we're over the 6.5 hour mark there. That means we never can't pick up that kindness point. So we're safe no matter what, I think.
Okay, that's good.
In theory.
Okay.
This is the fastest way to reach, by the way. Like, it feels weird having to run through all the way like to a dock from the castle, to then go get Genshu at Coronet, but this is the fastest way to get there. Unless... I don't think it works.
Reroute!
There's another glitch I was thinking maybe we could use, but I think this Coronet isn't loaded properly when you do it. We can test during the glitch exhibition.
And there he is. There's Genshu.
Got him. Should have everyone now. That should be all 108. If it's not, then I don't know what to tell you. Vincent lied to us. This one, a few times we don't have to go to bed or to the meeting hall. Gotta watch this cutscene here.
Mm-hmm.
Really easy to forget after doing running this for 6.5 hours.
So after we get, so it's important, obviously, there is a point of no return in the game where if you don't have the 108 characters before you go forward and do it, it doesn't count for the good ending, which is basically here.
Yeah. Once you tell Shu, we'll fight. Pretty much, that's the cutoff.
Mm-hmm. And then we'll get a confirmation cutscene, a little extra to the cutscene following that, just reaffirming. We'll fight. I do like the assortment of people who is included in this. Gadget and Muku. Well, Muku belongs, but what? You know what? They all belong. Who does? Freed can go. Where's Jess? Is he there? I don't think so. That's good.
Yeah, that is good. It's probably because it's optional. I think everyone here is like store. Well, I say that, but then there's Saihon
Yeah.
Yamku
And Muku.
and Gadget.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here, but
Well, I'm just glad that Jess isn't here.
yeah, as long as Jess isn't here, it's pretty okay. Here she is. This is a good sign.
Yeah, that means we got everyone.
We also get access to Miriyama's 4th Bright Shield spell, Forgiver Sign, which is actually used. It's good. It's pretty good.
He's in one fight, I think.
Yeah.
There actually is a way to use that spell without using that spell and getting that spell.
It's true. We found that out.
Yeah. We've been learning a lot this week.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think we'll show. Well, it won't even really make a difference because we have it legitimately, but.
Yeah.
Here's Kiba. Kiba's going off to retake the mercenaries port and be kind of like a distraction,
Yeah.
separate their army.
It is a mission that he isn't exactly expected to come back from, sadly. Which is why him and Shu had that serious conversation. They knew what was being asked of each of them.
Yeah, and Klaus understands that, I think.
Yeah. As someone who is an aspiring military strategist, he understands. Obviously, he's still sad about it, but...
All right, and it's time to start the Rock Axe War Battle.
Well,
Ryu has the heavy armor, so you should be fine.
I'm just waiting for another character to perma-die now.
At least it's the saves at the cave. It's a good save.
It's true. I'm really curious as to whether or not it continues. Like, you can still get the good ending if that happens.
I guess that's true.
This wouldn't be the time to
Yeah,
test
this
it.
isn't the place to figure that out. Yeah, so really all we're trying to do is set up like the corners of our formation to stack the enemy units so they won't like move, like kind of do what they're going to do here. They'll line up and just kind of wait.
Interestingly enough, this is like the one fight that's notably worse than 108 compared to any percent. Because you have a lot more units, so a lot more targets for him to hit. You can blockade really well in any percent.
This is still pretty good. Don't do this, Victor. You gotta hang in there.
Hanging in. He's hanging in.
He's hanging in. He's that cat on the poster. Oh no, they're doing it again. Yeah, so this is the fight where I unfortunately had Miriyama get killed, which is just an instant game over. It's like just not supposed to happen kind of thing.
He very rarely even gets attacked. But,
Yeah.
Yep.
Let alone attacked and hit twice.
Especially in the marathon setting, too.
Meanwhile, Gilbert's out here just destroying people. He finally took a hit.
Well, he put in work. Oh, it's a little unfortunate that Yunin died, actually, because now the other one can go and hit him.
That's a good weight. Good weights.
Fade.
Nice.
right, one more turn, and then we'll be done. Nice that there's no combat happening on the right side.
That was a pretty good wait from Uber to not
Yeah.
attack Ridley.
Pretty surprising one. And you know what they say, don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
See, like, even if they're standing next to Mirayama, he still went for Teresa. So it's like the odds of him getting attacked are so low. But we should be plenty fine. We even had extra RJ-specific safety.
Humphrey for Mr. Moriyama, just in case.
Yes. Dang, look at Teresa go! There we go. That'll be the end of this fight. We summon our reinforcements. These 2 units, and they're like, oh my gosh, 2 more units. We gotta get out of here. And we win.
And do you know what you win?
What?
More donations.
Let's go.
From Anonymous Dad, another $2.
Wait, never mind.
For 108 stars, you get the Forgiver sign. 108 bad jokes just gets you the Forgiver sigh.
There ain't no forgiving happening here.
The unforgiven sigh, maybe then.
Oh, man. Shoutouts to Anonymous Dad.
Being execution as always. That is exactly how that menu's supposed to go.
Yeah. Yes.
It actually doesn't even lose time because there's a delay on formation menus before you can close them, so you can get some free stuff in there. Like a free swap. So here is Rockax, the highest encounter rate area in the whole game. Big fan.
Big fan.
It also has some of the most dangerous enemies, and we won't get what goes here. It's already higher level than we are, so it's pretty rough. The biggest enemy we're looking out for is a cockatrice, which is like this yellow bird thing. It can actually petrify you. I can't think of many other enemies in the game that can do that, but petrify is essentially like death. If both your characters get petrified, you lose. The game will game over.
Yeah, because I don't know if you didn't notice, all we're coming into here with is Mirayama and Nanami.
Yeah, and that's because at the end of this, there is a cutscene that plays, and if you have no other characters in your party, that cutscene is skipped. In addition, it's like, you don't want to do extra party menuing just to add people just so you can get a better escape rate. Stallion, I think, adds like 18 seconds or so. Something like that. So we're just going with the don't get unlucky strategy.
Yeah. It's easy.
How hard can it be? Just don't get unlucky. He's doing a great job of it so far. I knew as soon as I said it.
There they are. There's the death birds. Man, that was perfect. It was bound to happen.
Yeah.
Would have happened to anybody.
It's still going really well so far. I think that's what, our second battle?
Yeah.
And there's a...
Do y'all have like tape back there? For this man's mouth? Now we're failing fight.
Gotta keep things interesting, man.
Yeah.
It's fine. We ran away.
Yep. Honestly, overall, it's still pretty good.
Yeah, this is still
You could
above
get a
average.
lot more encounters than that. Like, he wasn't joking when you could get into a fight and then, like, actual 3 steps in-game later. Eesh, scary birds. 3 steps later, get another fight.
Yeah, there's a force battle coming up really soon. I've had 3 battles happen before this force fight, and a 1 after.
So I think after this fight is literally the first time Ryu is going to level up since we were in the Highland camp.
A huge level 56.
Yes. Gains. Oh, not yet. Next one.
Yeah, 1 after this one.
But
Meanwhile,
he's-
Nanami jumped to 63.
Yeah,
though.
Anonymous gets a pretty big jump. Maybe it'll help her out in the next part.
I think that will make a difference.
Yeah.
So, shout out
See there you go.
There, this is the experience we're used to. A quick shout out to Psychedelist from the Suikoden forums. He did a lot of reverse engineering, and he made a pretty cool mod for this called Suikoden Rebalance. But the point is, he did figure out a lot of mechanics that we didn't fully understand, including the exact requirements to save what's about to happen here. And it was always thought that you need like 127 defense or something on enemy. Turns out you just need a body armor on her. So you can just throw Tunic and you're good.
I think anything.
Yeah, anything goes. Just Tunic or something, have all characters, and pick an option, and you're set. Yeah, I was hoping you would check.
It's a Tunic!
Yeah. Totally intentional.
Interesting little... I think we'll still get the hesitation. No, it was like right on the line you got the encounter there. So the game hesitates like you have party members for like a split second, but you just keep going.
It just gets confused. It's like, time for cutscene. Oh, wait, what do?
All right, let's hear from your Just kidding. Look, it's Joey.
I miss Joey's staff. I just realized how that sounded.
Yeah, Sword Joey is not nearly as cool.
I was like, good guy Joey, the staff. Ghost Evil has a sword.
Moving on. Moving on.
I feel like I'm going to have a new quote added to my channel after this.
So it's important that you pick an option as well. We get to see the secret technique. Honestly, pretty good. I mean,
3 out of 4 ain't bad.
ignoring the elephant in the room, she did hit 3 arrows out of the air. And then we get the hype team up.
Reunited and defeated. So good.
Yeah, so having Forgiver sign makes it so Ryu doesn't have to do anything for the rest of the fight. Well, it ends in 2 turns, rather it being a 3-turn in any percent.
Joey will take care of the rest from here.
Yes.
Guru has 4,500 HP. Each of these has like 12, a bit over 1,200, plus the 2k from Forgiver's Sign. Pretty short work. It's nice that this is AoE as well, so it takes out all the soldiers.
So we get to see the full power of both runes together. Don't do it, man.
This is going to do it. He always does it. We want Joey to not get hit here because he gets this extra healing animation at the end. Plus, that's a slower animation as well from Gerudo. It's fine for the fight, though. Like, this is a guaranteed win fight, assuming you input the right things.
Auto battle. You probably still win after a while.
Eventually. Let me tell you guys, though, this fight is really hard with level 4 Ryu and Joey. Tried that once. Didn't go well. Oh, no, it was level 30 Joey.
Oh.
Okay, yeah, level 4 would have actually be impossible.
Yeah, like what would he even just die?
Yeah, pretty much. That's like you can set him up because he's been out of your party for such a long time. Or maybe if you did it ahead of time. I did that for my Gengen and Freed challenge run. At some point, my Ryu was level 4. I got here. I'm like, oh, I forgot about this part. I can't bring Gengen and Freed with me. How do I win? I ended up just leveling Ryu a bit, and it was fine. I think 25-ish.
So don't worry, the super sad scene is only sad for now. This won't be the last of Nanami.
Surprise Pikachu face.
Surprise Pikachu. So Joey actually leaves to pull the entire Highland army out of the area so we can get out.
Realistically, Hyman could have easily won this war. Joey kind of just makes bad tactical decisions because of our friendship.
Uh-huh.
Which I'm grateful for, because we get to win.
Because we get to win, yeah.
Would you like a couple of quick donations?
Yes.
Yeah, good.
During the celebratory scene, we actually got a $50 anonymous donation with the comment, "Loving this Suikoden II run. Keep up the great vibes." I completely agree. Thank you. We also got a $6 donation from Tyler, who's put it toward one of the incentives to name some of the Earthbound characters. These are donation incentives that are coming up pretty quick after just a few more runs.
Just a quick shout out for that Earthbound run. Octopuscal, who's running the game, is like so good at it. You're in for a real treat with that one.
We're in for a real treat right now, RJ.
Oof. Don't you know it? Anyway, we got to do a menu here, but there's like a timed event here, so as long as you do this menu quick enough, you don't waste really any time.
This is the most chill menu in the whole run. You have 30 seconds to basically get into that spot we're in right now and just put on our equipment and get rid of any consumables that might end up above the shredding scroll, because we're going to need to put that on Luke. We just want it to be at the top.
Just for ease of getting it into his inventory.
And look how much time we had left over still.
Yep. Great job.
You did
Thanks, pal.
fantastic.
You're doing great.
The only thing I did right.
Yeah, we've had such a bad time. How could you say that when you have been quacking this whole time?
Chat clamors for the quacks.
Yeah, we
quacks.
want the quacks.
Give him the quacks.
Would you like another quick donation?
Yes, please.
$12 from our best friend, Anonymous Dad. Says, in this trying time, I'd like to suggest a temporary name change for the sponsoring organization, the New Awesome National Alliance on Mental Illness. That way, then we can all donate to help Nanami. Thank you, as always, Anonymous Dad.
Thank you, Anonymous said.
Anonymous Dad putting in a shift. So there you go. We just kind of talk to Shu, pass out a little bit. Things have been a little too much. Reed's like, hey, wait a second. There's a man on the ground.
The nap time section was like 3 hours ago, man. Get
For
with
real.
He didn't get enough sleep back then.
Yeah, meanwhile, in Highland, we're doing a ritual sacrifice, because sure, why not? And they're so pumped about it.
I wonder if they're thinking they're the baddies. At least not those guys. Maybe up there. Normal troops are all for this. Anyway, rest in peace, Julia. Just kidding, it was a doll. He didn't actually kill the princess.
I just want to know what was the point of that?
I don't know.
Like, well,
It seemed to boost morale.
yeah, I
Which
guess.
is like, why?
Yeah, why? This is why I didn't want to go to the wedding. This is why I'm glad we weren't invited.
I'm just imagining the war is going not so good. So what we're gonna do now is sacrifice our princess. That'll turn us around for us.
That'll get the troops going.
Can't say I understand at all. Hey, Hoy, just chill in our room.
Get out.
We just had our sister die, passed out, and Daddy's probably thinking, hey, when's dinner?
Yeah.
Any guesses on which card Apple will pick here?
It's a tarot card. Or something.
Oh, no, man.
Guess we don't know for sure.
Fire, that's a bad sign. I'm pretty convinced that all 3 cards are fire, and he's just messing with her.
That'd be pretty funny. He was going to do it no matter what.
Yeah, so going a little bit ahead, essentially his strategy for the next war battle is to burn down the forest. I can't help but think, what would the other options be? Water? You're going to flood the forest? How are you going to do that?
Not really. I don't know.
Wind? You're going to blow on the forest?
All I could think about is why he didn't burn down Green Hill Forest sooner.
It's not even the right forest. He got the wrong one.
Well, he could have burned it down. That's what I'm saying. If he had this kind of capabilities, we could have had a lot different story.
It's true. If you have anything else you'd like to add, this is a great time. We have 35 seconds of doing nothing.
Perfect. Well, as way of periodic reminder and in an effort to support the mission statement of NAMI, we would like to encourage our viewers in chat and our donors to avoid using mental health-related pejoratives when describing situations that are extraordinary. These include terms like crazy, insane, mental, nuts, bonkers, etc., etc. We ask you to be mindful of the specific language you use, as many people do not realize that these are pejoratives. Instead, consider substituting them with words such as amazing, ridiculous, wild, or bananas. We greatly appreciate your cooperation with this and hope that you can carry this forward in your everyday lives.
I kind of like that one soldier who's like trapped behind the trees back there. He's like, how did I get stuck here?
And we just got another $50 in toward the Baldur's Gate 3 Any Percent run by Vermilion Lux. Thank you so much. We're down to $317 before we can unlock that run. We're running out of time during Suikoden 2, and the All Acts run of Baldur's Gate 3 is only about 35 minutes long, so we need to get those donations in pretty quick.
Look at that sleek triangle formation.
This scene is so goofy. They're just all walking in triangle patterns.
We all know that's the optimal formation for war.
I mean, I've watched the Mighty Ducks. So this is still like another war battle where we don't do anything. Like Zero said, it's kind of just a trap to lead. We've kind of forgot about the shoe thing.
Oh, yeah, we should have done double shoe.
Yeah,
oh, well.
Yeah, if you put Shu into Victor's party, Shu gets his own unit for just this battle, but he'll also be in Victor's unit as well if you move him in there. Pretty funny thing. But yeah, we're not doing anything here. We're just watching this play out.
Yeah, we don't actually have any kind of control. It's just... You're literally AFK. And funnily enough, the battle is still not consistent.
Yeah, you could get no attacks, 1 attack, 2 attacks. You saw 2 the other day. Didn't they? They killed Victor, didn't they?
Yeah.
Which is
that
has to be extremely rare.
It's also theoretically possible to kill Leon here. I think you give Victor Fire Spear or something. I forget how it goes, but it can happen. You get a super rare death dialogue. Oh, they got him.
There's Colgan could still go.
No, not my boy Victor.
Well, didn't
That's
happen.
fine. He's okay. It's just a scratch.
But yeah, like I said, all it was a ploy to lead their army into the forest to light it on fire with them in it. And then Shu have a hot conversation.
I see what you did there.
That's my one pun for the year.
Yeah, Leon basically scolds Shu here for putting himself in danger. That's something a strategist should never do. Essentially, that's like not part of the playbook. It's like, I threw away the playbook. You've read it too many times.
Kinda swag.
The tree fell very loudly.
I know, it was pretty good tree sound.
I wonder how they made that.
They recorded a tree in like somebody's backyard.
I just really hope they didn't have to retake it.
Treefall.mp3. They downloaded it from LimeWire.
Oh, God.
So here, yeah, they're like, Shu, no!
It's too late.
Well, what's goofy about it is Shu is like right there. Like they could have, I feel like they could have drawn this out maybe like another scene or two and then have Shu come back or something. But him coming back right away just makes Apple look like she is, I don't even know. It just is a weird scene. It's like not emotionally impactful to have him just be there.
He was waiting to make his entrance. Got to be dramatic about it.
Yeah. In Shu fashion. Let's go to the very last war battle. What? That's what we're doing.
No, I was laughing at the Shu fashion.
I didn't realize I said it. You need a nap.
I do. We all need naps. we go back to Green Hill?
No,
No.
no, we can't.
I'd rather stay up for the next 24 hours.
Plus, I think they just burned it down, right?
No, I don't think that was the Green Hill Forest.
Sadly. We did get unlucky here and had Han block the entrance, so we're going to take an extra turn here.
Maybe he moves? Or does he just not?
No, he'll, well,
Eh.
yeah. I don't think he ever moves after that one initial move.
Yeah, so if Han wasn't there on this turn, we could have moved where he currently is standing. Han is the one with the flag. We're talking about Han like everybody knows who Han is, but this is the first time we're literally seeing him. Except, well, you would see him earlier if you were getting the lore about Genkaku. Yeah, go there. That's a better spot.
That's true.
We're really in there.
We've really infiltrated.
Yeah. I know everybody else is like, we're in, and they're all back at the start still. All right, we need to do some...
Yeah, so this is where it's going to be a little bit trickier because we start doing incentives now.
Yeah, this is the moment. We're going to finish the Clive quest, and we are going to do the McDole side quest.
And thanks again to all the donors who made this happen.
Yes, this is very exciting for us.
Thank you. We really appreciate this. We are really glad we can show this off.
It's $2,000 once again raised to support mental illness for just to run these two side quests. It's so fantastic. People coming together for something like this. It's amazing.
Plus, now we have more chances for failed teleports.
True. True.
Fuse is all happy now.
Yeah, it's back.
It's actually kind of cool because if you talk to NPCs, they do show signs. Yeah, things are not so okay over here now.
Yeah. Is this the real Elsa? It is, because she has a portrait. Like how Rio's like, I'm standing over here.
Smart man.
And so is your... I don't know if he talks about it beforehand, but he's going after her because his brother was killed.
And she stole a gun. I'm trying to remember which one. No, she was supposed to basically have a duel to see who would get Storm.
Mm-hmm.
And Storm chose her. And she ended up having... Well, I'm spoiling. I'm sorry. We will let the game tell you guys about it.
So here you go. The gun won't fire. Storm, why?
Why, Storm? Why?
That's how I assume Clive talks at all times.
I believe it. I think that's accurate.
He'd be all mysterious.
Gotta make his voice gravelly. It's been like 6 hours since we've heard this song.
Mind if I cut in with quick donation?
Sure.
Mr. Shadow Ant has sent in $15 with no comment again, but also supporting the Baldur's Gate any % run. We're down to $302, so that's $300 and one more anonymous dad donation. So if you want to reduce the number of puns that we have to suffer through, please donate or increase, whichever. It's in your hands. But make that Baldur's Gate 3 any % run happen. It is a sight to behold.
I try to
Hilarious.
take time with it. You don't have to like turbo, I guess, but
Yeah, we're doing well.
so this is the end. This is the last scene. She offers to do it in a classical duel style.
I really wanted Storm to miss fires when he dropped it.
He never shoots when he wants it to. He drops it. So they do this wind up where they like say this thing first.
No hesitation.
No hesitation. Bow.
Oh.
Immediate sad music. I also like at this moment she says something like, "Do you really think I could shoot you?" I'm like, you literally shot him in Radat Tavern. It already happened. And he lets her hold Storm while she has a point break moment. Makes fun of him to the end. There's the point break moment. I was a little early on it.
Got him.
She needs to be careful. That bullet could fall anywhere.
So that was the end to the Clive side quest. Basically, it's almost like a similar situation to like the Genkaku Han duel, where one side of this duel between Clive's brother and Elza, they knew one of the guns wasn't going to work, so they picked that gun on purpose. So it's honestly kind of like a very similar story.
We also kind of have it from an unreliable narrator of sort, because she said just like today, Moon was unloaded bullets, but we saw that it was.
Yeah. So who knows what's really true, but... So here we're starting the McDole quest. Obviously, we ran up to a very familiar face from the first game with Gremio. If you could do this without actually getting like a 108 star clear in the first game, it would be...
It would be Ellie here instead of
Ellie,
Gremio.
yeah, the girl with the red pigtails. And we intentionally put Kasumi in our party, because depending on who you bring here, there's a lot of different options. If you bring basically anyone from the first game, they'll have some sort of line. Some less impactful than others, but...
Right, Kasumi, because she actually has an extra cutscene on top of like the line that she gets here.
Yeah, so we picked Kasumi for that reason. But like since we were doing Clive when we were setting this up, we had Clive in the second spot, and I think it just goes by whoever's highest up in the order. So Clive came out and said something, so made sure it was Kasumi so we could get a little bit of extra flavor here. And after this, I think you probably put the turbo back up.
We're doing well on time.
Okay,
Maybe we can just leave it.
we can leave it.
Runner's choice.
Yeah, we are doing well on time. We should be well under, even after this.
Plus, there's some pretty funny content. Like
Yes.
the bandit dialogue, pretty good.
It is good. It is like kind of the best part about this game is its service to the first game.
Yeah, this is honestly a beautiful sequence. I haven't played it in like 10 years. It was great playing through it again when I was setting these up.
So unfortunately, we do have to run through Banner Pass again. So while we're getting to where we need to get in here, if there's anything else to read or any donations or just announcements in general.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Nami a little bit more. We understand that the last few years have been a very stressful time for many people across the world. This has put a huge strain on many people's mental health. In the United States alone, 21% of adults reported suffering some kind of mental illness. That's roughly 52.9 million people. Please remember to reach out for help if you feel like it. You're not alone.
Stop being toxic. RJ's giving
This is
seeing
our
the eyes.
this is our relationship to each other. I'd be getting the same looks.
I don't think that's true.
You don't know.
I'm the one giving you the looks.
So it's we set this whole thing up, like we try to go talk to Tyr in general, and Gremio stops us. So we ask the Miriyama superfan, there's a kid who's dressed exactly like us in the village, to go make a distraction, and he decides that that distraction should be running into the woods.
That is, he would circle around, go back home, but he actually does run into bandits.
Yeah. So, and then eventually, we'll run into those bandits shortly, and they'll kind of explain what was going on or what happened from that point. Here they are. This guy looks suspiciously like Wario. Actually, they kind of all do when you look at them. Or like Wario if he had Victor's hair.
Yeah. I feel like maybe a Wario Victor fusion.
Victor? Wario? But yeah, and then this is a pretty funny cutscene because the other two bandits that aren't the front one realize that it's Tyr McDole and Miriyama, and they're like, we're not messing with these guys. The one really took down a whole empire, and the other one killed Luca Blight.
Don't forget to talk to the bandit afterwards. Very important.
And he explains there's a monster just ahead. So the bandits have stopped business as well, I guess. Back to the old grind. Our banditing days are over. Oh. Two more steps. A little further. Oh, yeah, you have to talk to us, but I forgot. So here's Ko. And we'll see a familiar enemy. But with a twist this time.
We heard you like worms.
Yeah, I said if you were missing out on the worm, well, here's your extra worm.
What happened to Caterpie?
Well, it's going to evolve into Butterfree. This is like the only time we'll get to see this spell as well. It's a pretty cool animation. This is max level lightning, or thunder level 4.
Yeah, there's probably a faster way to do this, but we saw the spell and was like, well, why don't we just show off something cool?
Yeah.
Because really all we're trying to do there, this has phases. This isn't the same worm. It's actually a little more interesting. It has a phase.
Yeah, it's Butterfree. I feel like this is not so much a Butterfree. I feel like this is a poison type.
More of a Venomoth at this rate.
Yeah. We can do this fight a little bit faster too, but we want to show off some spells we don't normally get to show off, so use the judgment.
Because we have Tyr McDole, we got to use him, right?
He actually does really good damage. He is pretty weak in terms of level. He is like 038 because we purposely kept him minimized. And he still outputs a lot of damage.
Yeah, because I mean, like even when you do level him, he's really good. His stats are very good. But here we get to use Judgment, the 4th level Soul Eater spell.
This does a lot of damage. There's a pretty cool cutscene you can see if you actually lose the fight, but we kind of just decided to go for the winning route because time.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah. That's pretty cool. They both essentially get into a second battle, rematch, and McDole and Moriyama both use their big spells, and it eats them off.
Yeah.
That's what we were referring to earlier when they say there's another way to see Forgiver's sign. Oh, interesting. I was just thinking, I didn't get to test it.
Thought it would work, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting it doesn't.
Yeah.
Maybe because Tyr's with us? I don't know.
No, I think it's just like a flag thing. We're lucky it worked even worked the first time. Let's not push it.
Lord McDole. So we're back. We get to see Liukin. Unfortunately, doesn't have a portrait, but still get to see that he's still alive and kicking. Doing the doctor thing.
Does look like his age a day.
And here's LePont trying to convince him to come back and be the president.
This is kind of why he never ended up coming back after the events of Suikoden 1. Has been trying to avoid this. All that and the Soul Eater, so he's trying to keep his distance from everyone. We got some really nice scenes coming up here.
They have a whole McDole monument.
You know, I think we could use some more money. Do you know where I can get some more?
Oh, yes, I sure do.
What?
100 punch!
Woo! It's a nice reference to Suikoden 1, where that statue had 100 punch as well.
Here we're greeted by some old friends. Pon and Cleo.
Cleo calls Pawn out instantly.
Then we also have Marie and Sarah. All four of these people are just hanging out around town. You could talk to them the first time you come. Sarah will actually give you a Cyclone rune.
Just like Suikoden 1. But now instead of Teo, we have Moriyama.
Yeah.
I think this is the only place you hear this music. It's so good.
Mm-hmm. Go down. Have a little conversation with Cleo.
Oh, you picked the good option.
Yeah, you can pick the second option, which is I can't stop thinking about you, and then she laughs at you and says you're just like the young master.
That's not a bad line. How do you feel about war?
Yeah, and then it gets real heavy. And this is why we brought Kasumi. This is a special cutscene where she basically just talks at Tyr McDole, and he doesn't say anything.
McDole looks so surprised. Oh no, is that a surprised look?
I don't know.
I don't know how to judge that facial expression.
That's head empty. Head empty, pure vibes. And then somehow Kasumi convinces herself like it's her problem. Like,
look how fast she runs, though.
well, she's a ninja.
She'll give Tengo a run for her money.
Oh yeah, maybe. And then just little classic Pon sleeping. Gremio cooking. All just little homages to stuff from the first game. Honestly, this song really reminds me of like Dragon Quest. So we walk back into the castle. Vargas will take us out.
Poor Ko had to drink some awful tasting medicine.
Well, it was either drink the medicine or die. So probably not a tough choice.
But it tasted bad.
And the good thing is they escort us all the way to the beginning,
Yeah.
so we don't have to run all the way through, thankfully. But
The downside is they leave us here.
yeah, and if you want, you could keep using McDole as much as you want, but you have to run all the way through Gregminster to get him every single time you want him. Every time the game will kick him out. So unfortunately, like trying to use him for the end just wasn't going to work out because we'd have to go all the way back.
We don't have that kind of time, sadly.
But that's it. That was the Tyr McDole quest.
I hope everyone enjoyed it. I sure did.
Yeah, we enjoyed setting it up. Thank you so much for donating for it. And now we'll go try to finish the game.
We'll struggle a little bit more because all our party slots are a little bit off, but it's not too big a deal. We'll manage. hopefully.
Yeah, we have to go get Sheena.
Also Flick.
See you later, Mazzus. Wait.
Oh, it's even more thrown off. Yay!
What is happening? There he is. All right.
Yeah, good enough.
That's the normal setup, I think.
It's a little off. I think Rise swap, but it's as good as we can get it.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter as long as you're paying attention to who's
It's functionally not relevant. It's just easier to like keep track of where you are in the notes.
Yeah. So just be careful when we're beast runing.
Would you like another quick donation?
Sure.
Another $5 from our friend Benny Omega. Judge, Suikoden II is cheating. It summoned perfectly ultimate Great Moth after skipping Cocoon of Evolution. That's not how you're supposed to play Yu-Gi-Oh!
Just go for like, blazing camps. Don't bother with like his gets eaten. So we haven't talked about this yet because it hasn't come up yet. We mentioned the Rune Unite speed glitch where basically the runes get a speed boost when we do Unites. There's also another glitch, which is actually just a base Rune Unite glitch. So you can combine level 4 spells in this game to get bigger spells like that, say Blazing Camp, Fire, Lightning combination. But the idea is you're only supposed to be able to combine like one person of one person. So like let's say if you're combining everyone's spells together here, you're supposed to be able to get a maximum of 3 out. But there's a glitch. I'm not going to go to the mechanics of it because I don't understand that well. But essentially, you want the slowest person that you're combining with at the front of your party. And you can essentially have multiple characters combine their spells with that person. So once Flick gets some levels and hits faster, for example, you can have Maz cast Explosion. And then you can have Flick, Luke, and Rai all cast Floor Shot. And they'll all combine with Maz's. So you get 3 spells, essentially, off of, 3 people combining with the same person for their Rune Unites. It's a very powerful mechanic that we take advantage of.
So we go. Teresa even comes in for Lucia and offers, says, hey, if you want to stab me, go for it. And Lucia can't do it.
He's like, okay, maybe she's okay after all.
Yeah, maybe she means what she's saying. Then we just kind of have a long trek through the base. We have how many? 8 force battles. In this one, or at least at some point, Seiglance is going to want to take the shredding with Luke.
Yeah, nice. Get it done early so we don't have to worry about it. It's easy to forget the stuff.
Nice.
Oh,
Good start. Yeah,
that's the first kite rune of the whole run, and we missed. It's great. Oh, good crit.
all right.
That wouldn't have killed, actually, so it's actually a very good crit. So... Kite Rune, we haven't talked about it too much, but it's essentially AoE that cuts your attack in half, but we're at 999, so it's still going to kill everything. The thing is, it has the same accuracy as a normal attack, so when there's 6 enemies, you have 699% chances to hit, which puts you at roughly like a 94% chance to hit them all. And sometimes you get unlucky like that, and you end up missing.
Hopefully it doesn't happen again.
The fact that we missed 1 out of 1 is pretty great. He's doing a very good job menuing through this here. He's also using shift to cut down the inputs you need to use Kite Rune with Meg. Because if you don't shift, then her bottom action will be shift, and then you have to go 2 down or 2 up. Whereas if you shift with the front row, then the back row doesn't have the option to shift, so you can press 1 up to reach Rune.
Here we go. We have a duel with Han Cunningham.
That's a good one. That's a defend. We'll beat him with 2 big attacks, essentially. So 2 wild attacks or 2 defends.
Yep, there you go.
I honestly didn't know that line that well.
There you go, nice and easy.
Look how cool he looks. Look at the breeze and then so indoors.
Yeah, the indoor breeze. And so, just a quick TLDR, they essentially Highland and the city-states had a duel to divide up.
Yeah, decide who gets Cairo, essentially.
Yeah, Cairo. And the duel was between Han and Genkaku, Ryu and Nanami's adopted grandfather. And during the battle, Genkaku, they gave Genkaku a blade laced with poison, and he refused to fight, basically. So they ended up losing the duel.
Onin and Kaga were good friends. They're essentially like Moriyama and Joey.
Yeah.
I think at that point they both had the runes as well, the Bright Shield and the Black Sword.
Mm-hmm.
And after the war, they sealed them away. They essentially ended the war by themselves. Like the war was over territory and stuff, just like kind of in this game, or like what we see. But they essentially just started having tea on the battlefield instead of fighting and talking things out, and slowly led to a more peaceful resolution of the end of that, leading to that duel.
Yeah.
And because Genkaku refused to fight, he was exiled. He just ended up moving to Cairo and spending the rest of his days there. Adopted Nami and Moriyama and raised them as his own.
So just a little quick tidbit on who Han Cunningham is, because if you didn't, in the speedrun, we don't learn any of the lore of that, so you just end up fighting this old guy, and you're like, well, he's like, let's bury our past. Like, what are you talking about?
I just met you.
So we do have I don't know what number fight this is, but we do have a couple more of these before we get into the next boss battle, if there's any announcements, as we're approaching the final two bosses of the run.
This again.
Well, I guess I'm going to take this opportunity to call out how incredibly grateful we are to LLK, a longtime contributor to GDQ marathons, and the designer of our promo banners, attendee badges, and emotes. I'm losing the ability to speak. Check out her work at jazzaboo.com. That is JAZAABOO.com. Thanks again, LLK. You're amazing.
We're with you on the losing the voice thing.
I've only been going about half as long as you are.
There we go. Let's see if we miss again.
This has been pretty unlucky so far. We finally reached the bad luck part of our run.
Yeah, if this is the worst thing that's going to happen to us, we did all right.
Yeah.
Who knows? There's still some stuff that could go wrong. So let's not count the the ducks before they hatch.
Don't count the cockatrices before they hatch.
Yeah, oh gosh, keep those things away from me. It's a pretty good menuing here. Cruising through these fights. Getting our little bit of levels, extra levels. You don't get a lot of encounters in here, I guess probably because of the forest fights and door transitions and stuff like that.
There's still pretty wide variance. You have you can definitely get through Hero Zero battles, but
Yeah.
sometimes you also get like 10 as well.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate.
Yeah. I mean, just not much you can do. In the grand scheme of things, each battle's 3 seconds, so it's not the most important, but it does add up. 10 battles versus 0 battles, that's like a 30-second difference. But there is no real danger here. You're not guaranteed to have what goes on in every battle, but you can also bribe pretty much every battle. And here you get a lot of money off these soldier fights and off all the stuff that happened beforehand.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not pressed for money at all.
Yeah, after we boomed on the Mayo market, we've been stockpiling cash this whole time.
I really think we were able to afford this because of that 100 poch from that statue.
That's true. That tipped us right over the edge.
Is there like a salmonella epidemic that happens in Suikoden 3 or...
Not that I'm aware of, but...
I'm not up on all of the lore.
Plague has ravaged the land.
Mayonnaise. It's outlawed.
Oh no, how will we make our living?
We just live our peaceful life off of the initial boom. Here we
Maybe
go.
we can invest into lotto tickets.
Get to fight Seed and Colgan together. We have a pretty good setup here that should allow us to end this in one turn.
Just to see who actually remembers how to do this fight, unlike us two.
Yeah.
That was it?
That was it. Yeah, that was. So true, bestie. So we would have gotten to see that spell a little earlier had
Wow. That's fine.
so she'd had 100 magic for Necklord.
That is a 1% miss there, by the way. I'm almost certain.
Why not?
We have missed like 3 in the last dungeon. It could be worse. It could have been the trick room. It's fine.
See, so honestly, a little inconsequential. They all still die.
If we missed trick room, then we'd have some problems. Even then, it'd be okay. It would probably just delay us a little bit.
Here we got a little cutscene with these two first, and then kind of get to see what Joey is gonna do.
Okay, got a new outfit. The Royal Freds.
Yep.
Would you like a quick donation?
Yeah, sure, we can get some in.
Excellent. Keanu has sent in $50 saying, here's my promised payment for the Zero Death, Zero Fusion accident run from SMT5. Thank you again to all of the organizers of RPG Limit Break for allowing us to showcase the games we love for such a great cause. It was a pleasure and an honor to join everyone for this event, and I very much am looking forward to next year's event. Put this donation towards Runner's Choice, which I believe is still the Baldur's Gate 3 any percent.
Yep, if that hasn't been met, let's keep it going.
We're closing in on it so close. About $250 is all that's left.
Let's go back. We're going to go back and make one more save because we've seen too many things.
These turns are a hard fight when you don't input the buttons correctly. We have a habit of doing that as of late.
Yeah.
But we also needed to go back anyway to heal. The save crystal is the only one in the game that heals us, so... And we need our MP back.
But otherwise, here we go. Last boss in the game.
Can talk about the mechanics here a little bit. It is different from most other fights, so it does have 5 parts to it. 2 heads, 2 legs, and the rune. You can't damage the heads until you kill the rune. And the 2 heads and the rune have to be dead for you to win the fight. You don't have to kill the 2 legs. The rune cuts half damage on everything else, if I recall correctly, and also takes half damage itself, with the exception of rune unites, which for some reason do full damage, which we definitely take advantage of. The 2 heads have pretty standard attacks. It's just like big AoE stuff, nothing too out of the norm. But the legs are pretty unique. The left leg has this move that statuses everyone in your party with random statuses, and that thing will just kill the run on its own potentially if we let it do what it wants. And the right leg can revive other parts of the beast rune, including the rune itself. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set up our rune unites. We're going to kill the rune while damaging the right leg as much as possible. And we're going to start working on the right head. But in addition to that, for the first time this run, we're actually going to use the level 4 water spell, Silent Lake, as its own individual spell to use Silent Lake. Now what that does is that prevents magic for free turns, including our own. So it's important that we have the glitch set up properly, the Rune Unite speed glitch, because otherwise the Silent Lake will go off too early, and we will lose out on some of our damage, which will essentially break the fight. But once Silent Lake is set up, the left leg can't do anything anymore. That's the most important part. On turn 1, the right head can only attack once. Later turns, it can get up to 3 attacks. The beast from like all the parts together can attack up to 3 times per turn. And once we have the head and the right leg down, it's just a matter of killing the left head before we run out of Silent Lake turns, which we will.
Yeah, so Flick's Unite going off is a good sign that we're set up properly before this.
Yeah, if Flick's Blazing Camp didn't go off, we'd be in a lot of trouble here. Everything looks good so far. Another fun mechanic here is that backline characters can attack any part here, or backline short-range characters. So we never want Luke to attack, but you know, if we want to, he could. Also, we didn't see the sword attack, which was rather lucky. The right leg or right head deciding to do the sword attack is pretty random. If it does happen, it's kind of optimal to heal Sheen of a Mega Medicine just so you don't get the healing animation. But ultimately, it's pretty inconsequential as long as we actually kill the right head this turn. Which should, both this and the right leg should die with Kyrun. Oh, and Sheena's attack.
Yeah, we just...
I forgot about Sheena's. Very forgettable.
Scaring the fans.
Got to keep them on their toes.
True, though.
From here on out, it's literally we just attack the head. If we crit there with Magor, well, Mag we would have won with Ryu. Let's go! Marshmallow Rod!
Luke Marshmallow!
So not getting crits is both a good and bad thing. Sadly, it takes a little bit longer, but on the other hand, crits and double hits have a really bad lag in this fight.
Yeah.
It's super slow. You get like 5 FPS. So.
But anyway, that was the last boss.
Well done. But we're not done yet.
We're not done. We wouldn't even be done if this was any %, but we're definitely not done for this.
If you recall, at the very start of the game, we made a promise, and we intend to keep that promise.
Indeed.
Meg is so surprised that there's nobody there. You see that? She's like, what?
It's pretty funny if you bring some, like, I did an animal character only run of the game, and I had Shiro here. And like they talk, and Ryu's like agrees to leave, but Shiro just goes like whoa, woo, and Ryu's like, "You're right, we should leave."
Also, you can see here we're all running out of here because the castle is collapsing as is Suikoden tradition. Except right after this, you can teleport back here and it's fine.
They have a really good staff.
It's all fixed.
Yeah, they fix it real quick. They're ready for tectonic activity.
There we go, we made it. Nobody had to stay behind this time around. Suikoden 1, Victor and Flick had to stay behind to fend off the Imperial soldiers in that game. This game, everyone makes it out. I wonder what happened to Victor and Flick in Suikoden 1.
I have no idea.
Goodbye, Eiley.
Yeah, so we could go to the Great Hall right now and get an ending, but that is not what this category is about. So we're gonna run down here. Flick and Victor just randomly here for this cutscene. We're kind of just ignoring them, but they know what's happening.
Yeah, they understand. They know that it was never like what we wanted to lead a country. We just try and do what's right, and we have our own lives to live, so let him go. He's earned it.
So now we could go to Hiro Town. It's the first option.
And we're gonna go back to Tenzon Pass, where it all began.
Why'd you take off his...
Took off his clothes.
It's hot up here on this mountain.
Gets real toasty up here.
That's just the tacos.
Well, in the mist by the waterfall is just going to leave him sopping wet. You don't want that.
We're dragging it in. I don't know if there's maybe like 1 or 2 donations. There's probably time for that, or just a quick announcement.
Well, I just want to say that RPG Limit Break 2024 proudly supports the National Alliance on Mental Illness. To get involved in the fight against negative stigmas around mental illness, please reach out to NAMI via their state-level organizations on Facebook, where they can be found as NAMI, or on Instagram and Twitter as @NAMICommunicate. Remember, it's not a weakness to need help. Please reach out if you feel like you need it. And as always, every donation goes toward that organization to help.
So here we are, we come back, and none other than Joey is here, and he wants to fight us.
But he's back to quarterstaff, Joey, so he's a good guy now, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Beautiful camera angle, I love it. Oh, I wanted to leave that one. So we want to essentially take damage as much as we can here. It speeds up the fight. So if he attacks, nothing we can do. We'll just defend. But if he defends, we can wild attack and get countered and speed it up a little bit. That's phase 1. Ends in 3 turns, or once you take enough damage. Hopefully he will let us take a beating in the next fight we can do in 2 turns. That's why Sieg removed the Master Garb, so you have less armor, so you take more damage.
It's the Halo theme song.
Might be enough.
Let's
Fatality.
What happens, guys? I think we game overed.
No,
Oh!
no, the Master Chief's coming. Cortana.
Who's the real winner here, Joey?
Yeah, Joey may have beat us, but he looks pretty sickly.
He's essentially been using his rune to contain the beast rune this whole time. That's why he's in such bad shape. And he wants us to take his rune and just combine him and lead the new country. Or no, can't do that.
Look, it's like not.
He's back. I don't get it. It's daytime.
Yeah, I know. This isn't my bedroom. I mean, I guess it could be. We could live here now.
You're a free man now.
Also, just like a pre-warning, time's coming up in about like
Minute or two.
a minute or two.
There will be a cutscene that we go to where it's a different area, and after that, it'll be 2 text boxes. We'll call it out.
Yeah, I'll let you call it so I don't confuse them.
Because I'm so much more clear.
You are so reliable.
That is just objectively untrue.
I honestly cannot believe how good this run was.
Legitimate-
That we're getting this time, doing both of the incentives during the run.
Legitimately, the luck that we had,
Yeah.
if we played it like a proper PB attempt, I think this could have been world record pace.
Yeah,
The luck was so good.
definitely.
It would have been up there at the very least.
Definitely not bad for being an overnighter.
Yeah.
Oh,
So after this cutscene, there's going to be 2 more text boxes that we'll call time on.
yeah, I forgot already.
You guys want to press the button at the same time?
What button?
We're holding buttons.
Oh yeah, here I'll hold R1.
I'll hold
Yeah,
up.
you hold that button. Yeah.
We're doing it.
This is the friends we made along the way.
Pretty sure you were friends before, but
That's not important.
Oh yeah, story. So basically, Nanami was fine. She just saw how we got in front of the arrows, and she's like, "Yeah, leader shouldn't do that." Anyway, no time for a story. Time's coming up, and time is now.
You don't need that.
If it's all right, I'd like to let the epilogue play before we get into the glitch exhibition, where you get to see what happened to all the characters. Should take about 5 minutes, I think.
I actually do not know.
I'm guessing, honestly. I made that number up. But it can't be that long.
10 minutes later. There are a lot of good cutscenes that you don't get to see if you don't have characters recruited and whatnot. So, I mean, just let us know.
Yeah, if you want us to speed it up, let us know. We'll just go straight into glitch exhibition. Okay.
No, that's okay.
No epilogue. We're going straight into it.
Yeah, we have the glitch exhibition, which was also achieved during this run. So thank you so much for that. We watched Zero do a lot of prep for this. It's really cool stuff that you probably wouldn't just figure out.
Unless you go on Suikoden.com.
Yeah, unless you look on the internet.
Well, some of them anyway. Some of them are fairly new. Some of them are pretty unique. Okay, so this is a cool one. This is North Sparrow Pass at the start of the game. This is before the fort battles. And we got these elite soldiers here. You shall not pass. And you know what? We all like to farm double beat runes, right? Everybody hates having to do that really early. So it'd be nice if we can just go back and farm some later. So what you do is you just escape Talisman and you run past them. This works up until the Highland soldiers replace them, and then it no longer works. Plus, you can get the funny cutscene of Nanami trying to pull the arena trick, if you ever hear.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, except you get a completely different sound effect. She tries to fight them. Anyway, if you go all the way through, you can get to Cairo, and you actually get pretty endgame dialogue. So I use this lady as an example. Is this country going to disappear? I heard that some scary-sounding army called is coming this way. I'm not going to spend too much time here, but you get like a lot of mixed endgame dialogue and early game dialogue. It's pretty fun stuff. All right. So next we got the Coronet Out of Bounds I mentioned earlier in the run. So the trick to this is before we talk to Rikimaru, you want to go and talk to the Highland soldiers on dock. That I should have warned you guys. Audio, the sound gets a little funky sometimes, so if it gets too loud, you might need to adjust it. It's
okay
has to do with save states. So I lost my train of thought. You have to do this. after you talk to the Highland Soldier at the dock that tells you can't take a boat, because it's supposed to be the part of the story where you need to talk to Ailee, Rina, and Bolgan upstairs. Because that guy is there in that top left corner and messes with, I don't know, the flags and triggers and stuff, and you get this fun camera angle here. And if we don't pay for Ricky Maru, we get to regain control and inside the inn. So, and now we can just run around and do stuff, go out of bounds. So I should mention internally, this is true for a lot of JRPGs, but it's true here as well. To preserve memory, the game likes to keep things on the same screen. So like say the item shop, the weapon shop, even the second floor of this inn, they're all on one screen. They're just like separated into different areas. So this, we can do something like this. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And we're watching the cutscene of Ailee and Rina. Pretty good content right here.
And we alluded to this one.
I'm Ailee. I'm the person who saved RPG Limit Break's life.
Yeah, so
That's her.
We did a file setup. And our backup saves were all called RPG Limit Break.
Everyone thank Ailee.
Yeah,
She saved
backup.
us.
Sorry. So,
All right, so this is a double save state right here. So this one's been known for a really long time. I'm sure most casual players have known about this one. Great sound as always. So this is the Hans infinite money glitch. It maxes out your money essentially. So what you need to do is you need to have enough money to buy one piece of armor, but not two. You need to have one character with some armor equipped, and you need to have some characters without armor equipped. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to equip this on Ryu, back out once, and then buy it for Flick and buy it for Sheena. We've now bought 2 scale mails, but we can only afford 1. So naturally, when you go into depth, you get 999,199 punch.
it's easy.
Life hacks.
Yeah, try that at your local store. I'm just kidding.
So here's another fun one. We're going to run into this wall here. We're going to run right, and then we're going to walk out. Walking out is really important because if you run out, it'll like basically crash your game with a funny looking screen. We're just going to run around this wall here. We can get into the houses in here and stuff, but that's not that interesting. So we're just going to run around this way. There we are. Run into a wall here for alignment, and once I see Rai, I want to move down like 2 steps and run up 1. And here we are on the world map.
Big Ryu.
Parkour.
Perfectly natural what's happening here. This is all the time out during the run. What if you could just run the coordinate this way? Optimal. But you can see the bottom world map, or like the mini map. There's only certain parts that are loaded, so if I run up this way, I can't get anywhere. It doesn't lead anywhere. So we can do some... We can't really do too much with this, besides it just looking ridiculous. One thing we can do, though, is we can run to Radat.
Hey, look, that's cool.
Yeah, that's what I remember it looking like. And we are now apparently entered by boat, because we're at the dock. Sadly, there isn't too much you can do with that glitch, but it looks ridiculous, and that's all I can really ask for. Alright. So, then that one. I'll skip the Matilda glitch, since we are shorter on time, and we already saw that during the run with our quick reroute. So next will be damage overflow glitch. This is a fun one. So the important thing you need to know is that this game stores damage in a 2-byte short. So it caps at 2 to 16 power, 65,536 if I recall correctly. But you can also do negative damage. That's basically healing. So it's actually like 32,000 something, 2 to 15 power. So I already did some setup here. This is just a random group of bonbons in Cairo. I did try to do the transformation of Bob turn 1. And I swapped a few bonbons, just so we don't have to do it during the exhibition, but there's nothing particularly special about the setup. Bob has Violence Rune and Kindness Rune glitch, so he has 999 attack and Violence Rune. Everything else is pretty standard. Sierra and Bolgan are basically base stats here. So first off, we're going to show somewhat normalish damage. This isn't overflow. We're just going to hit a Sleeping Bonbon on Servant attack. We don't have Violence or anything like that, so this is just bowish damage. Bowish. Casual 18,000.
Yeah, just 18,000 damage.
Now we have Violence, so Bob has a 4.5x multiplier on top of what we just did there. But we'll hit a one that's awake this time, not a sleeping one. And we're going to also Tsunamuno Bolgan so he doesn't die.
And we also get to see a pretty unique Unite attack here with Bolgan, Bob, and Sierra, like of all people.
You wouldn't expect this trio. So we just healed it for 442.92. The thing is, Not only does it actually go over its max HP and heal it, but it's actually way more than that. I don't know the exact number, honestly, because I haven't been able to do enough damage to kill it. Alright, here we're going to heal Bomb again. And this time we're going to hit a sleeping one. And this is the max damage we can get with this setup. So what's going to happen here is we're going to do about 72,000 damage. And I said earlier that the cap is 65,000, so we're actually going to double overflow and go back to doing 8,000 damage. And that's actual real damage. Oh, we countered the one that we healed. It took 350, no problem. Bomb's Rune runs out here, so our damage is going to drop by, I think, a factor of 2. We can still do quite a bit, though. But we'll do one more to demonstrate the damage on this one. I think this does about 19,000. And you can see that it's going to live. Tankiest bonbon ever.
It's like my nightmare.
You can't escape, you can't kill it.
Heck yeah, you can't kill it.
You're
You
there
can't run
forever.
away. He's going to bonbon you to death.
Alright, so here we're going to do some out of bounds. Sadly, there isn't too much interesting stuff you can do with it, but it's still cool to show off. Oh my god, that's odd. Thank you. I missed it, oh no. Essentially, this wall here doesn't work quite right, so we can just do this. And run around. Joey, here's what I think about our promise. Yeah.
You just stand on it?
Yeah, stand on it. The collision here is pretty funny. You can kind of like run around some things, but not other, unless you get around the good way. But pretty cool out of bounds. Not something you get to see too often. It's only possible before you do like reach the Joey part. If you do this at the very end, it won't work. So it's interesting that the map's broken here, but not in that instance. All right. Like, oh, this is a good one. I like this one. I gave you guys a taste of this during the run.
Yeah.
The Swag Tinto strat, but you can do more interesting stuff with it.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate that like
Oh, wrong save.
there's there's out of bounds, but there's not much use for them.
Yeah, those
these-
story flags are
Yeah.
unfavorable.
It's kind of just goofing around stuff.
I mean, technically you can save a tiny bit of time with that Tinto one, but it's not that valuable.
You don't mean that.
Sadly, I do. Alright. Out of bounds, and we're just gonna leave Tinto. I should show you guys what part of the game we're in, though. So, this is when we confront Netcord here. So notice, music's still on intense music. Things are still serious. Serious time, serious Netcord. We can go chat with our friend Robert Patterson here. These zombies are an illusion. They had these guys, and some of these people do have dialogue. It's not just, some of them don't, but these guys are pretty nervous.
This guy who just can't get over work.
He really needs to dig that tunnel. And there are some really funny ones here. Good morning.
Absolutely nothing wrong here. Have a great day.
This one's my favorite. That bunch of corpses is no enemy. I cannot explain this line.
That's exactly what a zombie would say.
That's the imposter. I genuinely can't think of any way you can justify that line.
Yeah, like what was he getting at there?
Alright, some more fun out of bounds. This one's pretty straightforward. I mentioned this earlier, and I wish there was something we could do with it, but the ladder disappears. But you can just phase through that wall and get over here. You can run around the whole map here, but sadly there isn't really all that much you can do here. Get into the item shop, I guess. Actually, I lied. That doesn't work. None of them work.
Oh, that one does.
That one does. There we go. That's how you exit out of bounds normally. Just go through a different door. All right.
When one door closes, another one opens.
Here's a cool one. This one's really easy to do for anyone at home. Really simple. So all you have to do is enter the screen here, go up, go down, go up. You basically bounce off the tree and that gets you past the load line. And you can run around this way and then run around this way.
Good sound. No.
It only gets worse.
Oh, fix the music out here.
Yeah.
And now it's all fixed.
I mean, that's audio tech helping us out as well, lowering the volume when needed.
Well, it sounds like it went back down.
Yeah, I think it does that. Off
Oh,
save
that
states.
is not where I thought you were.
So yeah, this is how you get past Varkas' security. You just go around.
But then you can't get out. Marcus, please.
We can escape Talisman.
Oh, yeah.
You also need to be really careful with that. If you do that on your first trip to Gregminster before you first enter, there's a cutscene that plays when you get close enough to Vargas where you like walk up to him, and if you do that before you get that cutscene, you essentially start walking to that cutscene and you're soft locked. So good times. So this is if you rescue Nanami here. I'll show off what normally happens first. This is the cutscene that you get. I'm not going to play it because we are short on time. So instead, what we're going to do is we're just going to go bouncing off the walls. We're going to go this way, and we're going to go this way, and no more cutscene. And it's great too because then if you do during the flashback sequence, it actually remembers you doing this, not the cutscene
skipping.
It actually thinks you did the cutscene.
That's funny.
We now know the canonical option is option 2 because that's what the cutscene tells you. All right, here's a funny one. This is actually kind of platform dependent. I tried to get this working on MU and it didn't work. But this is the part where we're chasing Lucia through the forest, and that might not work. If it doesn't, I'll just reload. Essentially, you can outrun her, and you can skip the load of this cutscene here. Okay, it did work. So this is where we got the cutscene of Lucia and Joey, and it's just not here anymore. We can run all the way through the forest. We all know how much we like that. But the cool thing is, this is the only way to exit Green Hill at this point. You're stuck here. And then otherwise... All right, and then one last one. We alluded to this one during the run as well. This is the Mata early recruitment. So I have this right after our duel with him. So I mentioned that we can actually get him early. If we chase after him here as he runs away, we can talk to him and we can start recruitment, second phase of recruitment. But we can't stop him from running away. Should I show the dual soft lock or the Mata soft lock?
Dealer's choice.
We'll show the Mata one because the duel is less content. If I held our one here, the game would die. So this is the Mata duel done early. He's just gonna... Oh, that's an attack move, so well. I'm just trying to spend more time with you guys. Alright. So this would have been really useful because you'd be able to get them right away, and then when you need to get your boat, or like your boat pilot, you would just already have a Mata. You wouldn't have to run all the way to Radat or Kuskus in the 108 star. But sadly, Amada ends up off screen, and when Amada joins you, he wants to enter your party, so he wants to run into you, and since he can't reach you because he no longer exists, we're done. Alright, well there you go. That was the glitch exhibition. Anything you guys would like to say?
Just really quick shout outs to the Suikoden community. A lot of people donated during the run to help us get where we were going, and always showing up when you're playing Suikoden games. Of course, shout outs to you two for doing the run. Shout outs to RPG Limit Break for letting us do the run. I think this is the first time 108 Stars been shown off somewhere, so that's pretty dang cool.
I'm really glad we got to show this run off. I've been wanting to do it in the marathon for ages.
Yes.
In addition to what RJ said, I'd also like to shout out Murayama. Without
Yes,
him,
true.
We wouldn't have these games. I would not be here today. I would not know these guys. So big shout out to him. Has had an enormous impact on my life, as long I'm sure a lot of other people's.
Mm-hmm. Very true. Very true. Who knows? But I think that's it for us. Thanks, everybody. I hope you enjoyed the run. And I hope you enjoyed the rest of the marathon. All of the runs today sound great.
Lots of more good stuff to watch. That's a sentence, I think.
Yeah, sure was.
RJ, Zero, and Sieg, thank you so much for that fantastic run. That was amazing and a ton of fun. Once again, I've been Zathian, your host. While my time here at the hosting desk is coming to an end, be of good cheer. Our wonderful friend Tiny Tim will handle things from here. But first, more advertisements, which will allow us to keep bringing these events to you. Remember, subscribing to the channel will let you just jam out to these sweet tunes instead. For now, though, I think all four of us need to go clear our zombie status. Until next time, my friends, farewell.
Hello there, folks. Welcome, welcome. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2024, benefiting NAMI. My name is TinyTim78, and I am going to be your host for the next incredible, amazing runs that we've got coming for you this evening. We have Baldur's Gate 3 that is coming up just shortly. We currently have a little incentive for that. The bonus any percent run is currently sitting at $1,297 out of the $1,500 needed to make that happen. Let's see if we can get that in. Remember, you can get your donations into NAMI and we can get that bonus any percent run. And if you like that, we've also got very close now. We've got $131 out of $300 needed for upgrading the difficulty for our following run, which is going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed. I'm also going to be on for that one, so I'm really looking forward to it. But let's see if we can upgrade the difficulty to normal difficulty. Give Aeon Frodo a little bit more of a challenge on that one. But I must say, it's absolutely amazing to be here. You are watching RPG Limit Break 2024, coming to you live from Salt Lake City, Utah, raising money for NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. Remember that all of your donations go towards NAMI, and I must mention, he's sitting there on the screen looking at me. It is the amazing Bob the Ninja Whale Lord. If you wish to be put into the draw for the possibility of winning the most amazing Whale Lord, it's a minimum of cumulative total of $75 between now and the end of the event. Bob was provided to us by the amazing Heroic Spirit Gamer, so thank you so much for that. Also, we also have our other grand prize, which is also a cumulative amount of $250 donated before the end of the event for the amazing Buster Sword replica. That sword is probably bigger than me. Probably heavier than me too. It's absolutely fantastic. If you want to help an amazing cause, watch amazing speedruns, and get yourself in for some amazing prizes, please donate. Remember, if you're watching, donate in the chat, and you'll be able to add to our amazing $51,850 raised so far for NAMI. But we can get that more. Yes, we can. We can keep going. We can get more. We can do an amazing amount for an amazing cause. It's just absolutely fantastic to be here. We have a little interview coming up very shortly, so stay tuned. Okay, I have been informed that our interview is now ready. We have the amazing runners of the Suikoden 2 run, Z3R01337, RJsmangit, and Seiglance, being interviewed by the fantastic Steamed Hams with Cheese. Hams, please take it away.
Hello, I am Steamed Ham with Cheese. We are here with RJ and Zero. the Suikoden runners. Did I pronounce that right?
Suikoden.
Suikoden. I knew I was going to pronounce that wrong. So how you guys feeling?
Tired.
I feel great. I'm going for a run. It's going to be amazing.
We
I
got
was going to do another one right now.
Yeah.
So we
Bonus
got
incentive run.
the speed run, bonus incentive run where he's going to live stream running around the hotel.
Yeah, they don't know about it yet, but I'm getting back in the chat.
All right, so granted, you guys just got done with the run, and you guys are feeling good / tired, but so I just wanted to get more information on you guys. Like, how'd you guys get into speed running?
So I used to watch speedrunners on Twitch, and then I saw a speedrun, the Final Fantasy IX run at like GDQ 2019 or something like that, got me into RPG speedrunning, and then I went on a various journey of games that eventually led me to Suikoden II. Suikoden II is my favorite game of all time, but I didn't have a way of running it when I first started running, so had to build up to owning the things and able to actually do speedruns of it.
Cool. How about for you, Zero?
For me, it started with Suikoden 2, and it was a new year, so it's time for a new annual playthrough.
Nice.
So I'm like, I'm getting kind of bored of this, but I still want to play the game. And at some point, I happened to see OmniGamer's run of Suikoden 2 80%. I'm like, oh, that seems like an interesting way to play it again. So I tried it out, and then I liked it, and I kept doing it.
Yeah.
And now I'm here.
Awesome. So the category was 108 stars. Like, I'm a neophyte at pretty much all that. So tell me, why did you guys have to do 3 runners for 108 stars?
Honestly, so first of all, just doing co-op runs with friends is super fun.
Yeah.
But this one also being between like 7.5 to 8 hours, being able to split that up kept us fresh for most of the run and kept the vibe up, positive energy and whatnot. So I think really it was just to do a cool run with your friends.
I really was just in it for the bathroom breaks.
No, the commentary was great on it. I was definitely listening to most of it there. So here we are raising money for NAMI. How do you guys feel about that? How do you guys feel about raising money for such a great organization?
I mean, what's not to like? We get to do something we enjoy, and we make money for a good cause. I'm very happy about it.
Yeah, that pretty much sums it up. Being able to play my favorite game of all time while raising money for such a great organization is like the ideal thing, honestly. What more can you want?
Right. You guys got any personal shout outs to the community that you want to throw out there that you didn't already?
No, but we could just reiterate just the general Suikoden Discord and community again. We're all very tight knit, close. Like to help each other out, be positive, and also joke around and meme around. We can't forget about SRD in that, but.
We could also shout out Rabbit Bear Studios. For anyone who doesn't know, Murayama was head of a new game called Alien Chronicles, and it had released recently. It's very much Suikoden-inspired. Fantastic game. If anyone likes this game, I think they'd enjoy that one as well.
Yeah, and just the rest in peace to Yoshitaka Murayama, who created the series and just passed away in February. Like EA0 ended our run with, I don't think any of us would be here today without the game in general. So
For sure.
we owe a lot. We owe a lot to his stories and visions.
Awesome. Well, we got some prizes yet still available that we want to talk about here. We got the YS 1 and 2 Chronicles key provided by James Picard. Minimum donation of $5 until Xenoblade Chronicles 3. We got the Chiro Perler, which somebody here wants very badly, provided by it's Kui Bora. Minimum donation $5. Again, that's until the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed. We got the Impact of Iwawada book provided by LLK. Minimum donation of $5. The Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed. And let's see, we got the Lame Mage TTRPG book set. I think this is right here in front of me. Provided by Ashen Prime, minimum donation of $30. And that is also until the Xenoblade Chronicles 3 Future Redeemed. And then we got the big ones. The Whale Lord plush, which has been plugged for the whole run because it's $75. It's gigantic. It's awesome. And it would be a great body pillow. I think I want it. That's provided by Heroic Spirit Gamer. Minimum donation $75 cumulative. And that's until the end of Final Fantasy IV. And then the big boy, Buster Sword replica sitting right behind me with magnetic materia, so you can slide it in and out, which is awesome. That's provided by the staff. Minimum donation $250 cumulative, and that is until Final Fantasy IV. So get your donations in, keep it rolling, and we'll send it back to the next run. It's Baldur's Gate 3.
Thank you very much indeed, Steamed Hams with Cheese, for that fantastic interview. We are just getting set up now for our next run, which is going to be Baldur's Gate 3. Which is going to be Baldur's Gate 3 by Goo. It's going to be the All Acts category. Before we do that, we do have a couple of quick donations here for you. We have received $30 without a comment from Mechalink. Thank you very much indeed for your $30 towards Nami. Sandy donates $5 without any comment, but thank you very much for that. And Totogut donates $10 saying, give me an L, give me an F, give me an R, LFR, LFR, LFR. And if you don't know what that means, LFR is Le French Restream, one of our 2 language restreams. You have the French restream and the Japanese restream. Please be sure, if you would like to check those out, to listen to the event in your own native language, please feel free to check out both of those restreams. Okay, we will be getting ready for the next one, and that will be coming up very shortly.